Distinguished guests, esteemed delegate from ASEAN country, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Sabaydi, and welcome to ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2004 in Vientiane capital, Lao PDR. My name is Phongphichit Chindamani. I am honored to be your Master of Ceremony today. Before we invite our first speaker guest to the stage, I would like to make a few housekeeping announcements. Today's program runs from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The conference room equipped with a simultaneous translation system in English and Lao language. Headsets are available in each of your seats. In case of problem, please contact one of our members of the stewarding team wearing a UNDP white t-shirt. Moreover, we also have online participants with more than 120 persons across the region and beyond joining us today. A 15 minutes coffee break will be held at 10:40. Drink and snack will be available in the back of the conference room. Finally, you will have the opportunity to discuss and network during the dinner reception from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., which will be set at the ground floor. And we also have the photo booth in the back of the stage as well. On behalf of the organizing team, we are thrilled to have your participants in person here. We also organize the collaboration and dialogue in fostering unity in progress within ASEAN community and beyond in addressing plastic pollution. Therefore, we have this event to serve as a platform to foster discussion and also collaboration on topics such as the Intergovernmentally Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution, National Plastic Action Plan, EPR, Circular Economy, and many more. Before we commence, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to co-host the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Lao PDR, the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, the United Nations Development Program for their support, and also our organizing committee for their hard work to bringing this event to life. It is also our pleasure to have delegates from ASEAN countries to be with us this event in person and online. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick off this event, it is very honored to invite His Excellency Mr. Phouvong Luangxaysana, Vice Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of Lao PDR, to deliver an opening remark. Please welcome.
Thank you, the MC, for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Madam Martine, Resident Representative of UNDP Lao PDR, dear Professor Dr. Tetsuya Watanabe, President of ERIA, representative of ASEAN member states, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to welcome you and to speak on behalf of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of the Lao PDR at this ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to UNDP and ERIA for their support in co-hosting this event. And I am very pleased that this conference is happening here in Vientiane under Lao PDR's ASEAN chairmanship with the theme of enhancing connectivity and resilience. This ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2024 is indeed aligned with the theme as cooperation and partnership is at the core of this event. Distinguished guests, we gather here today to discuss, share experience, and coordinate on a very important topic that is affecting the lives of our people living in ASEAN, the plastic pollution issues. Plastic pollution in ASEAN region accounts for about 35% of the world's marine plastic debris every year. Every year, ASEAN countries generate over 31 million tons of plastic waste, and only a fraction gets recycled. In Lao PDR, single-use plastics are increasingly becoming a concern. Plastic waste ends up in rivers, impacting biodiversity, local communities, and people's health. On the current track, oceans will contain more plastic than fish by 2050. However, it is not too late to change the course and reduce plastic pollution. ASEAN member states are already committed through the Bangkok Declaration on Combating Marine Debris, the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for Combating Marine Debris, and earlier this month, during the 44th and 45th ASEAN Summit here in Vientiane, the ASEAN member states has adopted the ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity. The declaration highlights and reaffirms the importance of addressing plastic pollution through a full life cycle approach from production to disposal. The need in reducing the use of single-use, avoidable, and problematic plastic products to improve resource efficiency and circularity. The need to prevent plastic leakage into the environment. The determination in addressing plastic pollution through increased regional partnership, public and private collaboration across sectors, as well as with relevant stakeholders. In Lao PDR, we are well aware that the impacts of plastic pollution is far-reaching, impacting our health, economy, and environment. The improper disposal and burning of plastic waste contribute to air pollution, which is linked to respiratory issues and other health problems. It is particularly problematic in urban areas, where it blocks drains and contributes to flooding. Additionally, plastic pollution harms wildlife, including fish, which are vital for local diets and economies. Having recognized these challenges, the government of Lao PDR has undertaken significant effort to address plastic pollution issues. Our commitment is reflected in our national policies and development strategies. Notably, the National Green Growth Strategy 2030. We have endorsed in July this year the National Plastic Action Plan to address these challenges through better waste management practices, improve resource use, and low carbon society based on the principle of circular economy. Last but not least, Lao PDR has recently joined the Global Plastic Action Partnership, and I hope that, like other countries in the region, Lao PDR would be better equipped to combat plastic pollution. I would like to reiterate that Lao PDR is dedicated to contributing to this global effort in addressing plastic pollution and aligning our national strategies with international goals. Distinguished guests, while progress has been made, we acknowledge that more needs to be done. The road to phase out plastic pollution requires continuous effort, innovation, and collective action. This can be realized by adopting more sustainable practices and cleaner technologies. Efforts can begin at the individual level, such as saying no to plastic straw, or support eco-friendly local products and extend to the community, national, regional, and even international levels. Plastic pollution is also transboundary and can travel from one community to another, from one country to another, from rivers to oceans, meaning that to achieve changes at scale, we need more collective efforts and cross-border collaborations. Therefore, I believe this is an opportune moment for us to come together at this conference and discuss how we can learn, work, and act collectively toward a clean and sustainable environment without plastic pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, Lao PDR would like to reaffirm our commitment to continue our effort in addressing plastic pollution and to forging strong partnership with development partners, private sectors, CSO, academia, youth, to create a cleaner and healthier environment for all. Finally, one more time, I would like to extend thanks to UNDP and ERIA for their support in co-hosting this conference. To ASEAN member state representatives, speakers, innovators, and participants joining us in person and online. Last but not least, I wish you all good health and success in your work and personal life. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Phouvong Luangxaysana, for an encouraging remark to official kick off this event. Distinguished guests, to make this event more meaningful, I am pleased to welcome Professor Tetsuya Watanabe, the President of ERIA. While he cannot be with us in person, he has kindly prepared a video recording to share with us. Welcoming remarks, please welcome.
Distinguished guests, delegates from ASEAN member states, ladies and gentlemen, plastic production and consumption have seen substantial growth worldwide due to its versatility and durability driven by economic and population growth, especially in Asian region. Rapid expansion of plastic production and consumption has outpaced advancement in proper waste management and resource recovery, leading to what is now recognized as one of the most pressing challenges of our time, plastic pollution. In response to this urgent need, ASEAN has taken decisive actions exemplified by the Bangkok Declaration on combating marine debris in 2019. This was followed by the Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris in ASEAN member states in 2021, aligning it perfectly with ERIA's regional knowledge centers' objectives. Moreover, ASEAN just adopted one additional proactive approach to environmental cooperation, the Declaration on Plastic Circularity, earlier this month, on 9th October 2024. This landmark declaration underscores ASEAN's dedication to advancing circular economy principles, promoting sustainable plastic use, and reducing waste. ERIA is proud to have supported the formulation of this declaration, reflecting its commitment to driving meaningful change in the fight against plastic pollution and supporting ASEAN's broader environmental goals. The ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution provides a platform for stakeholders to share progress in implementing the action plan, exchange knowledge, and strengthen countermeasures. A holistic approach, such as fostering collaboration between governments, private sectors, academics, and civil society groups, is essential in tackling these issues. Building upon the success of the last year's conference, this year's conference continues to serve to share knowledge and experience related to national plastic action plans, extended producer responsibility, and circular economy. Through these discussions, we expect to identify both the challenges and opportunities in combating plastic pollution and offer concrete recommendations for action. ERIA's involvement, particularly through the Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris, underscores its dedication to fostering regional cooperation and knowledge sharing. Last year, in 2023, ERIA had the privilege of collaborating with the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs and the Indonesia National Plastic Action Partnership to hold a successful ASEAN Conference on combating plastic pollution. This year, ERIA is honored to partner with the government of Lao PDR and UNDP to continue the road together and jointly organize this important regional event in 2024 under the ASEAN chairmanship. As we move forward, ERIA remains steadfast in its commitment to contributing ASEAN's effort in phasing out plastic pollution through collaborative and innovative solutions. Looking ahead, ERIA intends to continue playing a significant role in addressing plastic pollution in this region. Through ongoing research, policy support, and multi-stakeholder collaboration, ERIA is well positioned to contribute to the long-term success of ASEAN's plastic circularity goals. In concluding, I wish today's conference vibrant and fruitful discussion as we all work together in the global fight against plastic pollution. Thank you for your attention.
And next, please also join me to welcome Ms. Martine Philavanh, the resident representative of the Lao PDR, UNDP Lao PDR, to give her welcoming remark. Please welcome.
Excellency, Mr. Phouvong Luangxaysana, Vice Minister of Natural Resources and Environment, distinguished representatives of ministries and departments, distinguished representatives of ASEAN member states, diplomatic missions, development partners, civil society organizations, and youth, colleagues from the United Nations, from UNDP in Lao PDR and in ASEAN countries. I also want to acknowledge, although he's not here, Professor Tetsuya Watanabe, President of the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Esteemed guests, here in the room and online, fellow advocates for environmental action. On behalf of UNDP in Lao PDR, I'm very pleased to welcome you to this ASEAN Conference on combating plastic pollution. Let me start by congratulating the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment for this important initiative, which we are proud to support. I also want to thank ERIA for their support to this event. It is estimated that over 400 million metric tons of plastic are produced every year for use in a wide variety of applications: transportation, medicine, house isolation, equipment for clean drinking water, etc. Plastic is incredibly important for safety and health. But at 44%, it is by far for packaging that most plastic is used. Sadly, an estimated 20 million metric tons of plastic litter end up in the environment every year, an amount that is expected to increase significantly by 2040. Plastic pollution, as we just heard, is a global problem that affects us all. From bustling cities to serene coastlines, the impact of plastic is visible and profound. Plastic waste threatens our ecosystems, our health, livelihoods, and economies. In this region, rapid urbanization, underdeveloped waste management infrastructure, and a growing middle class make Southeast Asia a hotspot for plastic pollution. More than half of the waste generated in this region is not collected, and less than a quarter is recycled. The ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution, which was held in Jakarta, Indonesia in October 2023, and the recently adopted ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity demonstrate ASEAN's commitment to addressing the plastic pollution problem in the region. Partnerships are indeed key in combating plastic pollution, as the Vice Minister has just reminded us. This is also the view of the United Nations. In March 2022, at the conclusion of the United Nations Environment Assembly in Nairobi, Kenya, heads of state, environment ministers, and other representatives from 175 nations agreed to create a first of its kind international legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution. The fifth session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee will be held at the end of November in Busan, in the Republic of Korea, and a diplomatic conference of plenipotentiaries will be organized mid-2025 to adopt the new instrument and open it for signature. As the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said, we must work as one, governments, companies, and consumers alike, to break our addiction to plastics, champion zero waste, and build a truly circular economy. This is also how UNDP approaches the combat against plastic pollution, in line with the Sustainable Development Goals and perhaps more specifically SDG 12 on responsible consumption and production. And we focus on 3 areas. Working in partnerships with all stakeholders, UNDP emphasizes a comprehensive approach, advocating for whole-of-society actions that involve governments, communities, civil societies, and businesses, supporting policies and innovative solutions that reduce the production and consumption of plastic, especially the problematic single-use plastics, and improve plastic waste management and recycling efforts, creating jobs along the way and building an effective circular economy. And third, promoting conscious and responsible consumerism by encouraging consumers to reduce plastic use and improve their waste management practices. In the region, with the support from the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, UNDP organized the Ending Plastic Pollution Innovation Challenge, or EPIC, in 6 ASEAN countries. You will hear more this afternoon about the 12 innovators whose solutions were selected for acceleration and scaling up. Action, innovation, and partnerships is also what this conference is about. Governments alone cannot solve plastic pollution. We truly need an all-hands-on-deck approach, with every citizen, company, city, organization also playing their part. Several ASEAN countries are already implementing innovative solutions, from campaigns to reduce plastic use through community engagement and education to initiatives that promote reusable bags and containers. The private sector is also stepping up with eco-friendly alternatives, including biodegradable materials and innovative recycling technologies. The journey towards a plastic pollution-free world will not be easy, but it is achievable. We can turn the tide if we work together to create an environment that is conducive to change. That includes empowering communities to act, inspiring individuals to make conscious choices about their plastic use, putting in place robust policy frameworks that support sustainable practices, and establishing clear guidelines and incentives for businesses to adopt sustainable practices. Regional cooperation is vital to translate commitments into tangible actions. So I hope that you will use this conference as a platform to share knowledge, exchange innovative ideas, and build partnerships to make change happen. Thank you again for your participation in this event. Together, we can build an economy that minimizes waste and maximizes resource efficiency. I wish you a very productive conference. Thank you. Khop chai lai lai.
Next, I would like to invite His Excellency Phouvong Luangxaysana, Mr. Reo Kawamura from ERIA, and Ms Martine to come up on the stage to join us a photo session for commemorable this remarkable event. And also, we would like to invite for the ASEAN member state for the next session as well. So please welcome for His Excellency Mr. Phouvong Luangxaysana, Mr. Reo Kawamura from ERIA, and Martine to come up on the stage for the Also, we would like His Excellency to hand over an appreciation gift to Ms. Taylor and Mr. Kawamura. I would like to invite the ASEAN member state representative from Cambodia, Indonesia, Myanmar, Vietnam, and Dr. Vong from ASEAN Secretariat to come on the stage for the group picture. We also have a representative from other ASEAN member states joining us online. Please turn on your camera to join these ASEAN family pictures. Once again, may I invite ASEAN member state representative from Cambodia, Indonesia, Myanmar, Vietnam, and Dr. Vong from the ASEAN State Secretariat to come on the stage for the group picture. And once again, we also have a representative from other ASEAN member states joining us online. Please turn on your camera to join these ASEAN family pictures. Thank you, everyone. Yumi, just one more for the online participant. Once again, thank you, everyone. You may return to your seat. Thank you. The theme of the second edition of ASEAN Conference on Combating plastic pollution is action, innovation, and partnership to phase out plastic pollution. This morning, we will focus on the partnership. So to start, I would like Ms. Liviana Zorzi, National Plastic Action Partnership Specialist from World Economic Forum. At a National Plastic Action Platform, Specialist Liviana is leading a work of World Economic Forum's Global Plastic Action Partnership in Asia. She supports the establishment and coordination a new and current national local partnership to drive plastic action and impact in close cooperation with the government and private sector stakeholders. She is in charge of the regional collaboration supporting knowledge exchange and synergy across different stakeholders and organizations addressing plastic pollution. Please, Ms. Liviana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. And let me start by thanking His Excellency Mr. Phouvong Luangxaysana, Vice Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of Lao PDR, Ms. Martine, Resident Representative of UNDP, and Professor Tetsuya Watanabe, President of ERIA, for their invitation to the Global Plastic Action Partnership and the World Economic Forum to join this important event. GPAP was there also last year at the first edition of the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution, when it was first hosted by Indonesia as the ASEAN chair and as an NPAP country. And now we are very grateful to the government of Lao PDR for hosting again this important conference for fostering cooperation, regional cooperation to combat plastic pollution. What is the Global Plastic Action Partnership, or GPAP? GPAP is an initiative by the World Economic Forum that was launched in 2018 at the Sustainable Development Impact Meetings in New York. It's an initiative of public-private cooperation, and the aim of GPAP is turning plastic commitments into action. So why this happens at the global level through the conferences and global events that the World Economic Forum convenes, such as in New York during the UN General Assembly or at the annual meeting in Davos, where global leaders meet to discuss ways to foster plastic circularity. I think that the core of GPAP is through the National Plastic Action Partnerships, or NPAP. How do we do this? How do we create impact on the ground? GPAP approach follows these three pillars: local ownership, evidence-based action, and holistic and inclusive approach. When I talk about local ownership, I refer to the fact that the countries that become members, the governments that become members of GPAP work closely with the World Economic Forum to set up a truly multi-stakeholder partnership, where we bring on board, starting from the steering board of the NPAP, private sector representatives, both from big companies and local corporations, smaller companies, startups, as well as civil society groups representative of the local community. And beside the steering board, of course, the NPAP platform provides opportunity to organize thematic task forces and working groups. Evidence-based, because the approach of GPAP really starts with the data collection for the creation of a baseline analysis on the current plastic pollution situation in a country, so that we understand where we are starting from, what is the entity of a problem. And the way in which our metrics consultant work is in close collaboration with the local stakeholders, so that the data that we collect are also analyzed through a tool called NAM tool, National Analysis and Modeling Tool, developed by GPAP and by Systemic, that helps to project some possible scenarios for plastic pollution reduction. And this exercise, the baseline analysis and the scenario modeling, feed into national plastic action roadmaps that are created really in constant consultation with the local stakeholders and experts. And we also bring forward an inclusive and holistic approach. And this means both at looking at the whole plastic value chain, what can be intervention happening at upstream, midstream, and downstream level, but also it refers to this ability and willingness to include all the relevant actors. So, as I said, government representative and not just Ministry of Environment, many other agencies have a stake in this, private sector and development partners. There are so many initiatives already existing, so NPAP really wants to help coordinate and bring together the various pieces of a puzzle. And of course, the civil society, the local community representative, also giving voice to these members, sometimes of marginalized communities and informal waste speakers that actually are at the forefront of the work that we do. Where are we present now as GPAP? Now GPAP has 19 national confirmed partnerships around the world, and we are growing day by day. So we are all set to reach our target of 25 countries by 2025. As you can see, we are present across the globe with a partnership in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And actually, Southeast Asia is where it all started, because Indonesia was the first country at global level who came on board. Followed by Ghana, and shortly afterward, Vietnam. So here in this region, you actually have two of the longest standing NPAPs, NPAP Indonesia and NPAP Vietnam, who really can also share a lot of experience and early results from this partnership. And both these NPAPs also count already hundreds of organizations as the members. And they started also to reap the fruits of collaboration. We've seen already some reduction in the plastic pollution, thanks also to the collaboration fostered by NPAP. So we are really grateful also to see Lao PDR taking the decision to join this movement. And one other observation, since here we are at the ASEAN Conference. We have now 5 ASEAN countries that are part of GPAP. And last month in Bangkok, GPAP was also participating in the UNEP regional event, Sea of Solutions, and we organized also a meeting among the stakeholders to start discussing about a vision for maybe a regional plastic action partnership, if of interest, or understanding how we can really foster collaboration, start seeing this NPAP not only working at national level, but working more and more in a collaborative manner and fostering knowledge exchange and peer learning. So I'm very excited to be here today and be listening to the conversation and discussion. And please also let us know how GPAP and the World Economic Forum can further support this regional collaboration, because we will be very happy to support this. And let me end by thanking and congratulating again Lao PDR for deciding to become a member of the Global Plastic Action Partnership. Welcome really to the GPAP family. Thank you.
Thank you, Liviana. Once again, to mark the milestone of the Lao PDR joining the Global Plastic Action Partnership, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Phouvong Luangxaysana and Ms Manith on the stage for the group picture with the logo of the National Plastic Action Partnership in the background. Please welcome. And also to official announcement, UNDP Lao PDR has been selected as the host organization of the National Action Partnership in Lao PDR. So Thank you very much, His Excellency Mr. Phouvong Luangxaysana, Ms. Martine, Taylor, and also Liviana. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next we will move to our very first session for this event. We will have a panel discussion on regional collaboration against plastic pollution, and we have 5 incredible panelists who will share with us their experience and also knowledge on this topic. May I please to invite on stage Dr. Vong Sok, Mr. Rio Kawamura, Mr. Bounpakone, Phongphichit, Dr. Mastek Ahmed Memon, who have recorded his presentation to us, Ms. Ruchi Mohanty, who is also joining us online, and our beloved moderator, Dr. Premakumara Jagat Dikela Gamaralalage. Dr. Premakumara, the floor is yours. Please welcome.
Thank you, MC, for introduction. So I'm Kumara. I'm a principal researcher of IGES Sustainable Consumption and Production Unit, and also director of IGES UNEP Collaboration Center in IGES. I'm very pleased to chair this first session. So may I invite our distinguished guests and the speakers to come to the floor. So as you can see, that this is the first session and also very important sessions. But I feel the previous, His Excellencies make a very good points to this session, because this session we're going to discuss regional cooperation, but I feel, as mentioned, this plastic is very complicated and we need a comprehensive approach to address the plastic pollution from the individual to the global. So it needs different actions, as previous speakers have already mentioned. But this session we will look at the more focus on the sharing the regional initiatives to address the plastic pollution. So we have very remarkable experience and also the regional initiatives to address plastic pollution. So, but the time is very limited. I found we have only very few time. In that case, without not gain any description, so I would like to start the session. So as MC explained, so we have Dr. Vong Sok. He is the head of the Environment Division and Assistant Director of the Sustainable Development Directorate of ASEAN. So welcome, Dr. Sok. And also we have the Mr. Kawamura. So he is a Director for Environmental Policy and RKC-MPD area. So, and also we have Mr. Bounpakone, I'm pronounced well. So Director of the International Cooperation Division, Department of Planning and Finance, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. We are very welcome. And we also have 2 online speakers. So Ms. Ruchi Mohanty, she is a regional partnership specialist for private sector, UNDP regional office. So good morning, Ms. Ruchi. I hope you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you well.
Okay, welcome to the session. And we also have very famous Dr. Mustaq Ahmad Memon. He's a regional coordinator for Resource Efficiency, United Nations Environmental Program, Asia Pacific Regional Office. Dr. Mustaq, can you hear us? Oh, I think he's going to give a recording. Yes, he sent us the recording. So these are our panelists. So this session. So the session is we will give them 5 minutes to make a very short presentation about what they are doing and what they want to say about the regional cooperation. So after that, we have a very limited time to have maybe 1 or 2 questions from the panelists and also from the audience. So let me first invite Dr. Won Sok for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Hello. Good morning to everyone. I mean, in the room and also in virtual sort of arrangement. And it's a great pleasure for me to join all of you today on this sort of ASEAN Conference on combating this sort of plastic pollution. It's a very important initiative of ASEAN. I'm here grateful to support Lao as a ASEAN chair for 2024 and also with the leadership to address this sort of plastic pollution in the region. I think it's the message is very clear from the speaker, from Vice Minister and also from UNDP. And this is very important for all of us to think about how we can make a difference for our region in ASEAN. So I think from ASEAN Secretariat side, we would like to express our sincere thanks to Lao PDR, Ministry of MONRE Lao PDR, and also UNDP as a co-host for this event, and the ERIA, and that display important role in terms of plastic pollution in the region. With that, I thought just would like to highlight one important thing, just sort of question to refresh our brain where we are at the plastic pollution. What is the situation of plastic pollution right now in ASEAN region? We talk a lot, but to what extent we know? Some of the statistics indicate, I mean, different sort of number and figure, but come from different source. That is really one of the things that we refer to often, that 5 AMS in ASEAN, really the most polluted country and so on and so forth. But what is the status really where we are at as a pollution? So for that reason, I think it's quite simple. We try to understand the differences in the way how address plastic pollution as well. So I think one of the things that we have to also challenge ourselves about the plastic pollution, it's about the situation where we are at now. ASEAN have been in the front line to address plastic pollution in many ways. As you have heard from the speaker, from the Vice Minister, on the screen you can see the 2 important documents. It's about the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris in ASEAN member states. This is one of the most important key documents to guide the implementation of the declaration of Bangkok Declaration for combating marine debris. And then recently this year, under ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity, which provide important platform and roadmap to guide ASEAN to make more different. What are the different from the regional action plan on combating marine debris and this ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity? Very much different. The difference is this ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity, it's not only address the issue at the downstream. ASEAN try to address also this one at upstream and midstream level, which is really in line with the INC and Global Plastic Treaty. The way ASEAN really try to work and in line with whatever the international commitment with all ASEAN member states, this is the way ASEAN try to make a difference in the region. Not only passive way try to address the plastic pollution at the receptor level, but also at the, at the source, from the producer, from the industrial, from the private sector, and also from the behavior, as well as the way how people think from the design and innovative sort of solution. So you can see that the very clear sort of commitment with this sort of new declaration is a commitment to reduce plastic pollution, promote circular economy, enhance waste management, collaboration, innovation, and public awareness. So with that, ASEAN Secretariat with ASEAN member states We work with all partners, and we welcome also all partners to join hands with us to combat this sort of plastic pollution. What is remaining for us and the key challenge? I think this is a very difficult question because the plastic pollution comes from multiple sources. It's not a single source. And impact multiple factors. It's not only environmental factor, it impact also people, impact all that sort of long-term accumulative impact, and importantly also impact to the whatever the microfauna and flora. Among other microplastic. Are we aware of the microplastic? And how much or to what extent the microplastic impact to our region? Clueless, I can say. And then for this microplastic, what we need to do more, how this microplastic impact to our health and to the food chain system that we consume every day. Therefore, ASEAN Secretariat would like to call all the party to and partner to work together in a concert coordinated effort that we coordinate, we come together to address plastic pollution, try to close the loop where many people state about this sort of plastic leakages here and there. So if anything that you would like to do more, please feel free to reach out to ASEAN Secretariat or a member state for further discussion, any cooperation and coordinated effort. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. So thank you very much, Dr. Vong. So showing us the very importance of the role of ASEAN Secretariat, especially the creating the political regional coordination. This is very important, developing these regional roadmaps and circular economy plans. So thank you very much. So then let me go to Mr. Kawamura, ERIA, to what's your organization doing in regional coordination?
Thank you, Dr. Kumara. Good morning. I'm Leo Kawamura, Director of the Regional Center for Marine Plastic Debris. So I'd like to make a short introduction of what is ERIA and what is the Regional Center for Marine Plastic Debris at first. Economic Research Institute for ASEAN East Asia was established in 2008 to assist ASEAN Chairmanship and ASEAN Secretariat for the economic transition, for example, digital transition, economic and green transformation on every aspect of the economic and social development of the ASEAN regions. And the Regional Center for Marine Plastic Debris was established under ERIA in 2019 to assist ASEAN +3 member states to improve the circularity of plastics and prevent leakage into marine environments by providing information and research outcome among those countries. Our center's activities are aligned with the regional action plan, which was introduced by Dr. Hong Sok in the previous presentations. And one of the pillars of the activities is to establish networks and partnerships among ASEAN +3 member states. Now I'd like to explain about this slide. The most notable examples of the network and partnerships activities of the Regional Center is to co-host the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution, or ACCPP. The first ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution was held in Jakarta, Indonesia last year. Government of Indonesia submitted this plan to structure, deliver the ASEAN voice to international negotiation process, our INC process, to establish the new instruments, internationally legally binding instruments to control the plastic pollution. And in order to facilitate the structuring of the ASEAN voice, government of Indonesia tried to prepare the venue to facilitate exchange of lessons learned among ASEAN member states and make a collaboration among various stakeholders to tackle plastic pollution. This is the first motivate and idea to hold the ASEAN Conference for on combating plastic pollution. And this idea was revealed in the last ASEAN ministerial meeting on the environment in 2023, which was held in Vientiane in Laos. And it was commended by all of the ASEAN member states. And then the conference was held last October. And last October, this ASEAN conference succeeded in attracting more than 300 participants from all of the ASEAN member states and other partner countries, and various stakeholders, including researchers, business organizations, international organizations, NGOs, and relevant organizations. And based on this success, Government of Lao PDR shows the intention to succeed the ASEAN Conference on combating plastic pollution. And under the ASEAN Chairmanship 2024, determined to host this conference. And ERIA is again honored to join the conference as a co-host. And then both ASEAN Conference on combating plastic pollution is expected to work as a platform of stakeholders of all of the ASEAN Plus region, of all of the stakeholders to to tackle the plastic pollution through exchange knowledge, sharing experience, and discussing collaborations for addressing plastic pollution. In addition to the comprehensive types of the platform, ERIA also prepared some other collaborative project for each kind of the stakeholders. For researchers, ERIA with IGES organized expert working group on marine plastic debris. In this working group, we invite academic researchers and experts on plastic issues to share updated knowledge and issue some outcomes as a report. With private sector and government, ERIA organized private sector platform seminar series. We invite companies conducting innovative initiatives against plastic pollution and government officials in each ASEAN member states. And we organized a seminar in Lao PDR last year, and this year we organized such kind of seminar in Singapore and Brunei. And last but not least, as for youth and civil society organizations, ERIA supports ASEAN Japan Young Environmental Leaders Network Environmental Leadership to support training to the for youth leaders tackling plastic pollution in ASEAN Plus region. And in addition to that, ERIA Regional Center is implementing relevant research projects to support each platform, researchers platform, private sector platform, and youth and civil society organizations platform. Due to the time constraint, I stop my presentation here, and you can find such kind of report of each project, and each research outcomes can be found in the RKC-MPD, RKC-MPD-area.org from this QR code. You can find details of those collaborative projects and research projects. I hope it is helpful for everyone tackling plastic pollution in ASEAN Plus 3. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. Kawamura-san. So presenting us about the area activities, creating the platform for the knowledge sharing among different stakeholders. So then let me go to the Mr. Bounpakone, MONRE Lao PDR, because this is very important. Lao PDR is the chair of ASEAN this year and coordinating a lot of regional ASEAN events. I know in December also there is a UNEP, another plastic workshop in Lao PDR, Vietnam. So how you feel this regional coordination?
Good morning. Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank ASEAN Secretariat and also the area to support the declaration during the Lao be the chairmanships of the ASEAN. The declaration is one thing of the achievements for the to push up the plastics preventions. So I would not be remind again because Dr. Vong Suk and Kawamura has already mentioned on the new declaration on plastic circularity. So in my presentations, I have three points that I would like to highlight. The ASEAN chairmanships already done, and the policy support and national and regional cooperation. For the policy support in the National Socio-Economic Development Plans of Lao 2021-2025 has already mentioned in the outcome 4 for the circular economy and also the plastic reductions and prevention. It's like our policy, it support on the plastics, and also the National Green Goal Strategy towards 2030 also mentions about the environment and the direction of the Lao PDR, and also alignment with the National Socio-Economic Development Plan to achieve the green goal. And the third one is a HCP roadmap of Lao PDR 2022-2025. HCP is sustainable consumption and production. We already done the roadmap, and the HCP it's support the SDG 12 as well, and it's also we have the Green Public Procurement Action Plan as well. Now we do that. The Green Public Procurement, it's about the we import the products from the neighboring country. It's for the green product, and then then we have the project. It's we call Esprit project. Next 5, it's supported by the GIZ, and also do the green labelings, and also the green public procurements. And another one, it's a National Plastic Action Plan. It's in path of for Lao PDR. It's just endorsed during maybe in the September, and we it's in path. It will support on the national socio-economic development, and also the green goal, and support on the sector to reduce the plastics. And for the national and regional corporations, mentioned earlier that now we are the member of the GPAP, and then we try to use the GPAP to dissemination the Lao PDR that emphasize on the plastics now, and also the we have signed the MOU with Cambodia on the plastic reduction collaboration with the Ministry of Environment and MONRE in September this year. And also we have the MOU with the MONRE Vietnam as well for the environment and climate environment management and climate change. So it's also mentioned the pollution prevention in there. That's why it's I think the next step. The next step how to move forward. It's like how to promote the Lao PDR and do the plastics, and we MONRE were welcome to work with the partner and the ASEAN member for the to implement our action plan, our regional action plan, and the declarations on this plastics circularity. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Bounpakone. So let us know how the Lao PDR is working on implementing these regional initiatives at the national level. So this is very important because I saw a lot of action plans. How to implement these action plans may be the challenge with the Lao PDR and like other countries. And also I heard very interesting for me to see how Lao PDR is working with other ASEAN countries like Cambodia, Vietnam, signing MOU to share coordination each other. So this is really interesting points that I learned. So thank you very much. So then let me invite Ms. Ruchi Mohanty, online UNDP regional office, to share how UNDP's regional initiatives help the plastic pollution. So floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. So please go ahead.
Firstly, good morning, everyone, and congratulations to the team in Lao PDR for bringing us all together on this important dialogue. I can only understand how much effort it takes to bring all stakeholders together. So congratulations again on that. As part of my role, I support 36 countries and regional initiatives in accelerating partnerships. And the focus of my 5-minute presentation here is going to zoom in on partnerships for plastics. Now, what we have done is UNDP has worked with private sector foundations, philanthropy, really to tackle all aspects of plastics, waste management, plastic pollution, supporting the development of EPR policies in many countries. If it is already on board, then creating this sort of enabling ecosystem and connecting the dots between public and private, innovations on circular economy, as much as possible, increasing financing and catalyzing investments, because as we all know, there are a number of actors, including startups and financiers, that want to focus and zoom in on plastic pollutions and waste management. I would also like to mention that our partnerships with key coalitions, alliances such as NPAP, GPAP, and it was great listening to Liviana at the opening just now, Alliance to End Plastic, are equally critical in bringing in all actors. So as part of our partnerships, we also, in addition to working with private sector, we work with these coalitions, associations, as much as possible to ensure that the work that is happening at the policy level with agencies and UN entities, as well as private sector companies for plastics, and wherever they're using their products through plastic, we work in bringing them together. Another actor that we focus on a lot in our partnerships is state-owned enterprises, to ensure that the connect between public and private is fully aligned. At the regional level, we've also established a new community of practice that focuses on circular economy, led by our innovations and climate team, to ensure that new and innovative strategies for scaling up circular economy practices are equally aligned with our partnerships with the private sector on ground. At the regional level and in countries, we are roughly working in about 11 to 12 countries on plastic waste management. And in the next 2 years, we are hoping to scale that up. As you can see, we work with a number of actors in the private sector, and we also collaborate with corporate foundations and philanthropy. And in interest of time, I just wanted to zoom in on one example from one of our countries. And I'd like to share here the India initiative, where they scaled up their plastic waste management partnership into an initiative for scaling up circular business models to tackle plastic waste management, to support the Indian government in their Clean India mission. And as part of their implementation approach, they set up decentralized end-to-end waste management models in partnerships with public and private sector stakeholders. For this initiative, the key focus areas were on material management, addressing informality and behavior change, For those of you who know the South Asian ecosystem for plastic waste management, there are a number of informal waste workers. So in addition to tackling the issues of plastic waste, working with informal waste workers and addressing the challenges of informality while aligning them with policy ecosystem is equally important. The key partners that the country focused on were collaborating with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Forest and Climate Change, central and state pollution boards, as well as the SDG body, which is the Niti Aayog and the think tank of Government of India, as well as urban local authorities. This has been a multi-stakeholder initiative and has focused on 3 main pillars and pathways. We can call it our theory of change or our pathways to change, policy and practice shift, economic shift, and behavior change shift. And that has really helped us drive results across the board on material management, informality, and behavior change. It has been a very successful initiative, and we are looking at how can we scale up learnings from this country to a number of other countries that we are working on. So at the regional level, before I stop, I just wanted to again, summarize that while we have partnerships on the ground at the regional level, we try and provide through our technical teams, technical assistance, guidance, and align it with circular economy initiatives. And what you're doing today in Lao PDR is really a welcome initiative. And we look forward to both collaborating, leveraging, and seeing how we can scale up dialogues that we already have on ground. Thank you. Over to you.
So thank you very much, Ms. Ruchi, for sharing UNDP regional activities, especially working with private sector and philanthropy. So this is really helpful. So I think our last presentation from Dr. Mustaq Ahmad Memon, UNEP Regional Office. But we have a video. I think he couldn't join with us in person, so he gave us the video recording.
Good morning. I'm Mustaq Memon from United Nations Environment Program, Bangkok. And first of all, my apologies that I could not join in person, but so this is why I'm sharing my recorded presentation with you. And if you have any questions, please feel free to contact with me. So let me share my screen. Okay, so I hope you can see my screen, and let me go through my today's presentation as I have about 7 minutes. So within that time, let me try to highlight our 3 major initiatives that we are working with in line to address the plastic pollution, especially focusing in the environment, including marine environment. So first of all, our project, which is called Mekong Pacific Project, and also this is a follow-up project of our countermeasure project. Now, when we started countermeasure project in 1918, the focus was how to achieve plastic-free rivers. As we all know that on the one hand, rivers are the major source of marine litter, bringing all the waste through the runoff or through from the cities to the sea. And then number 2, rivers itself has a lot of challenges because it's attached with the livelihoods of the many communities living across the river. It's attached with the agriculture. It's attached with the industrial water supply. It's attached with the domestic water supply. And also it's attached with the other economic sectors, including tourism and so on. So when we are talking about the plastic-free rivers, it was an uphill task. And first of all, we started focusing on monitoring the plastic pollution in rivers. So under countermeasure projects, we started developing the methodologies and also did the piloting on monitoring the plastic pollution, whether the macroplastic pollution or microplastic pollution in the rivers and the hotspots for the plastic pollution. And based on that, working with Asian Institute of Technology, we developed the equipment that can be used for the monitoring, and we tried with the different ways, like even with the drones, with even the citizen science, getting the mobile phones images and so on. But at the end of the day, it became more efficient to use the CCTVs on the rivers. So that was the initially two-dimensional flows that can be, the model can identify based on artificial intelligence and self-learning that what type of plastics are flowing from which point. And that means we can trace back to the sources and to address the plastic pollution, focusing on the source. Then under the Mekong Pacific project, we further moved on to address the resilience of the communities or riverine communities for the plastic pollution. To do so, in addition to the monitoring of the plastics in the rivers, we were focusing on the solutions. So whether it be the upstream solutions to reduce the plastics waste and leakages coming to the rivers, or to collect the plastic waste and recycle it. So these solutions, including the policy solutions, technology solutions, financing and business solutions, work quite well. And now we are expanding the focus also in the Pacific. Then our second project, Southeast Asia Circular Project, which was focusing on the upstream and looking on the major policy shifts, like extended producer responsibility, for example. Looking at the different ways of redesigning the plastic polymers and the products, and then recycle back into the economy. And this project, we also work with our partner agency, or within I would say the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia, COP-C, that is hosted by UNEP. So with that, we have done quite extensive work, including bringing these issues to the intergovernmental processes of COP-C. And here we have a more focus on the market-based solutions, and we have to encourage the enabling policies to solve marine litter. Then another major initiative, which is a global initiative, is called the Global Partnership on Plastic Pollution and Marine Litter. So GPML is a multi-stakeholder partnership that brings together the different actors working to prevent plastic pollution. But here we start our work with focusing on the digital platform to access the data, to bring the information, guidance, and disseminate the lessons learned from the other countries for supports to be the leapfrogging. And that's where we are looking here through GPML, that on the one hand, we will have a sufficient access to the data, either in-house data or the links to the other sources, where the data can be presented to the policymakers for well-informed decision-making. Then other is the information on the different solutions, whether it be the policy solutions, technology solutions, financing solutions, business models, or even the education and information, that those solutions, how could be implemented well by learning where the countries have already implemented those solutions. So GPML helps us to bring all the information, data under the one digital platform. Now, as we are moving towards the more straightforward actions, which are including the coming together to really look at the life cycle of the plastic value chain, it is very important to see how the different actors can integrate their actions together. Because in the past, as we saw, even the private sector, they have various actions, but those are individual actions, like under the CSR, for example. are now coming together with the private sector, with the civil society, with the think tanks and the governments, how we can create combined and joint effort relying on the strengths of each actors, and then also bringing the policy support or enablers for those actions. So at that note, we would like to work with different fora, including as ASEAN we are working, and also with ERIA, with other partners. And for that, let me also tell you that our one major event or workshop will be held in Lao, Vientiane, from 10 to 12 December. And as the Lao is the current chair of ASEAN. So looking forward to seeing you there in Vientiane from 10 to 12 December. And the workshop will be focusing not only on the plastic pollution, but as well as on the air pollution, as there are a lot of synergies, including the open burning of the plastics that creates the air pollution. So thank you very much.
So I think, so we heard from the Dr. Mustaq about UNEP activities, so regional activities. So now we have very limited time to go for a few questions. But before that, I would like to ask Mr. Kawamura-san, Kawamura, to, because I understand this is the second ACCPP meeting, the first one in Indonesia last year. So what's you are expecting from this ACCPP workshop annually, doing how it's related with this regional platform and regional dialogues?
Thank you, Dr. Kumara. I'd like to try to answer the questions. At first, we have to admit that plastics, in order to combat, tackle, or solve the plastic pollution issues, we have to cover a broad range of issues with broad range of stakeholders. As written in the ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity, as Vice Minister has mentioned, the important factor includes life cycle approach. The life cycle approach means we have to cover not only the production issues, we have to consider about post-consumer issues, for example, collection of the utilized SUPs. We have to consider about waste management issues and recycling issues and many aspects of the plastic circularity. In order to do that, not only government or Ministry of the Environment, all of the ministries and all of the producers, all of the consumers, all of the relevant stakeholders have to work together. And in this presentation, we have found many regional collaboration has already in operation. UNDP and UNEP has already prepared such kind of regional collaboration, and from ERIA we have offered some kind of a stakeholder limited collaborations. However, we have to also admit that it's difficult to cover everything. Nobody knows everything to tackle the plastic pollution. So from that viewpoint, the leadership of the ASEAN chairmanship was very crucial to call for every stakeholders and every ASEAN member state to come together to think about, to address the plastic pollution, how to share the knowledge, how to share the best practices, innovative ideas, and how to find a solution towards combating plastic pollution. And last year, ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2023 succeeded in inviting over 300 participants from every ASEAN member states and every kind of the stakeholders. The outcome was compiled in the event report, which was distributed in the registration desk. And we have found 4 main recommendations. For example, technical strategies across the plastic life cycles, stakeholder engagement for plastic circularity, finance and investment for circular economy, and ASEAN's contribution to the ink process. So I hope this ACCPP should work as such kind of capstone platform for every ASEAN member states and every stakeholders to find next step, next solution, next step as a solution for combating plastic pollution. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much giving this brief clearance for us why CCPP is important. So now I think I have maybe 10 minutes. Would like to open the floor. Anyone from the audience who want to ask any clarifications or questions about this regional cooperations from our the panelists. This is the time. Yes, first, please. So please your name and also to whom you would like to ask the question.
Hello, I am Sergio Santos from Green Vientiane. We are an organization working in Laos. And I'm asking the question to the six panelists. Is about, I didn't hear very well if you are mentioning the cap in the production of plastic in the region. Because Mrs. Martine this morning said that we expect maybe a triple of the production of plastic around the world in the next 20 years. And at the moment, nobody, I didn't hear it, mentioning a cap in the production. And that's also very important. If we want to stop the pollution, we have also to reduce the pollution, the production. And that's very important, and I would like to understand what you are explaining about the production of plastic as a solution of the pollution. The other thing is about the waste importation. We know that since China closed their border to import plastic waste in their country in 2017-2018, all the plastic has been diverted to other countries. Indonesia, and this morning we discussed about the people of Indonesia, how they have a problem with the plastic. And also, you didn't mention that in the solution. Are we going to continue to accept plastic waste from the rich country, wealthy country, to come to Laos or other country of the region? Is that possible? You answer this question? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a Green Vientiane for.
So I maybe ask first Kawamura-san to maybe program, I don't know, after this session, maybe there are some many sessions. So that sessions maybe discuss this gap and issues. So if you can, after that I will pass to Dr. Vong to share with this regional coordination or cooperation about this transboundary waste.
Okay, I'm trying to answer from the newly adopted ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity. Maybe before addressing directly to the declaration, we have to admit that the cap of production is now one of the very sensitive discussion topic to structure the new international instrument, international legally binding instrument in the ink process. So maybe it is it will be predetermined. I'm not predetermined the result of the outcome of the such kind of international negotiation. So cap of the production is not directly written in the ASEAN Declaration of Plastic Circularity. Rather, ASEAN member states has determined to increase or improve the circularity of the plastics. It means how we can produce in an environmental friendly manner in the plastics and plastic alternatives. And we have all, the ASEAN member states have also determined to promote global effort to reduce the overall plastic pollution in the region, in the ASEAN region, and other international societies. So not directly touching upon the cap of production, the ASEAN member states have determined to improve the situation of the plastic pollution in order to, for example, improvement of the infrastructure, improvement of the awareness raising, and promoting the behavioral changes, stopping the leakage to the environment, and promoting a global effort to reduce the plastic pollution overall. This is the current situation. Thank you. Doctor.
Thank you very much. And it's very good question. I think it's about cap production itself and also how this can be defined the way for ASEAN and ASEAN member states to do that. I think we have to bear in mind the plastic serves multi-purpose. It's not for a single user, it's a multi-purpose. With that serving multi-purpose, we have to accept the multi sort of dimension of the plastic usage. This serve for different stakeholders, so different expectation, different sort of view. And then we talk about this sort of in the country context, not talk about regional sort of level. Where the regional level, there are different sorts of level of socio-economic and also the need in terms of demand and supply. This is really challenging situation. And not talking only the country, if the regional itself, I mean, that's the one of the challenge. That is the way we see this sort of ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution really bring people in to reflect the different view and also the opportunity to advance how this sort of plastic pollution can be addressed, whether addressed at the production line. This is one of the approach. We doing multiple sort of front. It's not a single sort of approach to address plastic pollution. It addressed from the upstream level, midstream level, and downstream level, every aspect and of every scale. I mean, from the local, national, regional, that's the way we do it globally. So this is the way we try to address multi-front of the plastic pollution. So it's not a single approach, which is, we believe it important contribute to the differences of the stakeholder need. So now come to the ASEAN sort of issue. I think with that sort of situation in 2017, 2018, we learned from that situation from ASEAN member states. ASEAN member states step fast to address this issue from importation. This come to the point where we have this sort of Bangkok Declaration and the Regional Action Plan on combating plastic debris. And then now it come to another level of advance where we prepare ourselves to align with the Global Plastic Treaty. This is the way the ASEAN Declaration on Circularity for ASEAN. This is the way we try to do also upstream level in terms of how this sort of production can be streamlined, can be addressed, all that sort of pollution matter where it's acceptable for all. So I think learning from that, ASEAN member state and ASEAN work with our partner, try to address this issue. Of course, the issue is not easy. It needs a lot of effort. So why? Because pollution, plastic pollution is really multi-dimensional. Need a lot of stakeholder attention and engagement. So this, the way we have to coordinate closely rather than duplicate and also try to close the loop where the plastic pollution derives from. With that, I would like to thank for the partner also again for and UNDP, not only SDG, but right now it's also involved on this plastic pollution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I hope this answer. So we have one
online.
Yes. Online question.
We have an online question maybe for Dr. Wonsuk. It's an anonymous attendee. Given the ASEAN as a union doesn't have a parliament to legislate a binding regulation across member states, unlike the EU, how can ASEAN effectively work together to combat plastic pollution? Through what mechanism? Thank you.
I think this must answer by all ASEAN people, but I'm just take the floor is to share. ASEAN, it's association, it's not union like European country. I think the question must become from a European colleague, I may expect it. ASEAN is an association. We are together with our charter. So the charter that we are working as a constitution of ASEAN, where we try to work with different and accelerate action and work with the different challenges that we are facing from time to time. So to make this sort of community resilient and prosperity. Therefore, we're not working in the situation like EU, the different sort of approach, ASEAN working with a consensus base and also inclusive sort of engagement. So what it means by that? It means that we try to understand the differences and then try to work with differences to achieve our target or our purpose. This is really difficult for whoever that carry out this sort of message to implement that. To facilitate that implementation is not an easy task. This, among other, ASEAN Secretariat also facilitate this process is really challenging as well. But this is a good thing because we have very differences from socio-economic sort of aspect and environment as well in the region. Therefore, the way we do it just sort of try to understand each other and try to find way to support each other, hand-holding each other. You may see slow, but we will create great impact for ASEAN. This is the way we are right now. Thank you very much.
So I know we have no time, but Mr. Bounpakone want to add something in that question because you are the chair of the ASEAN Secretariat this year and how Lao PDR looking at ASEAN Secretariat and future of ASEAN
Yeah, thank you very much. The question is quite hard for me to answer, but I try to answer the questions. I do agree with Dr. Vong Suk and Kawamura, but Lao it's quite very new. But we try to we use the roadmap on the HCP to look at the company who produce the material like a material for and something like that. You use the green product or do all the construction. We use the green public procurement. That now we also working with the Ministry of Finance to do the green public procurement. And also working with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce to select the product that import from the neighboring country will be the green product, and we use and we can recycle. The next for Lao it's ready to working with the development partner or the private sector to drive the plastic preventions in the Lao PDR and also in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ruchi, do you have anything to, because we are in the end of the session, so anything to add, the questions what asked from the audience or the last words from you?
Thank you. No, I think all very relevant suggestions, but just from a partnership perspective, I'd like to add that, the importance and significance of dialogues like this is really critical in accelerating innovation, ensuring that, the connection between policymakers and what's happening on the ground, or, the startups and the innovation. And this is one of the area which has been almost the attraction for early innovation and early investments. That connect should not be lost. And as much as possible, dialogues like these will play a key role in enabling that, we are aligned and we are making sure that the gaps are addressed and leveraging innovation as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we already passed the time. So I want to close the session. Before that, I want to summarize what we discussed. I think we discussed the importance of the regional collaboration because plastic is very comprehensive issue. Nobody cannot done by themselves. So, but I feel also there are a lot of regional initiatives is happening. Now we need the initiative to coordinate the regional initiatives. It's look like the same in the countries also when I work with the countries. So a lot of development partners, a lot of programs working on plastic in the country. Sometimes similar thing is happening with the different agencies. So coordination is very important. So in that things I feel ACCPP can be a good platform by the ASEAN Secretariat to coordinate the regional coordination and so on annually to share the regional initiatives and actions and see some kind of a cohesion between the, each of these regional initiatives and see how ASEAN can move forward in more coordinated manner with the ASEAN agreement already done by the member countries. So in that sense, I feel this ACCPP forum may be a good platform for us to next 2 days to discuss other issues on plastic pollutions and take some good lessons for the next ACCPP forum in next year. So thank you once again for our panelists. Please join with me to give them big hands for the activities. So we are going to finish the session. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Premakumara. It was truly engaging and interesting panel discussion. And may I ask panelists and the moderator to remain on the stage for a group photo, please. And also, we would also like to present small gift from the local eco-friendly business. Thank you all speakers and the moderator once again for sharing enrichment information on regional collaboration against plastic pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next section, we will now take a coffee break. Refreshments are available in the back of the conference room. You may also take this opportunity to network with a fellow delegate, and let's come back in time in 11. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Let's continue our program with another interesting topic in this session 2. Our focus will be on the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution, or INC. We will begin with the keynote presentation followed by the panel discussion. To start off, I would like to invite our keynote presenter, Dr. Sitsai Markvilai from the Department of Environment, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Lao PDR to deliver his presentation. Please welcome.
Hello. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. So, today we are welcome to the quick introduction on the negotiation from the Global Plastic Treaty, and next. Okay, for my agenda today is I have four issues for the key of the INC process. The first is why we need the Global Plastic Treaty, and the second, how to negotiate process and what's status right now, and the third is a sum of key issue, and the fourth, and how we can support the INC process. Next page. Okay, let's start with the why we need the global plastic treaty, end of plastic pollution. As we see in the impact of the plastic pollution without the own eye, whether that means city coastline, system in city, or the smell of the burning plastic waste. Let's have a quick, not yet. Okay, let's have a quick look why the global agreement need to track this issue. As you know, plastic have become a fundamental part of the global economic and everyday life. In fact, over past 30 years, the plastic consumption have the quadruple of the plastic consumption. And today, researchers estimate the produce around 430 million tons of the new plastic, like virgin plastic use. And the plastic reduction is forecast to the triple by 2060. Next bit. Okay. Plastic contain really complex blend of the chemical to let them specific properties such as flexibility, color. So the problem of this, some of the substances can be harmful to human health and environment. And the recent study show that over 16,000 chemicals associated with the plastic, and very small amount of the actually regulate, and many of the could be hazardous to the human and environment. For the problematic and avoidable plastic product, including single-use and microplastic, in 2019, we have many products in short life plastic product made up 66%. And we also see the micro everywhere, such as foods we eat, the air we breathe, and the water we drink, and another research come out show microplastic in the human body blood. For the another problems in the waste management, the reality, most countries do not have capacity of the manage for the manage of the waste. In fact, globally, only 9% of plastic waste is recycled, and 22% of the plastic waste is mismanaged. And in the low-income country, 93% of waste is openly dumped. In our global life, in our global life, we can address such as complex issue. Why global community need to come together on the global treaty end of plastic pollution. And next, how to negotiate process. Next. For the INC, like I believe that everyone, the ASEAN member have to like a process on the INC process. In the March of 2022, the member of Environment Assembly adopted resolution 514 in plastic pollution, and this resolution requests extra big and intergovernmental negotiate committee to adopt it plastic pollution treaty. and key element, legally binding full life cycle, both binding and voluntary approach, and national system and capacity. So where we are now on the INC process. The INC process that I mentioned started from 2022. Now we are completely negotiated in the INC already. So up for the upcoming INC file in the Busan next month. We have just only 7 days for the negotiate for the INC file. What had been achieved so far? Members of the Intergovernmental Negotiate Committee have really gone a long process with and developing a draft text. They start textual negotiation and on the key provision and developing and now they need to find common ground to address final text that can be adopted in the INC file. And they also established expert group to collect information, support negotiate committee, and they have also established legal drafting group that we began in work at the INC file. For the INC file, there are two key expectations in the INC. Finalize and approach the text of the instrument and identify issue and area where preparatory work should be done in the periods between the developmental conference and the first section of the COP. Let's have a look at the key issue. Next of this slide, I have the quick overview of the some substances provision that have discussion in past of negotiation along of life cycle of the plastic. It have the upstream, midstream, and downstream. For this slide, I have to describe about the upstream. What the upstream issue we have primarily plastic polymer will be all about plastic production. How to manage ground volume plastic. What are the substances plastic products production? And the other issue, chemical and polymer of the concern. And this is all of the measure regulating used for the plastic and polymer of concern of the human health on the environment. And this last option of the upstream issue is problematic and avoidable plastic product, which is about the regulating single-use plastic and microplastic. And for the next midstream issue, we have provision product composition and performance. We focusing on the plastic use, increasing safety, recyclability, and also cover non-plastic substitute in mean innovation, alternative material, and we also have extended producer responsibility with like EPR with many familiar with increasing recycle waste. Next, for the downstream issue, which include emission and related from the plastic throughout its life cycle that include microplastic, related pollute from the production waste management. For the waste management, so any measure can improve waste management safe and environment results. And also include least chemical polymer product, plastic waste in the trade, and provision on the now to address legally pollution. Right now, they are still of unknown, and there is still a lot of the text that had not been agreed upon. So how in the ASEAN member country, how to support like in the INC file, how to support to adopt it. There are some document or some text of the in the INC file. So now we can support in the INC process. How we can support in the INC process. For the negotiate process, we have 7 days that I mentioned before of the ambition. Everyone is called upon to the help, support, inform, discussing, making, helping to get data gap, providing business and building capacity at the local international level, and also creating overall enabling environment. It means identifying policy, regulating and financial opportunity, supporting innovation solution, and working with the informal sector to support the just transition. For the update, we can check for the update the information on the INC. We can check the UN and the INC Secretariat web page. Next. This is the link of the data information on the for the INC file. Next up in upcoming. If you have to the interest, you can access to the web links to the what the INC process, what is the data information in that they put in the we were discussing on the INC process. This is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sitsai Mak Vilai. Next, we have 5 other speakers who are here with us to share their expertise and give more insight into the topic of INC through a panel discussion. I am pleased to invite on stage the first person, Mr. Yem Chandara, Mr. Yasup Rizki Pramata Virayan, Ms. Palina Khotputhon, Mr. Tavichai Jiaranai Khachon, joining us online, Mr. Le Ngok Tuan, also joining us online, and also our wonderful moderator, Mr. Fusanori Iwasaki.
Hi, hello everyone, good morning, and my name is Iwasaki, and I'm a research fellow of the ERIA. So, yeah, it is my great honor to be here as a moderator for this wonderful session. So, as you may know, as we have a wonderful keynote speech, and we are facing INC 5, the final session of the coming next month in Busan. Although there remain a very big challenge to conclude the document, everyone may know that, but all parties should keep this momentum to reach substantial conclusion at the end of this year, as we have planned. At the second ACCPP, this conference, is to show the efforts and initiative of the ASEAN to contribute to the conclusion of the plastic treaties to the region and the world. In that sense, we have a wonderful 5 speakers, 3 speakers in person and 2 speakers in online from ASEAN member state today. So let us have the one question to you all so that each panelist can respond to this question by 3 minutes per each. So, the first question, so I'd like to ask all of you to introduce yourself, your experience to INC, and also how to prepare the next INC meeting in December to cope with the challenge of implementing the global treaties on plastic in your country. Then, at first, I'd like to ask Yan-san, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good morning to everyone. So my name is Yam Chandra. I'm the technical advisor of the Minister Cabinet of the Ministry of Environment in Cambodia. So I was fortunate to be nominated to attend the negotiation process of the plastic pollution. So as my experience, I'm coming from the law background and also the experience working in the Ministry of Environment, it is a very good opportunity for me to join the negotiation. And what I have seen in the negotiation process, there's a lot of challenge, there's a lot of controversial and also contradict ideas from member states to the process. So this is what I have been experiencing in the negotiation process. And for the upcoming INC 5 in Busan in November, Cambodia's now in the Ministry of Environment, we have gathered the input from technical resource person to develop a statement for the INC 5 and also to join the process. And what we expect is that the process can be finalized in this INC 5 and the instrument can be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next presenter is Mr. Yusuf Rizki Pratama Wilayana. Please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, as acknowledged by moderator, my name is Yusuf Rizki Pratama Wiryawan. I'm from Indonesia, representing Ministry of Environment of Republic of Indonesia. My experience in the INC, I already followed the INC since the beginning, since the OEWG Open-Ended Working Group until the INC 4, and was involved as a delegate at INC 4 and INC 3 and INC 4, INC 3 in Nairobi and INC 4 in Ottawa. In both sessions, I was involved in negotiation at CG2, which discuss in element based on life cycle of plastics. It's a little bit challenging because it discuss about primary plastic polymers, chemical and polymers of concern, which already regulate in other MEAs, in the Basel, in the Stockholm, in the Rotterdam, and in the Minamata. And we, in Indonesia, once that the INC, the next plastic treaty, not duplicate the what others may. For the next INC, the government of Indonesia is currently preparing a national position of for INC 5, considering its so many aspects. There's a production, there's a waste management, there's abandoned fishing gear, there's a legacy waste, plastic waste, and national plan, and also capacity building, financial mechanism, and others, considering aspect with multi-stakeholder in Indonesia. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So next, Ms. Parina Kyokbon-Thon. Is it correct pronunciation? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderators. Esteemed guests, I am Palina Kotputhon, representing from Department of Environment, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. I am honored to have been invited by the Secretariat to participate in this panel on the INC process. For my involvement in the INC process is begun from the INC 2 in France and continue through the INC 4 in Canada. And also I'm culminating in my recent attendance at the head of delegation in Kenya at the end of the September. As for me, I do agree with Mr. from Indonesia, the process of the ANC negotiation. And for my personal, through my participation on this negotiation, I have comprehensively understood the process and context surrounding the development of the international legal binding or TTs. I recognize that the significance of conducting rigorous research and addressing the concern of the member state pertaining to the critical element and a draft treaty, especially those related to enforcement and control mechanisms. And also for the next INC or INC 5 is become to prepare for the participant in the INC 5, Department of Environment undertook several key activities, such as we host the consultation meeting with support by the GGGI. We hold the consultation meeting on September 26th, bringing together representatives from the public and private sector and international organization and civil society organization to analyze the content of the draft plastic treaty. And after that, we have to, together with the all delegates from Laos, we have to working on the statement of the Laos for the INC 5. This is some preparation of our country for INC 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have two online speakers. First, I'd like to invite Mr. Tawi Chai Jirana Ikohon. Sorry, this pronunciation may be a bit different, but yeah, please.
Thank you very much. This is Tawi Chai. I'm a director of the Waste Minimization Subdivision Pollution Control Department, Thailand. I'm responsible for making the policy on the upstream and the midstream of the waste management and the implementation according to the National Action Plan on the plastic waste management phase 2. And of course, being the national focal point of the INC on the plastic pollution. Actually, regarding the foreseen to certain challenges of the global treaty that will be happen soon. Actually, for the preparations for the INC, we have significantly talked a lot with the relevant stakeholders, especially through the plastic production sectors, with the consumer sectors, with the public sectors, because the new plastic pollution treaty has a lot of impact to them. So it's going to be a big work for us. And also we are in the process to develop the EPR legislation, and hopefully it will be enforced by 2027. And I think it will support the plastic pollution treaty as well. Okay, and back to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And then the last speaker, Mr. Lu Gok Tuang. floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, and good morning to colleagues. I'm very happy to see many similar faces of the ASEAN countries who joining the INC process. Colleagues from Cambodia, from Laos, and also from Thailand. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ning Ngọc Thuận, as you see. Director General of the International Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. And I have joined the INC process since INC 3 in Nairobi, and also attended the INC 4 in Ottawa and the informal meeting of the HOD in Nairobi, as colleagues from Lao PDR just mentioned. Like many other colleagues from ASEAN countries, I just like to mention that Vietnam is now working on the national position for INC 5. Of course, I agree with my distinguished colleague from Thailand, because of the global treaties which have the impact on the every stakeholder in the society. So we need to work with them to develop our position to make sure that everybody is just get involved in the process in very transparent process. And I think the challenge for countries like ASEAN countries is our limited capabilities in implementing the global treaties, especially if we have like a high scenario with the very ambitious treaty. That's why we in Vietnam, we try to get involved in, just the stakeholders through the very useful platform is the NPAP. Through the NPAP, we disseminate on the process of negotiating of the global treaty, and also we gather the comments and input from the stakeholder for the process to have the Vietnam delegation when we attending to the INC. Of course, like many other countries, we just want to have the global treaty to address the plastic pollution because of its severe impacts on our life and our environment. But we also need to make sure that countries like us to have the flexibilities and also the support from the international community to implement the global treaty in the future. It's my some initial thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the presenter to explain the preparation for the coming INC. So I'd like to ask the second question, and then the second question I will ask for each presenter for the specific question. So first, I'd like to ask Mr. Yan. So Cambodia is facing the rapid urbanization and development. So especially in a city like Phnom Penh or Sihanoukville, so how do you deal with the increase of waste? And how do you prevent leakage to the ocean? So in these questions, I'd like to ask 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator, for the question. So when we say about the rapid growth of the urbanization, so we all know that the challenge is waste management is like a big challenge. So as Phnom Penh and also Sihanoukville, like when we compare like several years ago for the data of the waste that generation, it is a very much different from the last 5 years. So I think in Phnom Penh city it's like 3,000 tons per day. And also in Sihanoukville, there's a lot of waste generation because of the recently rapid growth in the Sihanoukville city, and also ASEAN city will is considered as the multi-purpose special economic zone for the Cambodia. So relating to the waste management, Cambodia has like when we say about the regulation. So in 2015, the government has issued the sub-decrees on waste, municipal waste, solid waste management. So the main purpose of this solid waste management is that before it used to be like governed by the central government. So the main purpose of the sub-decree is like we delegate all the power and also the waste management to the subnational level and also to the district level, so that they have their own waste management system as according to the situation in their area. So another regulation is also the government has recently issued the regulation for the incentive of the tax and also the tariff to the small and medium enterprise, in which they have for the recycling. So all of those small and medium enterprise will be get the special incentive, so that it is also one of the mechanism to reduce the waste to the landfill. And currently, the Ministry of Environment has also drafted the sub-decrees on the single-use plastic. So in this sub-decree, we will ban some single-use plastic from time to time, and so we have a proper plan to ban the single-use plastic. And last year, the Ministry of Environment has launched the circular strategy on environment 2023-2028. So in this strategy, we have three core strategy: is clean, green, and sustainable. So regarding to the waste management, it is also in the first strategy is the clean. And Cambodia also launched the campaigns of to plastic reduction, and the theme today, I do not use plastic bag. So this campaign, it is very successful because it is like more than 9 million people from enterprise, government sectors, school, pagoda, they all join. And also we also have another, now we currently also have another campaign is that the Clean Cambodia. So all the district level, pagodas, schools, awareness raising, so they all have do this campaigns. And one more is that the Ministry of Environment also has been supporting to the local government by not only the technical support, but also we provide the equipment for the waste management. And also now through the development partner, so we are also building the landfill in some strategic provinces. So it is to ensure that the waste management system will be properly managed from the cities and from the rural area to the landfill. And regarding to the waste leakage to the ocean, Ministry of Environment is also now developing a roadmap to clean the water, clean the waste from the water in the Tonle Sap area, which is it is to prevent all the waste flowing to the ocean. And also we are now taking step by step for the waste management, and we also have a before we were having only the dumping side, but now we are also on the way to building the sanitary landfill in the suburb of the Phnom Penh cities and also some strategic province around Tonle Sap Lake. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, yeah, I'd like to ask Mr. Yusuf for the Indonesia. Now, Indonesia faced a significant challenge with the plastic pollution, as you may know, being the second largest contributor of the ocean's plastic. So the country produced around 3.2 million tons of the unmanaged plastic waste. So with 1.29 million tons ending up in the sea. So what the action take to reduce the plastic leakage into the oceans? So please explain your view. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you again for the question, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, if we look at your data you delivered before, it's quite pathetic and it's quite ironic because considering that Indonesia is archipelagic states, that's it's very vulnerable to plastic pollution. But we can rule out the possibility of legacy plastic or existing plastic waste that leak to the ocean. However, the government, our government or government of Indonesia have been actively working to address plastic pollution. In the first action, we already developed the policy and regulation. We have a National Plastic Action Partnership in Indonesia, a public-private partnership aimed at reducing marine debris leakage by 70% by 2025 and achieving near zero, not net zero, near zero plastic waste pollution by 2040, as we submitted to the UNFCCC as enhanced NDC on waste sector. We also regulate single-use plastics, and I'm proud to share that there's several cities and province and the most famous tourism destination like Bali already bans single-use plastic products like straw, like bags, and we encourage the implementing of EPR, extended producer responsibility policies, to hold producers responsible for the entire life cycle of their products, including proper disposal and waste management. Meanwhile, if we talk only the policy and regulation, Indonesia government also developed the infrastructures itself. We investing the construction and improvement of waste management facilities, including waste sorting and recycling plants, as well as we also have a waste bank. Waste bank is for sorting the unorganic waste from the communities before it's sent to the recycling industry. And also we have waste collection system, expanding waste collection system, particularly in urban and coastal areas to reduce littering and illegal dumping. We also involve the public awareness and education by a campaigns, launching public awareness campaigns to educate the public about the danger of plastic pollution, how its negative impact to the environment, and encourage responsible waste disposal, as well as engage the communities, particularly in coastal area, to promote sustainable waste management practice. While significant progress has made by the government, Indonesia still faces numerous challenges in tackling plastic pollution. I think it is the same challenges in every member state, ASEAN member state, among ASEAN member state. The behavior changes is very, very challenging action that we need to improve, and continue effort are needed to strengthen policy as well as improve infrastructure, raise public awareness, and promote sustainable practices to effectively reduce the plastic waste leakage into the ocean. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So let me ask Ms. Parina. So Lao has recently endorsed the National Plastic Action Plan. So what are the ambitions of the NPAP? What are the potential challenges for the implementation you are foreseeing in your country? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your insightful questions. So I'm eager to utilize the platform to convey the objective of the NPAP and foster collaborative effort toward their realization. As you say, the Lao PDR, we have to endorse the NPAP. So the NPAP aim to address the growing issue of the plastic pollution by the prioritizing the plastic waste management, promoting the circular economy principle, and fostering stakeholder engagement. So the plan's key ambition is includes reducing plastic waste. This involves minimizing the production and consumption of single-use plastic, particularly those that are problematic or unnecessary. And the second is to improve waste management, enhancing the collection, sorting, and recycling of the plastic waste to improve the infrastructure and system, promoting circular economies, encouraging the reuse, repair, and recycling of plastic products to minimize waste and conserve resources, raising public awareness, educating the public about the environmental and social impact of plastic pollution, promoting responsible consumption, and encouraging participation in waste reduction efforts. And the last, strengthening the international cooperation, collaborating with the other country and international organizations to share knowledge, technology, and best practice in plastic waste management. This is the key ambition of the NPAP. And however, despite this ambition grown, the implementation of the NPAP faced several challenges, like limited infrastructure and resource. As you know, Lao has a limited waste management infrastructure, particularly in rural area. This makes it difficult to collect, sort, and recycling plastic waste effectively. And also financial constraint. The economic limited financial resource may hinder investment in waste management infrastructure, technology, and public awareness campaign. So weak enforcement and compliance, limited enforcement capacity, and weak regulatory framework may impede the effective implementation of the NPAP provisions, and lack of awareness education. Many people in Laos lack of awareness and about the environmental impact of plastic pollution. This makes it difficult to encourage behavior change and promote sustainable consumption practice. And the last one, the economic consideration. The plastic industry contributes to the economy, and strict regulation could impact jobs and businesses. A balanced approach is needed to protect the environmental within the harming economic goals. So, to overcome these challenges, Lao will need to prioritize investment in waste management infrastructure, strengthen its regulatory framework, right public awareness and seek international cooperation. A holistic approach that balances environmental protection with economic development is critical for the successful implementation of the NPAP. That's is my answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So next, I'd like to ask Mr. Tawi Chai from online. So Thailand has a roadmap on plastic waste management from 2018 to 2030. So what is the progress of the implementation of this ambitious roadmap? And what are the challenges you are facing now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Divasiti-san. First of all, let me tell you, the roadmap was created because there was one article stated that Thailand had produced the plastic waste into the ocean as the number 6 of the world during that time. And when Thailand has the roadmap, and the first goal was to ban the use of the 7 types of problematic plastic packaging, and that are the capsules, the microbeads, the cosmetics, the oxo-degradable plastic packaging, the styrofoam food containers, the thin plastic bags, and the thin plastic cups, and the plastic straws. And in the interim, actually, there was a national action plan on the plastic waste management phase 1 from 2020 to 2022. And when the action plan was being driven, and the world and Thailand also experienced with the outbreak of the COVID-19, which consumed plenty of single-use plastic packaging during that time. And that's why we have to change the way in the national action plan of the plastic waste management phase 2, because we had not known at that time that when the COVID-19 would be ended and the use of the plastic would likely continue, and therefore we had to control the plastic design and production to be in the eco-friendly approach. For example, how to produce the plastic in the eco-friendly way, and that must be conducive to recycling into the circular economy system as much as possible, and reduce the burden of the local governments in terms of the waste management, especially the plastic waste management. In addition, there must be a law on the sustainable packaging management that use the EPR law to take back the used plastic packaging. And this is what I would like to recap for you a little bit. And currently, regarding the progress according to the National Action Plan Phase 2, I would like to let you know some major examples. The Sustainable Packaging Management Act has been already drafted and is being proposed to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, or the Ministerial Law Development Committee, before being submitted to the Cabinet for the pre-consideration, and takes several steps with the relevant agencies to proceed in accordance with the rule of procedures for proposing the draft act, which is expected to be officially enacted approximately in 2027. And during the Sustainable Packaging Management Act drafting process, we are cooperating with the private sector and the Federation of Thai Industry in the implementation of the voluntary EPR in order to study the used packaging take-back model and the economic incentive that is suitable for the system and to be ready once we have the legitimate enforcement. And in addition, we have received assistance from the foreign and international organization in studying the structure of the establishment of the Startup Pro and the First National Pro Management, the EPR fee calculation structure, the packaging database system and the registration of manufacturers and the registration of pro and electronic reporting, the collection of the EPR fee and the cleanup levies. And another thing is the cost effectiveness for establishment and operation of the clean MRF in the different sites in the future. And besides the activities not related to the drafting the laws, including the implementation according to the guideline on design for recycling for the plastic packaging, and that are the PET for beverage bottle, the HDPE for the home care, personal care packaging, and the PP, polypropylene for the single-use trays and cups. And also we are in the discussion with the Ministry of Public Health to find ways to facilitate the production and distribution of the label-free PET drinking water bottles so that we can ensure that it would be 100% recycled without anything to be discarded for the disposal. And we also have the Ministry of Public Health notification on the methodology to prove the quality of the recycling PET used as the food contact packaging. And this will help in facilitating the recovery rate and the price of used PET bottle and the increasing of the recycling percentage of the PET bottle in the future. And we have been working together with the Plastic Institute of Thailand to establish the PCR certification system for recycled plastic and many things. And for the current challenges, the main thing is that we don't have any law yet. And therefore, everything that is being implemented are from the explanation and clarification of the circular economy and the EPR tools to make the relevant sector mutually understanding. And another challenge is the setting up a suitable post-consumption waste management system, especially the sorting packaging waste from the household and at the sources. And this is because the people still recognize the former appearance that the municipality will gather all pre-sorted waste together with other types of waste again. And this is making the people afford to separate the waste from the beginning in vain. And if this packaging waste is contaminated from the beginning, especially with the food waste, the quality of the packaging waste will be low and will, of course, affect the quality of the PCR pellets. In addition, reaching out to the SME businesses to understand this law is also another challenge for us. And that's all the point I would like to raise at this time. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And last but not the least, I'd like to ask Mr. Tuan. Vietnam is benefiting from the rapid economic growth, which can be detrimental to the environment and lead to increase of the plastic pollution as well. So how do you intend to conciliate the economic growth and environmental priorities? How do you plan to involve the private sector? So, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for very interesting and very tough questions for me. I'd like to say that of course, we know that the side effect of the rapid economic growth is environmental pollution. For the Vietnamese case, from the top leaders to the ministry level, we have the policy that we don't accept to develop first and to clean up later. It means that we don't sacrifice the environment to have the economic growth, and it has been legalized in the legal system of Vietnam, especially for the law on the environmental protection 2020. And you know that the environmental pollution cannot be addressed by the government effort only. it should have the joint effort from the society and also from the private sector. As I mentioned earlier in my intervention, is we have the NPAP platform, and through the platform we try to mobilize the participation from the private sector in addressing the plastic pollution. And I mean, just some day ago, my ministry and partners like Unilever and also the BRICHAM to have the context of, we call it the breakthrough solution. It means that we try to encourage all the stakeholders, especially for young people, to join the effort on addressing the plastic pollution. And through this kind of campaign, we try to educate the society and the private sector on the severe impact of plastic pollution. And also we try to get them involved in the government effort to address this problem because plastic pollution is something affecting everybody in the countries, not just for the just the government agency or organization or ordinary people. So we try to engage them in our effort, and also it is quite. We are happy that at the moment we also have other big brand name like Coca-Cola and also Unilever and other to join the NPAP. And through the NPAP, we try to have, just a big impact on the society behavior to address the plastic pollution and also to contribute to the transformation of our economy from linear to circular one. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, although that we have a very limited time, but I hope to have some question from the audience.
We have a question from one of the participants online. Which element of the INC, so primary plastic polymer, waste management, or other elements, do you think ASEAN should have a uniform voice in? Thank you.
So let me repeat the question. What element of the INC, primary plastic polymer, waste management, or others, do you think should ASEAN have a uniform voice on? Oh. Anyone want to take a...
Yeah.
Yeah, can I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I think it's quite interesting question about the element for INC. We know that the different countries, even among ASEAN countries, we have different priorities and also different benefit and interest in the global treaty. So, but I think that what we can agree and have the uniform, unique voice on that is how to end the plastic pollution, especially its impact on our environment and also the human life. Of course, every country have different approach when we are negotiating the global treaty. But I think waste management is something that we have quite similar views on that. For plastic polymer production, we also have different views among our countries. And maybe just colleague from other countries can provide more information. But I think so far waste management is something that we agree to have. I mean, just it's the easier to have the ASEAN common voice on that. And also for the financial mechanism, because we are the developing countries, we with a limited capability for implementing the obligation, if we have the very ambitious global treaty on plastic pollution. So the financial mechanism should have like easier access for developing countries like us. And also with the flexibility on the obligation when we join the global treaty. So I hope that I can answer part of the question.
Yes, we have also Ms. Palina that nod. Yes, if you want to add, and also from Thailand as well. If you want, do you agree with Mr. Tuan? Yes.
Yes, totally agree with Mr. Tuan, because it's very difficult to be designed with for the primary or secondary of the chemical of the plastic that we have to control. But however, we should be focused on the how to resolve the problem of the plastic, the amounts of the plastic waste is and also the financial support is very important for the, and also for the financial support should be more effective for the developing countries. This is my personal perspective. Thank you.
Because actually, Thailand, we support the Vietnam opinion on the waste management, because I think if we talk about the primary plastic polymer, they are going to talk about the cap production, and for the cap production, it's going to be the issue that many countries have, the ASEAN disputation. And it's going to make the INC cannot be in the INC 5. So the waste management should be prioritized first. This is my idea. And then when we ensure that we can retrieve, we can take back the plastic back into the circular economy, it will share the PCR market for the in the supply chain. And that will help to reduce the burden of the secondary. Will increase the supply of the secondary plastic in the market. So at that time, I think we can do something with the primary plastic polymer in the later stage, and that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. So I also would like to support the Mr. Tuan and Tavichai and Palina idea that as ASEAN, I think we all have like similar situation. But to end plastic pollution, there's a lot of work that we need to do. But as ASEAN, as we have similar situation, I think waste management can be like one of the top priority for us, because this is also we are like for the polymer, so that we are all having problem of the waste management and also limited recycling and also the waste policy. So for me and also for the ASEAN, I think waste management can be the top priority, and also the technical transfer and the financial transfer, the financial support from the development partner and also from developed country is also like, it should be like easier to access, so that we can implement it like more effectively and to end plastic pollution. Thank you.
We also have another question.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Kumara from IGES. So I'm very interested to hear that the ASEAN member countries is highlight the importance of the waste management, the plastic. So then my questions come in. So plastic is one of the item in the waste management. So why we need to discuss much on plastic waste management without considering more integrated solid waste management? Because solid waste management, plastic is part of the solid waste management. So without considering this source separation and overall waste management, how we discuss only just a small portion of the waste plastic? So how you member countries is looking this dialogue? Because if it is plastic, looking at more upstream EPR activities, I feel it can discuss separately. But if it is discussing waste management in the downstream, do we need to discuss separately, or do we need to discuss as a integrated waste management and the policies of the countries? So I would like to hear your the policy views on this. Thank you.
Anyone can respond?
Yes, allow me to respond. I'm not sure. This is Thongchai from Thailand. Actually, it is difficult, to separate about the waste management and the plastic waste management, because in Thailand we would like to focus on both waste management and plastic waste management together, because what we would like to focus, actually, we would like to focus for the holistic system of waste management, because we would like to focus, for example, the food waste, the plastic waste, because we would like to separate the plastic waste and food waste out of each other, because food waste cause the greenhouse gases, right? And the plastic waste cause the leaking into the ocean. So basically, based on our drafted Sustainable Packaging Management Act, we focus on the circular economy. We are not focused on the EPR. EPR will become just only one tool in my legislation, because we would like to change the production line. We would like to change all things. We would like to change all plastic waste not to contact with the food waste when we separate the waste at sources. This is the thing that we would like to make it happen in the future. So if we talk about the plastic waste and the food waste, and actually we focus for all things. But for me, it depends on the different legislation. For the food waste, it depends on the Waste Management Act. And for the plastic waste, it really depends on the draft Sustainable Packaging Management Act. Because for the food waste, for the normal Waste Management Act, they don't say anything about the circularity. So they just say things like in terms of the linear economy only. And that's why we need to manage the food waste. We need to focus on the food surplus. And this is the thing that we would like to focus. This is the policy system in the country. And we agree with you. We would like to focus both of them, but depends on the Thailand's law. We have the separated act that we have to deal together. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, okay. 1 minute, please.
Sorry, well, the question quite important to ASEAN. I really appreciate all the comments and advice from the panelists. I think it's not question, but just to share about ASEAN. I think about this sort of ASEAN common position on this global plastic treaty. As you may have noted, ASEAN have different approach. From that, I mean, every one of you expect ASEAN to have such a EU sort of modality, enforcement, implementation, and so on. But ASEAN have a way of doing our own business. ASEAN follow the theoretical sort of approach, I may say, think globally or think regionally, act nationally and locally. What it means think regionally? It means we set our goals, our purpose collectively, what we want to achieve. And then act nationally and locally. This ASEAN sort of process in general. Therefore, when we say ASEAN sort of common voice or position, basically like Mr. Tuan point out, which is at a higher level, eliminate plastic pollution. That is the key point. This is our common voice. Try to address this sort of plastic pollution. By which way? ASEAN come together a number of key guiding documents, including the Bangkok Declaration, Regional Action Plan, and also the ASEAN Declaration on the circularity, just recently adopted by ASEAN leader. So it means that ASEAN sort of common voice or position is not prescriptive. It just provides a framework to guide a common goal that we want to achieve in line with whatever the global sort of treaty. So we have already some of the key guiding documents to support. However, when it comes to the national level, this is the way from the country need to identify what works well from the economic sector, from the socio-economic aspect, and also the way capacity can respond. The point already raised quite important by the speaker, the financial support. This is one of the main enabling conditions to make this sort of transformative move for end of plastic in our region. And then the flexibility of the implementation that pointed out by Mr. Tuan is very clear, very good suggestion, because this is the way we can have this sort of inclusive, we work together to achieve our common goal. And with that, thank you very much to all the speakers and all moderators. Thank you.
Abruptly, thank you very much, Dr. Bonsok. Now, I intended to say to all of you that the importance of the diversity of the ASEAN, and also that the common kinds of the stance, which is embodied by the some ASEAN declaration, and then also that we know that the recent declaration of the plastic circularity in this month just adopted. So I'd like to conclude this session, although the time has already passed. So but we have a lot of the kinds of the lessons and also the things that we need to consider. So one is that how to consider the subnational level and of the waste management system, and also how to engage the local people to change their behavior for the plastic and also the waste management, and also that we could consider how to improve the waste management infrastructure, and also the laws and regulations, so which could be necessary for the technical and also the financial support from the all over the world, and also that we can consider some of the design for the plastic eco-friendly way, and also how to implement the EPR as an effective way. And finally, I'd like to touch upon the how to engage the stakeholders such as the society and the private sector to educate the better way for the eco-friendly and also the waste management and circularity. So although that these are the very limited the conclusion from the moderator, but yeah, let us keep in touch for all of you, and then to discuss further for the coming INC as well as the new global plastic treaty. Finally, I'd like to ask all of the participants and audience to have a big applause to the keynote speaker and also the presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fusanori-san, and also our ASEAN 5 panelists for the insightful on INC. Please return on the stage for a good photo, please. Once again, everyone, may I have another round of applause for our amazing panelists and moderators.
Hi everyone, and if you have any question, let me know. I will try to answer them. Okay, so please stand up. I know that we have a very good lunch. A lot of people said it was great, and then it's time to exercise a little bit and then go see the exhibition and the booths. So from those who are joining online, please follow me. Yeah. All right. We will start with we have here BMORE. So we have BMORE here. Maybe I would ask representative from BMORE to tell us more about your product.
บ่มีนัดกันเลยเนาะ เจ้าสบายดี Hi everyone good not morning not afternoon good afternoon again so little bit โอ้บ่ทันเนาะว่าสิเปิดวิดีโอ I try to check the video for you guys to show but maybe later so here is a BMORE team I would say that it's a small entrepreneur that we trying to establish and trying to run the business, small business. So this is maybe you guys know about wrap. You guys know wrap, but not everyone here know that this is made from wax. Maybe, yeah. So this is our product. We went to the village that who growing bee. So we saw that they collect only the they harvest only the honey to sell, but for the wax they threw it away, like 100 kilos per year. So I thought we a team we thought that this is the time that we need to help them for get more income and not throw these valuable things. So this is our first product, and this one you can use to wrap your cup and your bowl or something like that, or like this. We produce as a bag, so you can have wrap. You can have a beeswax wrap and put your food like your leftover food and keep in fridge so it can stay fresh like this more than 3 weeks. I want you guys to try. So,
all right. Let's continue for the second booth. Thank you very much from BMORE.
oh, thank you so much. My name is Pao. I'm beautiful, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Pao. Next, we will have Pati Hoop. Yes, go ahead, Pati Hoop.
Sabaydi. My name is Sert, and we are Pati Hoop. We are based in Luangprabang province. So our product is a plastic recycling company, and this is made from 100 recycled plastic that we collect in Luangprabang. We collect from hospitality industry, household, and also from the temple, from school, from community. So we take all 100% of plastic as well, not only low value and high value plastic, and then we press it.
Hi, can you hear me?
Then we put it in the mold, and then we press it to be as a plywood size. And after press, that is the cold pressure. And after that, we convert it into durable and unique products as this one. So our product can be like a coaster, soap dish, and kitchen, even the table or panels, like a bigger item or decorative item as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Very good solutions from Luang Prabang. If you have the chance to visit another town in Laos, Luang Prabang is very recommended. It's a World Heritage UNESCO city, so please visit Luang Prabang and visit Patihup and purchase their product as well. Next, we have Equinox. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, all. My name is Aileen from Equinox Laos. Here we are the enterprise that this is our pilot project. The product is for Rent Your Cup. The cup is the initiative, like the customer can deposit their money for 65,000 kip within 15 days. If you like bring back the cup to the restaurant or the cafe, you will get back your 100% money deposit. And also we have biodegradable cup that made from sugarcane sheath that is 100% biodegradable, and you also after use you can use it at the seed planting. It's spent around 90 days for biodegradable. And here we also have videos of our project that we work through. Yes. Thank you.
And of course, another project that Equinox has done is working with UNDP to develop with MONRE the guideline on plastic-free meetings and office. So if you are interested to this work and you want to apply in your own office or your own country, you can look at that. Thank you very much, Aling.
Sorry. We have the QR code here. You can scan and download them. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move to NatureWare. Go ahead.
Hi, hello, good evening. Good afternoon. My name is Sherry. I'm from NatureWare. NatureWare is we produce plate from the leaves. We have various ingredients like betel nuts, like bamboo leaf, and this is a coconut fiber, and this is a bamboo leaves, and also this is a straw. We try to use a lot of ingredients from nature, and we have a lot of design will coming soon. So if you guys are interested in the leaf place, you can take a look at the information here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cherry. So Cherry didn't mention, but we can put in microwave. You can put water on it. It can resist. So that's great innovation from Nicola company, and the product's name is
NatureWare.
NatureWare, awesome. Now we move to Green Biotech Laos. Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm from Green Biotech Laos. I'm the founder. So in Green Biotech Laos, we work directly with plastic. For example, the compost, we upcycling it, so we generate food waste into compost, and also we also use the alternative for bio waste, the rice husk, rice straw, to make the packaging. It is biodegradable one, and we also on the research going, which is biocomposite, which is we think that it will be the future of plastic. It's eco-friendly and can use for 1 or 2 years, but for this compostable just only 24 hours, it can degrade.
Awesome, another alternative to plastic product from Laos. Thank you very much. Now we move from Laos to, I think, Indonesia, right? So go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bisma. I'm from Formula. Our project is about, the name is In Waste. It stands for Indonesia Waste Management Assessment System and Network. So basically, we try to make some reporting system because Indonesia have a national target about 70% marine debris reduction in the 2025, and there is 18 ministries and agencies that member for the National Action Plan to reduce marine debris reduction. So we try to make the system for help them reporting the effort that they already made to fulfill the National Action Plan. So there are so many ministries and agencies, 18. So it would be easier for them to for them to reporting the update, like how much the waste that they collected from beach cleanup, how much the infrastructure that they already developed, how much the campaign raising awareness effort that they already doing into the website. So from that amount of data, we can also calculate the reduction of marine waste of Indonesia from the 2018 to the target 2025, which means it already 2 months left. So that's basically what we're gonna do. This is the display of our reporting system. We already collect the 23.68% up to until now. Maybe that's all I can explain for the
Thank
project.
you. And then we will hear more from you right after the visit. You will provide a introduction of your company. Yeah. Go ahead. Next for Gradasi, sorry. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fahreza. I'm from Indonesia. I represent Gradasi. You can also take our flyer here. Gradasi is Indonesian Interfaith Waste Charity Movement. Gradasi is a behavior change campaign aimed to reduce waste in the environment through a religious approach by donating waste to place a worship and involving religious figure in the community. So we donate our waste. We came from our house to bring to the worship place and give it them, and the profit will sell to the off-taker, and they get the profit and to build their own worship place, to get biasiswa, or we can build a school, and for anything else for help the people, the poor people, something like that. So
Awesome.
Okay. So we have also has a number of place of worship has running right now. There are mass, Catholic Church, temple, university, and also school, Islamic boarding school, local communities, government officer, and corporate officer, something like that. So because the Indonesia is the most largest waste in the number 5 in the world, so we must to have a solution for the waste. I think that's it for me.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great idea, and it really can be, scaled up and come to Laos as well, because we also have a lot of temples and a lot of people can contribute to that as well.
Maybe.
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank you.
Next to the Philippines now. We change
Hello.
from Indonesia to Philippines.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Benjo Vidal. I am the founder of Circulo Plus. Yeah, this one. Circulo Plus is more than a recycling solution. It's a comprehensive platform that helps communities and to close the loop in plastic pollution. So what we did in the Circulo Plus, we connect with the businesses, with the local government units, with the communities to collect those data from the ground level. And from those data, we generate and we analyze and track those data. So every plastic that enters our system will be traceable and trackable. So we are partnering with the government, with local communities, for us to be able to collect and gather enough data for better decision making in terms of plastic pollution. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Circulo Plus. Let's continue with another representative from the Philippines with Pure Ocean. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hope you all had a good lunch. I'm Pia Ocampo from Pure Oceans in the Philippines. We work in particular, well, everyone else seems to be in waste management or resource circularity. We're actually in marine conservation. It just so happened that because we wanted to get plastics out of recent seas, we had to deal with waste management. So in particular, we work with underserved coastal and island communities a lot in Asia, a lot in the Philippines, definitely. And the thing is, we need to help these local government units. We need to capacitate them in solid waste management design, which the law makes them do their waste management design, but are not capacitated for it. So we could co-develop very locally apt waste management solutions, which could be as simple as having a trash boat instead of a trash truck. And even like communities that don't even have coastal roads, we have to help them figure out the logistics of their waste management and try to make it as value generating for them as possible, which with our very limited circularity in the Philippines means working with a very small group of upcyclers or helping the communities themselves develop their own value generating social enterprises. If you'd like that to be replicated, or if you'd like to help us replicate that across the Philippines to help our more than 2 million tons of plastic get out of the ocean, do please get in touch with me and Pia.
Thank you very much, Ocean. So next we have the booths of GPAP. So we heard already this morning, if you want to provide a little bit more information, and there's also a QR code to scan as well.
Thank you very much. So the Global Plastic Action Partnership, or GPAP, is this initiative where we set up national plastic action platforms in the countries that become member. And we really try to bring together various stakeholders, so also many innovators like you. If you hear about NPAP being launched in the country, please reach out either to me or to the Global Secretariat, or directly, if you know, to the national persons. Like in the case of Laos, we have a code here that will be the NPAP, let's say, focal point at the beginning. And through our initiatives, we also try to promote occasions also for innovators to meet possible investors, but also to maybe take part in capacity building programs. Sometimes there are occasions from the forum and from other from other teams in our organization that can provide really support. Sometimes is financial, sometimes is really maybe technical or mentoring. So I think altogether we can help to address plastic pollution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liviana. Let's move back from Switzerland to Laos. And we have two companies here. Go to Green. Maybe you start first, yes?
โดยจะขอว่าเป็นภาษาลาวเด้อพอดีหัวหน้าเพิ่นก็ข่าวเวียกเพิ่นก็บ่ได้เข้ามาเนี่ยน้องคณะชื่อปัสชงเนาะเป็นอาสาของ Go to Green
So her name is Pasichong. She is the member of Go to Green.
โดย Go to Green ของพวกเราจะเป็นสตาร์ทอัพเนาะจะเป็นบริษัทซึ่งปัจจุบันนี้พวกเราคณะหับซื้อขี้เหงื่อโดยจะหับซื้อผ่านแอปพลิเคชันซึ่งหลายๆท่านอาจจะเข้าไปใน Play Store แล้วก็ไปดาวน์อยู่ในนั้นได้จะเขียนชื่อว่า Go to Green
So Go to Green has an application on Play Store or I don't remember the way of Google Store, and then you can download the app and then you can sell your waste to Go to Green.
โดยแอปพลิเคชันของพวกเราคณะจะเซอร์วิสเกี่ยวกับเรื่องขี้เหงื่อบ่ว่าซื้อกระตุกบ่เปเปอร์บอมันจะมีหลายๆอยู่ในเราจะมีราคาพร้อมเพียงแต่ว่าท่านเข้าไปไหนก็เข้าไปบุ๊กเนาะท่านเข้าไปในเพียงแต่ท่านเข้าไปบุ๊กเวลาไว้แล้วพวกเราจะไปหับฮอดเฮือนของท่านเลย
So it's very convenient. You can when you have your application, you can book when you want them to pick your waste. It can be like cartons, aluminum, plastic, and all kind of recyclable waste that they can come and pick at your place. Very convenient. Thank you very much. We move now to Ban Khao Hom. Ban Khao Hom, actually a lot of the speakers have received the gift from their shop.
Sabadi, we are from Ban Khao Hom. My name is Ting and Nate. We do sell product in Laos. We support Lao product, and this is some of product in our shop. In our shop, we do have some vegetable, fresh vegetable, organic, and it's eco-friendly product. Yes, from Laos.
Thank you very much. And this is the first zero waste shop in Laos.
This is first zero waste in Laos. Thank you.
Let's continue.
เจ้าสบายดีสุดารัตน์พันธุ์ภูธรเจ้าอันนี้จะเป็นศูนย์ผลิตที่กำลังเริ่มทดลองอยู่ตอนนี้ที่จะใช้แรงงานจากชาวบ้านเจ้า
So this is name Sudalat has piloted this product to be an alternative to the cup holder. Especially in Southeast Asia, we use a lot of cup holder and it's mostly plastic. So this is an alternative solution to that plastic cup holder.
เจ้าเพราะว่าจะเป็นการส่งเสริมแรงงานภายในที่ว่าหลังจากว่าเก็บกู้เกี่ยวข้าวเฮ็ดนาเฮ็ดอย่างแล้วนะเขาจะเป็นการเป็นงานเสริมให้กับชาวบ้านจะเป็นการส่งเสริมภายในอีก
So it's actually also a social benefit on it because like mostly those who make this cup holder is the farmers after they have done with the harvest of the rice, they have generated additional income through making those cup holders.
เจ้าเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวนี้นะตัวนี้นี่ถ้าสมมุติว่าเขาผลิตอยู่ในช่วงที่แรงงานเขายังผลิตได้น้อยเพราะว่าต้นทุนค่อนข้างอยากสูงเพราะฉะนั้นเฮ็ดให้การตลาดของเขายังขยายบ่ได้ดีเพราะว่าถ้าเป็นสินค้าที่นำเข้าเพิ่นจะใช้เป็นอุตสาหกรรมเพิ่นจะใช้เครื่องจักรและต้นทุนเพิ่นจะถูกลงตอนนี้เขายังเบิ่งอยู่ว่าเขาจะสามารถที่จะเฮ็ดแบบนั้นได้บ่เพื่อส่งเสริมการขายภายในเจ้า
So right now it's very artisanal supporting the community but it's still like the price is higher than if you industrialize it or having a factory to it, and it's not yet as competitive as the one that we might import from other countries. So this is a balance that we need to find in terms of the economy, how to support local people, local products, and help them to increase their production so that it can be viable. Thank you, ขอบใจ
ขอบใจ Thank you.
Now we move to waste to value, still in Laos, before we go to Vietnam.
Okay. I'll try to give a brief overview of the project. So this is our project Waste to Value for Swiss Contact. We have two main target groups here. In this project, one is the tourism and hospitality SMEs, and the other one is the informal waste pickers, which you will hear more about in the session tomorrow. We will have a panel on informal waste pickers. But with the tourism and hospitality sector, the main objective is that we want them to become more green. So for example, under the first component, which is green products and services, well, one is we had an eco challenge. So actually you can see two teams here who participated, Green Biotech Lao and Nicola. And then on the second point is we also try to work with the tourism and hospitality businesses to find alternatives for the top 5 use plastics that they usually have. So for example, they said like, okay, we wanted to have like this beverage cup holder because it's usually made with plastic bags to have a more another kind of alternative. So we actually first had this idea, but then they said they couldn't hang it on their motorbike. So actually we worked with a lot of local businesses, like for example with Sislat here, to actually get the feedback and then improve the product. And then what you see here now is the product that we're currently piloting. And then also next month we will actually have a campaign with the local mini marts to reduce their plastic bag consumption. So as you can see here, we have several who already pledged that they wanted to be in this campaign to give less plastic bags and actually have more alternatives, like for example this eco bag. So you can see here there's their logo, and then this they can actually give out and maybe also sold into their in their mini marts. And then our second component is actually looking at waste management. So we look at here two types of waste streams. So one is plastic and one is food waste. In plastic, we look at reduction of the single-use plastic. So here we work actually with the plastic-free Laos label, but also even if they reduce the plastic, they would still have some sort of plastic in their operations. So actually we connect them with recycling companies like Go to Green here in Vientiane, and then also we work in Vang Vieng, so we also have a local recycling company there.
Thank you very much, Diane. Let's go to Vietnam with the two last innovators from Vietnam. Yes.
Good afternoon. This is product model as children Taibat University. This is two model made by children sinh viên. The first là cái này là the bag. This is model để accurate, educate, educate student and lecturer to end plastic pollution. Yeah.
Okay, I just actually I'm not the innovator here, but our innovator have a problem with health, so he just like come back to the hotel. I instead of the two innovator in Vietnam, I just want to give like brief introduction about this one. This one is here actually from the innovation hub at Thai Pak University, a remote mountain region, and it's very interesting that like they can make on this one like made by hand and try to reuse the plastic waste as much as they can, and support by create kind of like a space to showcase on this thing, and also support for the education relating to the innovation with to tackle the plastic the environmental issue. And they also want to form a group that can make all this thing to recycle, to review and recycle the plastic waste in within this province. The first one, and the second one I could say is quite different from all the product here. Is an app. M Green in Vietnam. Maybe you can try to search in via WhatsApp, via an App Store or Google Play, I think. And this app just like connect on the point for like between the aggregator or informal waste collector with the household. For example, the household can install this app and they set up the schedule to collect their plastic waste from their household. And then this way can even support the informal waste worker to get like earn more from like more plastic waste they can collect it. And during in Vietnam, we have supported innovator by integrating them with the like for example like national waste sorting a source, and also support them like they can be an integrator, bridge the gap between the household recyclable and also with the one they want to buy this one for recycling. So it's really good if we can find a way to promote this app and support more even like the work relating to the informal waste worker as well. Because you know that like we have this topic tomorrow, maybe I can show more insight from Vietnam, but they contribute significantly to the plastic waste management, but in like from informal or semi-informal way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to the seat. And again, a lot of innovators who are joining our event today has been supported with the Ending Plastic Pollution Innovation Challenge that has been supported by Norway and Norad. So now I'm getting back to Van so that we can hear the opening from Norad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kolakot, for taking us to visit the innovation exhibition. And now everything is ready. So may I please to invite Ms. Kari Sinov Johansson, Senior Advisor Section for Ocean Department for Climate, Nation and Private Sector, Norad, to give her opening remarks. Please welcome.
Thank you, and I hope you can hear me well now. Plastic pollution on land and in our oceans has grown into one of the biggest environmental challenges of our time, resulting from our increasing production and use of plastic and the generation of plastic waste. The negative effects of plastic pollution are not only felt by natural ecosystems and wildlife, but also by people and communities who depend on nature for their livelihoods and well-being. More and more people are impacted by the growing plastic waste crisis, and we know that this disproportionately affects poor and marginalized people in both urban and rural areas. To tackle this crisis, there's a clear need for collective action through a global agreement on marine litter and plastic pollution. Norway, as a member of the High Ambition Coalition to End the Plastic Pollution, works for an ambitious and legally binding treaty that addresses the full life cycle of plastics. But we also need more collaboration, innovation, and partnership on the ground. We need solutions that are locally adapted, financially viable, and with the possibility to scale up. And we also need to focus on building the innovation ecosystems within countries and across countries to support the enabling environment for entrepreneurs and innovators. I'm therefore honored to be with you digitally today for this timely event focused on the key challenge of combating plastic pollution in the ASEAN region, and specifically for this session on innovation and solutions. Norway greatly appreciates its partnership with ASEAN, and next year will mark the 10-year anniversary of this partnership. Together, through this partnership, ASEAN and Norway are focused on reducing and preventing marine litter and plastic pollution, and we hope to continue to strengthen this partnership moving forward, and also extend our cooperation to sustainable blue economy. So since 2020, the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation has supported the UNDP project Ending Plastic Pollution Innovation Challenge, also known as the EPIC project. Through this project, several ASEAN-wide innovation competitions have been organized, focused on 6 ASEAN countries. Around 350 innovators have applied for these competitions, ranging from over 7 ASEAN countries. And in this session, with the exhibition space that you just heard from, we're hearing from the winners of these innovation competitions. They really represent a diverse portfolio of solutions to combating plastic pollution in the target areas, with strong focus on circular economy, aimed at reducing plastic waste generation and finding new alternatives to plastic materials, as well as increasing waste collection efforts and recycling. These inspiring innovations, as well as others, are really key to tackle the plastic pollution crisis. I would therefore like to wish them good luck in further developing their innovative solutions, and I wish you all a good event today and tomorrow, and rich discussions on these engaging issues. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Carrie, for your opening remark. As I mentioned earlier to you this afternoon and also this morning, we will talk a lot about the innovation and also solution this afternoon. Therefore, this session we will bring you to 10 innovators from across different ASEAN countries who will pitch their innovative ideas on combating plastic solution. So please join me to welcome the first innovator. The first person is Dr. Saret Bun, Assistant Professor and Team Leader, WE Lab, Institute of Technology of Cambodia. Please welcome on the stage.
Okay, good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. This is from Saret Bun. Currently, I'm a lecturer and researcher from the Institute of Technology of Cambodia, and we also from a laboratory work on the water and environment. Today I'm gonna have a brief presentation on about our project related to the plastic screening through the air bubble. So here's my outline presentation that we dive into 3. We have 5 people in this project team. As we know that in the everyday that many waste have been discharged into the environment, and in that also have the marine plastic, and wastewater also considered one of the source pathway that dispose many plastic into the environment as well as to the ocean. Okay, and our project is considered on the qualification of the plastic pollution, also the innovative. Since we know maybe you can walk around here, there's many team that they consider on the recycling plastic. However, we also consider how to pick up plastic from the wastewater canal, which is the main pathway that flow the plastic from the upstream to the ocean. Okay, here's our initiative idea that we try to integrate it between the physical screening and the air bubble screening. And the air bubble screening have been powered by the solar. We have developing these 2 screening systems in order to improving the screening of the macro plastic that we know that it is the big one, and also the small plastic that we consider as the new dangerous composition that we are interested to take it out from the water. We have been developing in the lab and also apply in the real wastewater environment, and here is the component of this screening device that we mainly divide. We have the solar power that's applied to the air pump and producing the air bubble, and also the screening that mainly to screen out the physical the big one. And here's the concept that we try to apply it into our wastewater canal that you maybe see it quite similar to some developing idea. However, the difference of this one is on the mechanism of this work. We try to add on into the river in the certain angle and also have the waste carrier with a mini grant to pick it up. So we try to develop this one. Maybe the difference mainly is on the air bubble that you can see that during the screening process there is the air bubble generated from solar power. Here's how it works. How can this one can remove to the microplastic? We try to use the air bubble as the attach mechanism. When it is generated, the air bubble will be captured with the surface on the hydrophobic mechanism between the air bubble and the microplastic, and then raise it up to the surface of the water. Then it can be attached with the macroplastic, the big one. So it is the general mechanism that we can propose here. Here's the one that we already fabricated in the real wastewater canal, and also we already try with the real environment. From the project that we have prototyped, we also found that for the macroplastic, there is no problem, that it can screen it up to 98%. But for the microplastic, as you maybe know, it is quite the first initiative idea. So we can screen out the microplastic around 10%. So we need more development stage for this one. We also consider the other one that after we screening the plastic, how we take out the plastic from the river, because it is one of the challenge in the real environment. Because after we screen out, who will come to pick it up from the wastewater canal? So we also developing the mini grant to pick it up to the river bank or to the small bank. Okay, I'm gonna skip some slide. During the last project, we also do some social campaigns. Okay, this project we have been working with the private sector. So right now we also have sell it into our partner or the one who interested in this one. So if you're interested to buy this system, also we also already ready to be on the market. Thank you.
So up next, may I have Frederica Asnam Mubarak, Communication and Partnership Officer, Interfaith Waste Donation Indonesia. Please welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Fahreza Mubarak. I'm from Indonesia. I represent Gradasi. Gradasi, or we call Indonesian Interfaith Waste Charity Movement. Gradasi is behavior change campaign aimed to reduce waste in the environment through a religious approach by donating waste to place of worship and involving religious figure in the community. First of all, okay. This is our program background. The reason why Indonesia, the reason is because Indonesia is one of the world's largest contributor of plastic waste to the ocean. It's about 53 million tons waste generation in 2022, according to Ministry of Environment and Forestry 2022. And Indonesia is the number 5 in the world. According to Mayor 2021, 55% the people of Indonesia still do not have access to proper waste management, according to Systemic 2023. And 72% the people of Indonesia are still not concerned about waste, according to National Statistics Center Agency 2022. As a country with a majority religious population, raising public awareness about waste issue through the religion approach can be more effective and alternative. Because Indonesia is the most religious country in the world, And we have 61.7% of respondents state that they are trust information sourced by religious figure. And this is our achievement. Amount of waste donation is about 840,316 kilos or 840 tons in August 2024, and the economic value is about 4.2 billion Indonesian rupees. And this is the achievement, the number of places of worship that has been running with us, collaborated with 140 monks, 42 Catholic church, 5 temples, 11 universities, 6 Protestant church, 232 school and Islamic boarding school, 367 local community, 17 government office, and 6 corporate officer. And distribution of graduacy also, including 24 province and 75 regency or cities. And the number of participants, we can see that the number of the total of participants is 1,299,523. And then this is our partner, off-taker partner, community organization partner. And this is our documentation and event, school, malls, and also with the government also. I think that's it for my presentation. If you want to know about our website, we can click your, you can click gerakansampah.id, and also you can ask me that booth over there, and we can talk about our program. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bisma. I'm a program officer for Formula. It's such an honor for me to present our project in here this afternoon. So at 2015, the research conducted by Jonah Jambek showed that Indonesia is the second highest producer of marine debris in the world after China. But as updated that Mahfah Reza mentioned, it's already at number 5. In response to this, the Indonesian government created the National Action Plan for Marine Debris Management with the goal of the reduction up to 70% in 2025 about the marine debris. So according to the National Action Plan, there are 18 ministries and agencies that have the task to reduce the waste in marine, and it is with the 5 strategies. But however, there's some problem because not all of the ministries and agencies have a system to reporting and accounting the waste management. There are some challenges like lack of data, lack of proper monitoring system, and there's still a scattered data around those stakeholders. So basically, Formula is a group of youth that concerned about environment, especially in waste. We started in 2020. During that time, we got a pandemic COVID, so we only do our activity by online, like raising awareness through social media, training, and doing the webinars. During that pandemic, we realized that when we looking for a national waste data, there was no centralized source that could be used as the reference. So, with the help of the National Coordinating Team for Marine Debris Management, we try to make a system, a reporting system of the waste in the national level. So, we call this project is InWaste. It stands for Indonesian Marine Waste Assessment System and Network. There are 3 phases. There are 3 phases. The phase 1 is about NAP, Marine Debris Reduction Achievement Reporting System. The phase 2 is Indonesian National Marine Debris Data Integration for Greater Ocean, or INDIGO. And the phase 3 is about the National Marine Debris Data Integration, version 2. In the phase 1, we created a reporting system in the form of the website for the 18 ministries and agencies that are already a member of the National Action Plan that I already mentioned before.
in the website, each ministry and agency is required to report the progress of each activity, whether it is in form of detailed figure, the number of the waste that they collected from the beach cleanup, the number of infrastructure that already built, and the number of the raising awareness effort that they already do. But what about the other stakeholders? What about the agencies and ministries outside the 18 ministries? What about the private? What about the NGO? So we jump to the phase 2. In phase 2, we try to fill in the gap in the phase 1, where we try to invite another stakeholders, all stakeholders that outside the 18 ministries and agencies that are already member of the National Action Plan. We also collaborate with the Research Institute to help them to publish the research about waste in this website. And we jump to the phase 3. In the phase 3, we try to do some citizen science effort because the people can report the waste data, waste discrimination that they found. Like when I found the waste in the river, so they can report it on the application. This application is in the mobile app, so they can easily report it whether there is a waste generation, the river polluted with the waste, or they can report also the waste management effort that already do, like the circular economy effort. They can upload it on the mobile application. So since 2020, we already have 68 local champions and across 38 provinces in Indonesia, with the aim to create focal point in various regions, promoting more widespread and activities coordination in waste management effort. I believe youth can make a change. I believe youth can bring a change also, because there's a quote by our founding father. It said that, "Give me 1,000 elders and I will pluck the Mount of Sumeru from its earth, and give me 10 youth and I will shake the world." I'm Ms. Manith. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now you might be wondering, who am I and why am I here today? My name is Siam Pai, or you can call me Sherry. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer in Natureware. Natureware is a business that we are dedicated to creating an eco-friendly product. In Natureware, we produce plates from leaves. Leaves that so many people think they are just a waste. But we want to try, we will put them to something valuable and useful. Since we believe this place could reduce the plastic and foam pollution. But that's not all, because we also build the machine by our own members. And one of our goals is to bring those machines to the villages, so the local community can have more jobs and can create more income to their home as well. And this, we believe we can make an even bigger impact. And also, as I mentioned, can reduce the plastic and foam pollution as more people can access to the eco-friendly product. Now let me show you some of the features of our product. I think some of you already seen it in our booth. This is some of these already successful and some of these is still testing. This about our ingredient. For right now, we have only one that's successful, is the betel nut. Betel nut is successful, but the rest of them is still testing, like bamboo leaf, bamboo sheet, straw, and coconut fiber. And if you guys want to touch and see the real product, and again, you can visit our booth over there. As I said, betel nut is the only one ingredient that's successful, because we already received the test report or the certificate from Thailand that can verify our product that made from betel nut is safe, is safety, is no harmful for our health, our body, or for the environment. And the second picture is the image of our machine that we built by our own members. Okay, and right now what we are seeking, or let's say what we need help, the first one is ingredient. As I said, the ingredient that we are seeking is bamboo leaf, bamboo sheet, betel nuts, and coconut fiber. Some of these ingredients is very rare in Laos. It's very hard to find in Laos, especially betel nuts. So we have to import from Thailand, and it cost the price is kind of high. But our goal is to make the price is affordable, so a lot of people can access the eco-friendly product. So if some of you know where the place that we can find this ingredient, please share to us. Yeah. And the second is we're interested to a partnership with the collaborating with the partnership who can share our commitment with the renewable and eco-friendly material. So if some of you would like to join this mission, please come and talk to me. And last but not least, thank you so much for your attention. And I want to say no to plastic and say yes to nature wear. Thank you so much.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saret Bun, Operation Coordinator of Patihoop, social enterprise based in Luang Prabang Province. Today, I'm going to share how the plastic waste growing issue that we face in our community and what Patihoop is doing to address this issue. So, Patihoop is based in Luang Prabang, and it was founded in 2021 with a clear mission. Yeah. First is to transform low-value plastic. As you know, the plastic, there will be high-value plastic and low-value plastic. So high-value plastic is the one that is there are company that recycling already, but the low-value one is like the plastic bag, straw, and all this. So normally it was waste, and it was sent to the landfill. So Patihoop, we take all 100% of plastic, and then we recycle it to be durable and unique products. And second, our mission is to reduce plastic pollution in Luang Prabang through incentive for recycling. And third is to raise awareness of the local business, communities, school that we are doing now. Even the temple, we set the collection point for them in Luang Prabang. And finally is to create job for waste collector, even the informal waste collector and also the household. So in Luang Prabang, over 36,500 metric tons of waste are generated each year. Is about 90 to 100 tons per day that people in Luang Prabang they generate waste, or one person in Luang Prabang they generate 0.7 kilogram, and this is 8% of that waste is plastic. And as you know, the plastic can cause the polluting and also our well-being environment. So at Patihoop, we solve the plastic waste challenge through a fully circular process. We collect waste from local business, school, temples, individuals, and we then clean, shred, and press the plastic to make the durable and unique products like a coaster, tables, even the panels, and soap dish. So let me show you our eco-friendly products. Here is the sample of our product that we produce. We have created at Patihoop. So they are all made 100% from recycled plastic. You can see some of our products that people take and they create their own as well. So Patihoop has worked with local schools, temples, businesses, communities, creating opportunities for people to recycle. We also offer the training to business and household if they want us to train for them. And then we also set the collection point for temple and also school for Luang Prabang people to sort their waste. And then we come to collect every Friday, and then we recycle it. Yeah. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you need more information, you can contact us or visit us at the booth there. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. My name is Benjo Vidal. I'm the founder of Trash Cash and Circular Plus. Pre-pandemic era, as a passionate traveler, I've witnessed plastic waste crisis firsthand. So from pristine beaches littered with plastic to rivers choked with waste. For the island garden of Samal, for example, the waste was proliferating in just 6 months, based on our observation during the epic activities in Samal. So this experience fueled my desire to create Trash Cash, the former name of Circular Plus. This is actually a community-driven, data-powered platform at its root. So today I'm excited to share, with the support of UNDP, Norad, and Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that Trash Cash has evolved into a transformative force in waste management. So Circular Plus, as a glance, or Trash Cash, is more than a recycling platform. It's a comprehensive waste management ecosystem focused on closing the loop on plastic pollution through community action and real-time data. In the past year, with UNDP support, we've achieved milestones that prove this model works. So our pilot program, launched in collaboration with the UNDP, have been a game changer. Together, we diverted over 5,000 of plastic waste across different communities, including LGUs, schools, from our different partners. So the impact on a tangible reduction in plastic waste, leakage, and empowered community across multiple regions. Okay. So from our early initiative, Trash Cash, Circular Plus has now expanded to a multi-industry platform with Circular EPR, okay. Circular EPR for corporate compliance, Circular Tokens for community rewards, and Circular AI for our powerful data analytic tool. So these components allow us to support corporations, communities, and government to meet sustainability goals. So how it works with the plastic flow through Circular Plus. So it all begins with plastic waste collection to the community points. Verified waste enter our digital ecosystem where contributors earn circular tokens as a reward, which they can redeem for eco-friendly products from our partner upcycling company. So our data-powered platform, Circular AI, provides a real-time tracking for waste sources, collection, volume, and recycling rates, generating insights that are valuable for local governments and companies in our EPR program. The collected waste, plastic waste, is then directed to the recycling company or our partner upcycling companies to close the loop from waste to value. So let's look at one of our pilot cities. So here we partnered with local leaders, schools, and businesses to drive change. In just a few months, we have already collected 1 ton of plastic. Community members not only engage, but embrace the platform as a solution to their local waste crisis. So why invest in Circular Plus? Today, we are at a pivotal moment, ready to scale across ASEANs. So UNDP partnership has helped us build a strong foundation, and we're seeking investors and partners to expand Circular Plus. Okay. This is a model that's proven to work with the real impact data, a scalable platform, and the credibility of UNDPs. For investors and partners, this is an opportunity to drive real change. So join us in ending plastic pollution. So imagine a future where plastic waste is managed, repurposed, and rewarded through a seamless circular system. Together with your support, Circular Plus can help us everyone reach that future. One community at a time, let's end plastic pollution and turn waste into opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, UNDP, for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pia Ocampo from Pure Oceans. We're based in the Philippines. It's funny, I always follow Benjo. So Benjo's work, Trash Cash, is the most advanced in terms of technology in the Philippines, while we, Pure Oceans, work with the oldest software, the oldest artificial intelligence, which is humans. So Pure Oceans, we are not technology-based, we are social innovation-based. We work with behavior change, we work in systems. We are actually, like I said earlier, more of a marine conservation organization that just happened to end up in waste management because we wanted plastic-free reefs and seas. So as I said, we work with systems. We work especially with coastal and island communities, especially underserved ones, which of course there are a lot of in the Philippines. We end up having to work in waste management, in behavior change, and of course trying to bring in circular enterprises as a way to incentivize the communities and the behavior change. Because we work in underserved coastal and island communities, we end up having to innovate under waste management solutions because basically the traditional solutions aren't available to them. They have to come up with their own waste management systems that they can work on their own, that they can run on their own. And we try to help them to connect to enterprises, connect them to markets as much as we can. So for the UNDP Ending Plastic Pollution Innovation Challenge, for that year, we were asked to bring this method into Samal Island, which is a much wealthier island than we're used to, actually. So it's in southern Philippines. We tend to work in the northern Philippines. But particular to the island garden city of Samal, the hypothesis there was that we could build a circular island microeconomy right there in the island because they had a market, they had resorts, they had a lot of construction going on. We had the shoreline waste coming in, which the community we found was willing to collect. And of course, there was a very proactive local government, which we're always thankful for. So because of the work in Samal, we're able to confirm our hypothesis that communities are willing to recover plastic waste with enough incentivization and with a system that's built for them. In the case of Samal, we used simple densifier technology in order to create tiles that can be used for the resorts. And of course, now we are in progress of designing, because the resorts want customized tiles. So we're designing tiles for them and we're working on producing the orders for those. So in terms of testing the hypothesis of a circular island economy, we were able to confirm that with the UNDP grant. But apart from that, of course, scaling up, because we were able to put together the grant from UNDP for the south of the Philippines, and we also had a grant from USAID for north of the Philippines, what we'd like to do for scaling up is actually bring together what we can see a value chain that's possible across the islands of the Philippines. As we said, our main goal is marine conservation, and we want to work with underserved coastal and island communities, and we feel that given the different grants that we've been getting, piloting across different islands in the Philippines, it is possible to create a recovered marine plastic litter value chain across the Philippines. To do this, of course, we would have to look at different markets. So apart from selling recovered traditionally recyclable plastics, we still have our community-based upcycling, like the one in Samal, which is the tiles. But we are also looking at plastic credits because of our newly implemented EPR law, and carbon credits, hopefully connecting local communities to a global marketplace. So again, if you would like to help us on that, please do get in touch. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sikarin Temiyakun, co-founder of Zerax, Thailand. Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. It's really been my pleasure to be here presenting our technologies in front of you who are working so hard, solving one of the biggest problem, waste plastics. Well, for Serax, we are addressing for more than 15% of the plastic packaging waste in the landfills. If we look at the food plastic packaging waste, there are many types of the plastic packagings, but one of the most difficult to be recycled is the aluminum laminated plastics. For example, potato chips or seaweed or instant coffee, all of that is the aluminum laminated plastics. So, from our research, we found that these types of the plastic waste end up in the landfills or leak into the oceans more than 14 million metric tons every year. So how we address to this problem? We invent technologies that call Serax. The Serax machine effectively recover aluminum back from the waste and then send aluminum back to the aluminum industry. The remaining plastic waste will be converted into fuel oil, which can be used in many applications. Our technologies can send back the aluminum to the aluminum industry. One Serax machine, we can recover about 60 tons of aluminum per year, and this can be used in many applications. The benefits from using our process is compared with the conventional method of producing aluminum. Our process can save in the CO2 more than 15%. Well, let me talk a little bit more about what is the backgrounds of our technologies. We are a group of the researchers and engineers who are expert in this area. We have an experience of making the machines more than 200 projects in the past. So we work together to create the technologies of this machine. We patent this technology as me first and me only in Asia Pacific, and the main product from the process is the pyrolysis oil, which is fuel oil, and the aluminum, pure aluminum. So showing the pictures is the products from the machine. Well, when we need to talk about the sustainability, we cannot just like environmental friendly. We have to finally speak about the economic system. Based on our technologies, our business is quite straightforward model. We're selling the machine. So the machine that we have right now, the payback period is about 6 or 8 years in the country that don't have an EPR system. But in country that have EPR system, the payback periods of using the machine will be lower to 3 or 5 years. We plan to expand our business into 2 phases. In phase 1, we work with the companies, the brand owners who focus on the missions to sustainability or green image and can afford to the machine cost. So only in Thailand, they will require almost 60 machines in Thailand. And the revenue from selling the machine in phase 1 will use to complete the action item for expanding into phase 2. In phase 2, we plan to expand the business globally by connecting with the brand owners and also waste disposal companies. So think about the global stage, total waste in the global stage. It will require the machine more than 5,000 machines, which means we can create revenue more than 10 million US dollars. So we're totally aware that what we are discussing, ending the plastic waste, is something that cannot work alone. We have to work with many stakeholders in the value chains. So we're working so hard to work with many stakeholders in the value chain. We work with brand owners, PepsiCo, Data Park to recycling the waste. We also joining many programs, for example, Pack and Pay, a Pack by PepsiCo, to connect with many stakeholders. And we also open to another countries, not just only in Thailand. We focus in Asian Pacific, which of course Laos, Indonesia, and Malaysia, Philippines. So if you also agree with these technologies can fit with your country, please do not hesitate to contact me. Okay, thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am from Tây Bắc, Northwest Vietnam. Now I am director of center. Now I am Director Innovation Center at Taibak University. Our center has a network, mentor, coach, supporting student, lecturer, local business. We want to support ethnic minority to jobs and income. Among startup innovation activity in 2024, we attended competition innovation to end plastic pollution. This competition sponsor UNDP. There are two projects winning. The first project, the cycling plastic water, this creating green environment. This project use our plastic banner and spotter make the bag. This bag replace plastic bag to shopping and bringing. The second project, air conditioner from plastic bottle. The project use our bottle to make cooling solution. We can set up simple in hut and in house and farm. The two projects easy to apply. We see two projects as typical model to educate students and lecturers about plastic pollution. We want to work with others, replicate the model to other schools, Taibak, and have more new idea to end plastic pollution. We would love to continue with UNDP expert, investor, and other projects joining this conference. See you in Taibak, Vietnam. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Manith Philavanh from Vietnam. I am CEO and co-founder of MGreen, a mobile application for waste segregation and accumulated point to redeem gift to solve the problem of plastic waste due to improper collection and classification, and use technology to improve work productivity of waste picker in Vietnam, and major transformation, digital transformation for nearly 3 million people working in informal waste sector about collecting and recycling waste in Vietnam. MGreen mobile application was born to collect between waste classifier and recycle waste collector and store and supermarket through the loyalty coalition platform on mobile phone. Through the MGreen collector mobile app, the technological collector can collect recycled waste on flexible schedule with the waste shop owner instead of going around to looking for customer as before. And they can choose the payment method by point or card. And with the MGreen mobile application, the MGreen user earn point or money when they segregate waste and accumulate the point or spend point at 1,000 affiliated stores in Vietnam and that store connected with the MGreen mobile application. Started from the 2018 up to now, MGreen project has supported to collect more than 500 ton plastic waste and improve the livelihood of 200 formal and informal waste workers in Vietnam. Through the ERIA, MGreen has expanded its project to Hạ Long City, province Quảng Ninh, where waste segregating on land have a huge impact to reduce plastic waste in the ocean. And now to scale MGreen project and overcome difficulty due to lack of financial resources and realize our goal to digital transformation for recycling industry in Vietnam. We are finding the suitable investor, partner, and donor. If you have the same our goal, please contact with us at information in the slide or website mgreen.vn. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much to our 10 innovators. It's really very wonderful and also inspiring for the innovation from our region. Once again, please give them a big round of applause. So also they will be here with us, and also don't forget to visit their booth, and also don't forget to connect and also have an opportunity, maybe discussion with them in today, maybe tonight, and also tomorrow as well. I think this is really good transition for our next session. So which we have about the regional initiative for innovation to combating plastic pollution. Up next, I would like to invite Mr. Marco Cosi, Coordinator of the Southeast Asia Regional Program for Combating Marine Plastics, or CMAP, Innovation and Investment Platform, to deliver his presentation. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marco Corsi. I work for the United Nations Office for Project Services. I am the project coordinator of the Southeast Asia Program on Combating Marine Plastics, CMAP. Next slides, please. CMAP is a 5-year-long regional project, was launched in September 2022, funded by the World Bank and having a value of $20 million. It supports the implementation of the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for Combating Marine Debris. The implementation is with the ASEAN institutions through the ASEAN Secretariat, and UNOPS extend its implementation support to ASEAN institutions on project implementation, project management, procurement, and financial management. The project objective of CMAP is that CMAP focuses on preventing marine plastic pollution in Southeast Asia by strengthening plastic policies and regulatory frameworks, and by promoting innovation, partnership, and knowledge sharing. Next slide, please. These two objectives that I just mentioned are reflected by the structure of the project. A first component focuses on strengthening and harmonizing plastic regulations, policies, and standards. And the project supports the preparation of knowledge products in line with the provisions of the Regional Action Plan, and addresses thematic areas such as standards, for example, for plastic packaging and labeling, or responsible plastic waste trade, monitoring tools, methods. It provides guidance on EPR policies, on phasing of single-use plastic, and on financial mechanisms for investment in plastic waste management, to mention a few. And this first component also focuses on building the capacities of relevant stakeholders on plastic waste management. The second component, under the component 2, and again addressing the provisions of the Regional Action Plan, 2 regional platforms will be established. One aims to promote knowledge exchange and dialogues among stakeholders. And the second, which is the topic of this presentation today, focuses on establishment of the regional platform for innovation investments to promote innovation, circular economy solutions, and for fostering partnerships on plastic reduction. Next slide, please. The establishment of regional platform for innovation investment follows the provisions of the Regional Action Plan Action 14, which calls to establish such platform to support innovation and investments in the plastic value chain in the ASEAN region, and to activate a regional level coordination mechanism serving innovators and investors. The objective of the platform is to attract, support, nurture, and aid the commercialization of innovations in plastics and plastics waste management. The Regional Action Plan also indicates the main features of the platform, which are a financing marketplace to match supply and demand, so innovative plastic solutions with financing, the provision of technical assistance to support innovative solutions in meeting market opportunities and turn them into bankable business solutions, and accompany the platform with communication and outreach activities, among which the organization of technology and innovation expos showcasing plastic innovations across the region. Next slide, please. The financing marketplace is a digital platform that serves as a centralized hub, a space where innovative solutions are promoted to investors and customers. The digital platform will provide updated and user-friendly information, including about regional financing opportunity and potential sources of finance, just to mention a few. We will also offer tailored and curated matchmaking services to bring together supply and demand, and will host pitch events, both online and offline. Next slide, please. The technical assistance to be provided mainly to innovators will also benefit from the multiple layers of support that the platform will offer, from the more direct ones to the more advanced forms. To start with, all the information that I have just mentioned about the platform, they are not easily available in one source, and this is already will represent an important source of technical assistance. The platform will be powered with artificial intelligence capacities that will allow to provide tailored assistance to a large number of users in a cost-effective fashion. Curated and online matchmaking will support the stakeholders in networking and finding partners for collaborations. And it will offer the technical assistance activities will be designed and offered to support specifically partnership between innovators and investors who have expressed the interest to collaborate on a project. The technical assistance program will offer to the selected partnerships, curated mentorship, technical assistance, consulting services across multiple areas, not just technical one, like obviously engineering support or technologies, product design, testing, etc., but also non-technical like business coaching or strategic planning, due diligence, and so on. Next slide, please. Finally, the communication activities, the outreach activities are aimed to promote the regional platform and its activities, to engage also with the target audiences, and to strengthen connections and collaboration and partnerships among target audiences. Outreach activities will include traditional and communication ones, events to connect stakeholders, dialogues, discussions, the development of community of practices to address the need to collaborate and share knowledge and build expertise. And the organization, as I was mentioning earlier, annual innovation expos, which will be showcasing innovation and disseminating knowledge, raising awareness, and foster collaboration. Next slide, please. That's where we are. We are about to award the contract to the selected implementing partner. This month is expected the award to be finalized. The platform is planned to be launched by the end of this year, and by the first half of next year, the platform will be fully operational. Next slide, please. So as you can see, we are starting. Therefore, please be in touch. Follow CMAP using all the channels that you can see in this slide, or just email me Thank you very much for your attention, and we really do look forward to being in touch with you all soon. Back to the organizer. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Kamala Ernest, Sea Circular Project Coordinator, UNEP Asia and the Pacific Office, to share about the Sea Circular Project. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this session. So also the presentation is on screen now. Okay, so I'm going to present on Sea Circular Project. SCA stands for Southeast Asia Circular, and under this project, we also have a networking platform called Sea of Solutions, which is actually a networking platform for the Sea Circular Project. Next slide, please. So here is just to give an overview of what Sea Circular is. So the long name is Reducing Marine Litter by Addressing the Management of Plastic Value Chain in Southeast Asia, a project which started in 2018, and we are almost concluding it in December this year. So we have lots of knowledge, resources, and experience to share. The project is funded by the government of Sweden and implemented by UNEP and the COPSEA, which is the coordinating body on seas of East Asia, Secretariat, which is administered by UNEP. So together, the project is of 7.5 million for 6 years, and we target countries are the COPSEA member countries, which are also similar to ASEAN member states, some of them, especially Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. And we also have knowledge partner countries to inspire knowledge exchange and experience with China, Republic of Korea, and Singapore. Next slide, please. So this is the overall framing of the project, and we have 4 main outputs, and they are quite different. So on one component, we have market-based solutions, and this is mainly working with all the key stakeholders along the plastic value chain, mainly the private sector, the brand owners, producer responsible organization. And we really started at the basic level, interventions for capacity building on plastic footprint reporting at operational level. Then we also did some targeted research on plastic credits and innovation solutions case studies. Then we also did some pilot demonstrations to showcase how to increase recycling rate at community level. Then we slowly evolved to midstream kind of intervention by working on extended producer responsibility. And our approach to EPR is to promote circular economy while also a human rights-based approach to addressing plastic pollution. Then on the other side, the second component is science-based for decision-making. And this mainly focuses on marine litter monitoring, harmonized approach, and bringing regionality to addressing marine litter monitoring because of the transboundary nature of addressing plastic pollution and marine litter. So on this, we work closely with the COPSEA member countries, and we have supported in developing national action plans on marine litter and setting up national monitoring programs in 5 countries. And all this also will then be, all the insights and experience and knowledge gathered are then outreach through our third component, where we have a platform for knowledge sharing. We have a knowledge hub. We also have a global platform called the Global Partnership on Plastic Pollution and Marine Litter, in short GPML. So this is a a platform that hosts a lot of our Sea Circular knowledge products and resources. And we also disseminate a lot of these findings and lessons learned through regional dialogues, trainings, and also regional workshops. I also have to mention that our global campaigns, Beat Plastic Pollution, has a total of 37 million outreach. And last component is regional networking, which really looks at bringing lessons learned at national level to a regional level. And under this, I would particularly like to talk about the Sea of Solutions, which we have organized 5 editions of Sea of Solutions to date. And the most recent one was held just last month in September under the theme of collective actions to end plastic pollution. And I'll deep dive on this more. Before that, I would just like to say these 4 integrated components contribute to reducing the impact on plastic pollution on the environment, as well as ultimately creating less plastic wasted. So the focus we have over the 6 years has been from downstream to more upstream solutions. Next slide, please. Okay, just to highlight our 3 key reports being in the final year of the project. So these are the 3 deliverables. Please look out for them. This will be launched later this year, possibly after the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee meeting which will take place in Busan in November. And after that, we would be launching this. So the first one is on EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility and the Informal Sector, Waste Sector, a human rights-based approach to plastic waste management in ASEAN. The second report is on reuse and refill schemes, guidance document on how to upscale reuse schemes in the ASEAN region. And the third one is a regional assessment on marine litter monitoring. So this report was already endorsed last week during our intergovernmental meeting of COPC that was held in Siem Reap, Cambodia. So I'm highlighting these 3 major reports from the project that would be launched later this year. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have had a very busy year. So it's just a snapshot of different activities. We are connected or interacted, engaged with a range of stakeholders, from resident coordinators in the Asia-Pacific region to having regional knowledge sharing, training and marine litter surveys done in Malaysia, a regional capacity building on data analysis, also on a training on EPR. We were present at the Business and Human Rights Forum that looked at how businesses can also, as duty bearers, can improve EPR implementation schemes. And of course, Sea of Solutions was the major event of the flagship event of Sea Circular. Next slide, please. So I'll just go deep dive into Sea of Solutions, since we have had it for 5 years and it is actually has gained a lot of momentum. And I believe many participants online and also present there might have heard about this or even participated in this event. So it's a networking platform for Sea Circular organized by UNEP as to strengthen partnership in a coordinated manner so that to provide collective actions for addressing plastic pollution. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, overall, it is a partnership event for solving plastic pollution at source through information exchange, sharing of best practices, enabling dialogues and collaboration to advance circularity in plastics. So what we have noticed is the first Sea of Solution was held in 2019 as a partnership week, and we found that in the latest edition of Sea of Solution, many of the partnerships that was formed in the beginning were now presenters in providing solutions and sharing their best practices during the dialogue session. Next slide, please. So this is just to give you an overview of how Sea of Solutions is involved. When we first introduced it, it was a partnership week for marine plastic pollution prevention. Then in 2020, we had to look at it was during COVID time, so all the pledges that companies had made may not have realized because of COVID challenges. So we took stock of that and looked at has the needle moved. Then in 2021, we thought of like as a COVID recovery plan, accelerating solutions. There are a lot of solutions. And also in the previous event, a session before we spoke, there was a lot of inspiring solutions that was presented. So what we brought is to bring these solutions in accelerated manner. Then in 2022, we selected 12 innovative solutions from this region and spotlighted it on promoting circularity solutions. Next slide, please. So then 2024 was a unique Sea of Solutions, in short is SOS. So it has happened before the INC 5, which is taking place next month. So we had 3 back-to-back capacity building and networking events that happened together. So we brought a range of stakeholders that were involved in marine litter monitoring, those who are involved in operationalizing extended producer responsibility, and also a training on life cycle analysis was held in addressing plastic pollution. We also had an interactive session, 3 field visits with our partners to have hands-on experience on addressing plastic pollution. We engaged with UNEP Goodwill Ambassadors and 2 Champions of the Earth awardee, which who one was from China and another was a mayor from the Philippines. We also had a stronger presence on the youth and vulnerable groups. All in all, Sea of Solutions was a very inclusive and collaborative, and it really showcased collective actions to addressing plastic pollution. It's not only a role of the government or the private sector. Every individual is involved in addressing plastic pollution, and we recognized community-based approach as key, as well as behavioral change. Next slide, please. So this is just to give you the range of stakeholders. We had more than 600 participants in person and online, and a good representation from government, civil society organization, private sector, and a range of development partners. Next slide, please. So these are all the partners we have collaborated. Some of them you may recognize and who are also partners in this event. So we really appreciate the coming together of a range of stakeholders who are working on similar issues to come together and to address this critical plastic pollution collectively. Next slide, please. So this is actually the outcome of the 3-day deliberation of Sea of Solutions. So really what stood out was a more robust legal framework is needed, no more mandatory approaches, no more voluntary approaches, more mandatory approaches are needed as the problem is quite critical and we need an ambitious target. Financing has been very much focused on downstream, less risky areas. So there is a need to de-risk investment and redirect financing for more upstream circular solutions, and also engagement of youth and local leaders and civil society organization as key tool to driving behavioral change. So there is a video that can be played at the end. So I'll just try to see if there's any other slide here. As the last slide, please. Okay. So just to thank you all, and if you are welcome to visit our website or contact us via the email address here. And we also have a resource deck, so you can use the QR code to reach all our knowledge products. We have more than 86 knowledge products developed under the project. We have engaged or built capacity of more than 15,000 stakeholders. Through Sea of Solutions, we have engaged with more than 5,000 stakeholders. So we have a good number of resources to be shared. And also please look out for our 3 major reports. With this, I thank you, and I would like to ask the organizers to help play the video as to end this presentation.
We're here for Sea of Solutions, a platform to drive solutions to end plastic pollution.
What the issue is right now is that institutional investors have still been at the sidelines in investing in solutions towards plastic pollution prevention. It is a high-risk investment. It is often in countries where the regulatory framework is unclear.
This is where we all came together for plenary sessions and knowledge sessions, covering a range of issues from waste management, circular models, life cycle thinking, and also engaging with the private sector. So I think it was really a mix and cross-fertilization of ideas. There was also a strong move towards community engagement and a just transition as we move towards a circular economy.
I think it's really important that this Sea of Solutions is happening just before the INC in Busan at the end of the year, and the Global Plastics Treaty is a legally binding instrument that can truly make a difference. And one of the conversations that really stood out for me at Sea of Solutions was how we need legislation to compel the right behavior, and then the whole ecosystem can come together. So I think there's really high hopes that something will emerge out of this.
It was also crucial how we spread awareness about the waste management system and linking back to the environment and everything.
There is a gap in waste management where for so long the governments and businesses focus on recycling, but the priorities are prevention and reduction. So that's why we are here.
But the answer is everybody need to take responsible because everybody play one part of the value chain.
We have supported over the past few years national level EPR development and implementation. For example, in Cambodia, we partnered with UNDP Cambodia to raise awareness on EPR as well as enabled peer learning technical exchange with Vietnam.
Sweden is truly proud to be a partner in the Sea of Solutions and this broader global movement.
We're truly grateful to the United Nations Environment Program for putting together Sea of Solutions, of course, through COBSEA and Sea Circular. It's so important to bring together stakeholders from various fields, from government to business, and of course, we represent communities and citizens that want to be a part of these solutions that we truly need.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are still energized by the previous session and inspired by the innovator and that we heard from. As we know, tackling plastic pollution is a complex challenge, but it is also an exciting journey that many have as members. Today we are fortunate to have several of these pioneers with us. Please join me to welcome our panelists who will share their experiences in driving the paradigm shift out to phase off of the plastic pollution Mr. Michael Fink, Ms. Suksavai Keo Thiam Chan, Mr. V. Suvesh Han Chao Wong, Ms. Viang Vilai Pimason, and our beloved moderator, Nick Me. The stage is yours. Please welcome.
Good afternoon again. I know that this is not easy to, moderate and also to debate or to share the session, especially at the end of the event, because, everybody feel a little bit exhausted since the morning until now. But if you ever notice, even in the movie, remember that the last part of the movie is always special, right? So this session will also special because we have a different panelists and speaker from a government, from the business actor, and also from the private sectors too. From the civil society organization. So, to begin, I know that the time is quite constrained for all of us. So perhaps I will start by introduce these sessions a little bit. So you have heard from our speakers in the morning and also from the others, debate and discussion and also consultation that now we are moving to develop something that new in order to be able to tackle the plastic pollution. If we take a policy and regulation as an example, we have discussed about EPR, we discussed about the upcoming global treaties, which is news to all of us, and we all are learning about this. So that is why I said this session is quite important, because we will discuss among our panelists here how we can prepare ourselves toward the upcoming global requirement or the global treaty, and also how to prepare ourselves in dealing with the challenge that we are facing from now on. So without further delay, I might start the question to our panelists from now. So perhaps I will start with Mr. Pan Van Hoang. Sorry if I pronounce your name is incorrectly. So he is a team leader from Vietnam Environmental and Marine Science Institute. So my question to you, perhaps want you to share some experiences from Vietnam. So what are the policy Vietnam has initiated to contribute to reduce and also to minimize the plastic consumption, and especially the single-use plastic. So, Mr. Hart, please.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Pham Van Hieu. You can call me Hieu. Yeah. I'm a principal researcher in the Vietnam environment of ASEAN Island. Belong to Ministry of Environment and Resources of Vietnam. Our institute is the focal point to developing the national action plan for marine plastic debris from until the 2030. And first, I want to say thank you to Lao PDR and ERIA and UNDP to invite me at speaking as a speaker. And to thank you for the question. I think it's very interesting. As you know that from 2015, Vietnam is ranked as the fourth country to discharge the plastic litter to the sea. And from 2015 and until now, nearly 10 years. I think many change. I think the first change it depends on the policy. As you know, after the report from the Zambek in 2015, Vietnam has approved the National Action Plan to reduce the plastic litter to the sea, and we hope that until the 2030, we can reduce the 70% plastic to the sea. And from the National Action Plan, we propose that we should reduce the plastic, including the single-use plastic in the tourism area, tourist area, and something. And second, for plastic, for single-use plastic, we have a roadmap to reduce single-use plastic by the legal and we hope that in 2025 we stop using the single-use plastic in the supermarket or in the market, and so on. For the I think the most important policy related to the tax. From the 2012, we have a tax for for forbidden to the stop using the single-use plastic, and another I think is very important is the EPR. I think I read the most paper said that Vietnam is the first country in the Southeast Asia adopt the EPR in the environmental law of in the Southeast Asia. I think it's very important because it encourage company or an enterprise to support the reducing and for the plastic treatment. Yeah, and besides the policy, I think we have some policy related to the raising awareness. We have some many raising awareness campaign. We have now in the official or in the office, we do not use single use or the plastic for containing water and other. And we have a very large campaign say no plastic in the office. Yeah. And finally, I think we have some many policy to encourage the enterprise for the producer biodegradable plastic or the other friendly material for the using in the product and in the supermarket. I think the own policy should be adopt and implement in the own level of my country, and if they have to reduce using the single-use plastic, that's all. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much for a very good sharing. I try to capture before I forgot at the end of the session. So starting from a good lesson learned that Vietnam is one can be considered as the first country in develop or introduce EPR in Southeast Asia. From that, relevant law and regulation been initiated in order to tackle plastic pollution. Having law and regulation is not enough, but behavioral change through awareness raising and other campaigns is one of the most important action that have been taken by Vietnam. Last but not least, working with the private sector to introduce the other alternative product where we can replace the plastic is also one of the key action that been taken. I know I cannot summarize everything, but at least I try to capture the main point and hope this is capture what you just mentioned. Now I move to our next speaker, Michael. Michael have an experience of working with international and UN agencies and so on. So as we discussed that this is the changing period where we need to prepare ourselves the new challenge that we are facing. So my question to you, Michael, is about so what kinds of a model from your observation that you foreseen that allow or even ASEAN can be initiated or can be applied in order to contribute to minimize the plastic consumption and also the plastic pollution? Mike, please.
Thank you very much. Also from my side, I'm Michael. I'm currently the country director of Swiss Contact. You might have seen our booth over there in front. Here in Laos, we implement projects together with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, where we also focus very much on circular economy, plastic waste reduction, and plastic waste management. I would also like to thank UNDP for the invitation today. And coming back to your question, it's a big question. Come up with a solution or a model to solve the issue, the burning issue of plastic pollution, but maybe to look a bit also based on the experience we have from our work and the projects we do, I would see there are 4 main dimensions that we have to address to basically combat the plastic pollution. First, we should look in reducing or basically replacing plastic at all, no? Getting rid of single-use plastics through generating access to plastic alternatives to single-use plastics and alternative products. We saw some very nice solutions here in the booth today, the different startups here. Also in our project, we supported several of them, all local products, which is another important aspect, also that the country has a benefit and the people that these products are produced locally and generating the added value here in the country. And this is also a key aspect we are struggling with, that the competitiveness of these products, to make sure that the prices are, in a way, allow that the plastic is replaced, as long as there is no regulation in place that makes it, in any case, illegal. And I think we heard it before a bit. An important product to look at is bioplastic and biodegradable plastic, because it doesn't request much behavior change from the end customers. And I think there we can also learn a lot within the ASEAN region. I think Thailand is at the forefront of producing bioplastics, also from a technology perspective, and how this could be brought into other countries. And then I think the second, when we have managed to reduce the plastic as much as possible, is looking at the circularity of plastic waste, to make sure that if plastic is entering the value chain, that it's properly separated at source, it's properly collected, it's properly sorted, and then ends up in recycling facilities in order to get back into the value chain and into production. And this is also a step where from my perspective, the countries also here in ASEAN are at different levels and can benefit from each other, to look into different innovations and technologies for better waste management, and how they could give a push into other countries. And this is also a bit linked to these upcoming regulations. For example, Thailand is discussing banning the import of plastic waste. I think in Vietnam it's also discussed, and this would also have an impact here in the country where most of the plastic is currently exported and not recycled here. And then the third component, I think when we have managed to reduce the plastic waste and then to recycle it properly, is the awareness aspect. And there are 2 levels. One is the awareness among the population, so the proper population educational campaign, starting early, starting with the kids. I think we have Zero Waste sitting here, who does an excellent job in this field. And actually to change the behavior, which can take quite can take generations, and then we have to start as early as possible. And then the second one is looking into the industry, and then looking into EPR, and extended producer responsibility, where we heard that in different countries it's already applied, it's already a law. Here it's still in discussion, and I think this is one of the very, very important aspects, to also bring the plastic producers into their responsibility, to make sure that their products eventually are entering a circular system. And then finally, the last dimension that I see in this is around policies and regulations, that have to make sure that this whole system is working. We see it here. We have the National Plastic Action Plan in Laos, which has just been signed off recently, which gives a framework and gives the policies that can then lead that these other 3 dimensions that I meant actually work. And this is also currently embedded with the UN Global Plastic Treaty. The momentum is here, and I think we are now at the moment where this paradigm shift, as we said, can really happen. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michael, for your points. And again, I try to summarize. So the first, perhaps we try to reduce the plastic consumption, plastic production as much as possible. For example, like we try to work with the innovators, come up with a solution, such as today booths and representative from different innovator is also the best practice, where we can have a solution to that. The second point is about promoting the circularity of the plastics as a whole. I mean, to address the whole life cycle of the plastic. It's not only from upstream, downstream, but the whole life cycle of the plastic. Again, education, awareness raising is quite important. That you know, without understanding about the impact, without understanding about the effect that might happen, perhaps we might not really participate in any campaign or action against this. But having a good knowledge on this will help us to minimize the use of the plastic, so that we can reduce the plastic consumption. Again, policy and regulation is still quite important, because this will be used as a guidance that we can, you know, lead the country or the community to be the best. I remember that Dr. Vong this morning, he also mentioned about a lot of initiative being initiated under the ASEAN's community. However, the national action need to be developed and need to be acted nationally in line with the context, in line with the capacity of those countries. So yes, policy and regulation is also one point where might also echo in this one. So I'd like to move to our next speaker, Mrs. Wang Wilai. She is the director and also the co-founder of Patibu company. So yeah, we heard from the speaker and panelists that this, to tackle the plastic, no one can deal with this alone. So we need a lot of involvement from the private sector, from stakeholder partner, and also the others innovators. So we want to hear from our private business actor here, since she also initiated something related to minimize the plastic. So my question to you is, how business adapt to the plastics phase out movement? So I try to elaborate a little bit. Right now, plastic is a big issue, and there are a lot of requests from the stakeholder and partner to have a solution that might be come from the business actor. So with this change and with this movement, what should be the business adapt the plastic phase out movement, and what kind of innovation or product design that your companies have been introduced and also applies in the context of Laos or maybe in the other countries. So please share your experience.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vieng Vilai Pimason. I am the co-founder and director of Patihup, plastic recycling based in Luang Prabang, Laos. Thank you for your question. For Patihup, at Patihup, we recycle and repurpose all kinds of used and discarded plastic. We focus on low-value plastic waste that often end up in the landfill and cannot recycle elsewhere. We prevented over 25 kilos of plastic from polluting the environment in Luang Prabang. Over the past year and a half, by collecting, sorting, cleaning, and shred it, we then process it to durable, distinctive items, such as you can see, like we have store there that coasters, soap dishes, tables, which businesses and consumers use, reducing the amount of new plastic entering the market.
All right, so yes, the real practice from her company is about trying to collect the plastics that being used by the publics and then reproduce into the other material so that we can also, you know, reduce or reproduce and minimize the plastic consumption too. So the next question will be to our speaker nearby here, Suksaway. Sorry, I try sometime to pronounce the name. So she is the founder of Zero Waste in Laos, so she also been contribute a lot to minimize the tackling the plastic pollution. I believe not only this action, perhaps your organization also focusing on the other area. But with the time limited, perhaps I straight my question to you. So, based on your intervention so far in Laos and based on your observation, what are the main challenges that you foreseen in terms of collaboration between stakeholders within the country and also within the regions as a whole to tackle the plastic pollution? I mean, what are the main challenge of collaboration across the stakeholder to deal with the plastic solution? And from your observation, what should be the suggestion to tackle this kind of challenges? So please.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Actually, today I'm also represent as GTI as well, not just only Zero Waste Lao. So in terms of the challenge, first, because my work is a lot with grassroots level as well as supporting the policy work, including stakeholder engagements. So I see a lot of challenge. So the first one is the data sharings. So it's the main issue. I think it's not just only in Laos, but to conduct the getting informations or setting data system in Laos is still in early stage for this. And next is about in terms of collaborations as well. So in terms of collaborations, I think the main law, so we have government as a key counterpart for every project, right? So that's something challenge is, for example, some of the area or the project it's still we are doing independently. Like we really see the collaborations among development partners or among the project. But I think if we all are together, we can see make a lot of big impact. So and then the next one, I would say in terms of the regions. So for the regions, because I also involve or participate a lot in the regional workshop or the dialogue, I see that the challenge is understanding the strength or the opportunity of each country. For example, we have each member of ASEAN state have different levels of approach or the progress. For example, in Laos, we might be at, let's say, out of 1 to 10, we might be at 4 or 5. But for example, Vietnam might go to level of 6 or 7, or Thailand, something like that. So at this, we still not yet really cooperate or working together to move forward at the same step, yeah. And the next, I think we see a lot of MOU or collaborations among ASEAN, but I think the other opportunity that we should work more is not just only the country level, but the provincial levels, or for example, the province that's next to the share border, something like that. For example, here Laos and Thailand, or Laos and Cambodia in southern part, or Laos and Vietnam. Because when we talk about EPR, when we talk about plastic recycling, we really need to work together. It's not just only within the country, but to see the collaborations, the province to the province as well, especially these regions in Mekong. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you so much for our panelists. So I might summary the main challenge that we have noticed here. One is about data sharing. So yes, I also noticed, especially in Cambodia, we also face data. I mean, we don't use the same data, then the intervention might be a bit different. So I think this you raise very good point, because this also linked with the upcoming global treaty on plastic, where they will require the country need to have very good data and information to be used as the baseline information and to be measured by the implementation of those law and regulation. You also mentioned about the challenge in terms of the collaborations among the stakeholders. We also noticed this, a lot of partner and stakeholder that focusing on this area, but we must acknowledge that the collaboration sometimes is still limited, or perhaps because of the funding, opportunity, competition, and others. So this can be another barrier where the other stakeholder don't want to collaborate with too. But just one example, but perhaps the others example. The other challenge is about the capacity or the development level. For example, like taking ASEAN as an example, not all ASEAN countries have a not all ASEAN countries have a similar capacity to tackle with that issue. If we look at the economic point of view, we can also see some ASEAN country also what we call the developed country, while still in the developing country, and some are still in the LDC country. So this also reflect the truth that the level of development and also the capacity of different countries have a different stage where we need to tackle or we need to address this commonly. Last but not least, tackling this plastic issue need a lot of collaboration from one country to the other country. For example, like we are the country that along the Mekong river, so perhaps Mekong is, if I remember correctly, is one of the top 10 river in the world that bring a lot of plastic into the sea. Then how many countries along the Mekong? If you have noticed, at least 5 countries, right? So if we didn't really join action to tackle this issue together, perhaps you might clean very clean from Thailand and from Laos, for example, like maybe in Cambodia and Vietnam, because the Mekong River is flow to that country, then that's by the end of the day, that will be end up at the sea. So that also requires the collaboration among the country, not only among the country, but between the city to the provinces too, because again, some cities are very well in planning and implementation, but the other provinces, which we consider as the very rural or remote area, they still need support from capacity building and also financing to make that happen at the ground. So these are the main challenges that we have noticed here. I still have a lot of questions in my hand and in my head, but I will stop myself here, and I'd like to hear from our participant, because we have a lot of colleagues here. So colleagues, if you have any questions, please raise your hand, and then our team will pick up the question from your side. So I have another way to moderate the session. If you are not, if you are now, you are volunteer to raise the question. But if you don't raise the, if you don't volunteer yourself to raise the question, and then the moderator will volunteer you to come up with some question. This kind of what we call the participation. Sorry, just kidding. Okay. Anybody has any question, comment, and input? Please feel free. Raise your hand, and then you can share. Maybe no. If no, I will move around with the others' question. Well, okay. I still have a question, as I mentioned. Perhaps I move to our panelist, Mr. Hu. Since you also, besides supporting the rule and regulation, you also in charge of the, let's say, Marine Science Institute. So my assumption is you might have a, do some research on the impact of the plastic pollution. So from that point, I'd like to hear from you. Perhaps that also a message to remind all of us, what are the adverse or what are the harmful impact that may cause from the plastic pollution to the human and also to the planet. So please.
Thank you for your interesting question. I think I have some information, but someone or everyone knows. But I can sum up. According to the UN Environment Program in each year, about the 460 million metric ton plastic produced, and from this we have the around the 20 million metric ton enter the environment. And I think with Ms Manith from the plastic litter, it can be affect on the environment and human health. The first, I can sum up the first, the plastic litter can be break into the small bit. Now it's called that under the 5 millimeter, it's called that microplastic. And microplastic can enter the food chain, and it contains many hazardous chemical and could inject by the level of primary production and enter the high level and could affect to the human health. And the second, I think the macroplastic is easy to see. It can be had a adverse effect to the marine economy, like the tourism or the transportation. Because the people don't want to go to another side with a few full of the plastic in the beach or in the sea. The third, I think that the plastic litter can impact in the climate change. It from the producer. In the producer, we use oil to extract and convert to the plastic or high polymer. But when we collecting the plastic litter or treatment with the burning, it can exhaust emission to many poisonous air like the methane or the carbon dioxide or the dioxin. Yeah. And finally, I think that the plastic litter can affect because of when the plastic floating in the sea, it can be attacked many the organism or the species. Endangered species or the invasive species is moved from this side to the other side and can be affect on the biodiversity. I think it's a zero information I can provide. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much again for the information. I think this message is alert all of us about how harmful it is. I mean, the pollution that came from the plastic. So it can be, integrated into what we call the microplastic, where we cannot see by our eyes normally. And then this microplastic can be have a very adverse effect to our human. It can be in the foods and in others waters that we drink and that we eat early. In addition to this, the pollution can also be destroy the ecosystem, the marine litter in general. That's also a serious problem where we are facing now. Last but not least, this also impact to the climate change. That part of the climate change is about caused by the pollution, the plastic pollution that can come from the illegal burning of those kind of plastic, and also generate a lot of GHG, and then this cause the climate and as a whole. Well, I saw a hand raised from. Okay, please.
Hello, thank you. I'm still Green Vientiane, and I have been working on plastics since 2011, and now in 2024 we have a lot of organization working on plastic, and what I would like is to have a coordination, a discussion with a group, all the CSO organization who work on plastic. And I was listening to Suk Savoy, who has a lot of experience, and we need her to to exchange with us. And Michael has also a lot of experience, and that will be good that younger organizations don't have the way to travel around the region, and they need the feedback of Suk-Savoy and other. And that will be very, very good at the moment now, after this conference. The CSO working on plastic, and there are, I don't know, 10 or 15 in the region, in Laos, would meet and to discuss. Like that, we can go in the same direction and exchange experience. I think that will be very good for the fight against plastic.
Thank you. If I may catch up your point, meaning that it's not a question, but perhaps it's kind of a request to have a better coordination amongst the partner and stakeholders, especially in Laos, so that everyone can work together in tackling the plastic issue.
I would say a CSO organization, maybe not stakeholder, because the MONRE has other responsibility, and the producer don't have yet this organization, but the CSO are already strong enough to work together and exchange, and could have a better work if we work all together.
Yes, please.
Hello. Okay. Yes, thanks for your questions or your suggestion. So actually, for example, in Laos, we have at least 250 CSO, and then we divide into 7 groups. So about 50 of them, about that they are working on environmental working group, and the other education and agriculture. So as I'm also elected as the leader of CSO working group on environment. So I think moving forward for the strategy or the work plan, I would also like to integrate the plastic actions into our group as well. And we also happy to work and collaborate with also you as well, and not just only within CSO, but I believe that to work in this area, we need also industrial, private sector, and government. And I just have opportunity to work closely with the community. So I see that the plastic that we are talking or we try to solve is still on the top, but in the reality, when we go to the province remote area, it's about how they can clean up that there's no waste collection system. But to integrate this work and also having more CSO working and support, not just, for example, sometimes we might not be able to set up the system, but at least raising awareness or educate them to understand about the impact, that also would be very great, and also having a big impact. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's true. If we can work together, I think we can be stronger, and in the region, but also in Vientiane, where everything is happening in Vientiane. And I think if we could get a CSO meeting in Vientiane would be, and with the NGO also, I think that NGO organization would be very, we could be very stronger.
Okay, thank you so much for the information sharing and also the point. I think if I might just summary, the mechanism is already there. However, the effort need to be involved more. Let's say NGO that also have a similar vision, so that we together can tackle that issue. I still don't see any hand raised, so I might come up with the other broad question to Michael again. We are talking about stop using plastic or minimize the plastic products, while plastic is quite convenient with everyone. Everywhere is plastic. If you look at the business and others places, hospitality and hospital also use a lot of plastic there. And the readiness of the country might be different from one to the others. So my broader question to you is, what might be an impact to a developing country or less developing country or to industry, to economic industry in general, if we minimize the plastic consumption. My point is, for example, like if you just take a coffee shop as an example, you know, they use a daily plastic to packs or to supply in their business. But if you let's say ban them to not use those plastic, then what will be impact that might be happen to those business? So just your broad observation. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for this question. Maybe before I start, I would also like to quickly respond to Serge and the point mentioned, and also what Suksavoy said. I think it's quite key, you know, that the organizations here in the country and also broader regionally well coordinate and cooperate. We often talk about it, but then it's not really happening that we actually sit together and meet. And also beyond the CSO, there are a lot of INGOs now working here. It's Swiss Contact, it's also WWF and others who work in plastic waste management. Now we have then also the development partners who do tasks or do activities in plastic. So it would be good if we maybe sit, you know, after this event and see how to bring all of these players together to also make sure that the different activities are in synergy with what CSO doing, INGO is doing, with what the ministry is doing, to have it well aligned. Now coming quickly back to this, to the question that you mentioned, the impact of basically banning plastic waste or reducing plastic at all in a country. So as we are from Swiss Contact, we are a development organization. On the one hand, we look at the environmental side, but we also look at economic and social development. So we have to look at both sides of the equation. And specifically when we would say, it was the point that was raised, when plastic is basically banned or gone and you have to use other products, the risk is high that the prices rise. And a lot of food and then basic things that you need, like to cover your basic needs, are covered in plastic at the moment. And if this is replaced or done, it could be that the basic food prices go up, and this has quite a high risk. So this especially in countries where the income levels are lower, where inflation is high, this can lead into a negative impact on the broader population, specifically the lower or the very low income group. So if this is done, it has to be done in a way that it's balanced and in a process that makes sure that if these changes happening, they take into account these negative impacts that could happen, no? And balance this either through subsidies or through other ways to make sure that the prices do not skyrocket. Another thing that might happen is if we go that way, it's kind of it's a quite disruptive change. If you take out a product that's basically in daily use, and many businesses that produce plastic products, I don't know, can be to produce plastic bags or bottles, they might close. No? So the people lose their jobs. This is an obvious thing that happens in any case, in any kind of disruptive change in economies. However, what is then important to do is accompany it with some kind of reskilling or upskilling programs for those people, that they can enter new sectors or fields to work. And then going a bit up on the macro level, it depends a bit on the country, how strong the plastic industry is, but if it's curbed down, it might lead to a bit of an economic downturn. However, at the same time, you can also look at the positive ways. If you're no longer allowed to use plastic, so if plastic is no longer there, you need alternatives, and this can then spark innovation and drive innovation, and new sectors can come up, which then again generate the employment and has been lost in another sector, and generate again the revenue that was lost. And eventually there's also the positive impact, as we heard before, related to environmental and health aspects. If we no longer have the microplastics in our food and in our water, and if the plastic waste is no longer burnt because it's not here, so the air pollution will be reduced. So there are a lot of positive impacts. But the important thing is to balance the negative ones. It has to go hand in hand with investments in alternative technologies, in green technologies, innovations, economic diversification, in order to make sure that this does not lead to negative social impacts. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michael. So, in short, we need to balance between economics and social development. Otherwise, we cannot move our country forward, right? I connect to this question. I think that will be also want to hear from Vietnam because comparing to our panelists here, Vietnam is a bit advanced in tackling this issue. So you have initiated rule and regulation and others, but I want to hear from you, what should be the role of the consumers or the publics in contribute to, firstly, to implement those law and regulation and also to comply with the requirement that have been initiated by the government. So please.
I think the most important to reduce the plastic is we should follow the life cycle approach. It's including the from the tops upstream, like the producer and the consumer and the final needs for the waste management, waste treatment and management. I think for consumer it's very important because of the behavior. If behavior can change, we can reduce the plastic during the consumption. Because of now people say things that single-use plastic is very useful or very easy to buy and easy to use. So that we, if they see that it impact to environment, they can change, not remove or not remove all the plastic used in the lifetime, but we can the consumer can reduce, and it helps to reduce the plastic pollution. And if we can change, the consumer can change the behavior to use friendly material like use natural material or not or so on, and the plastic litter can reduce. And I think because of plastic pollution is not it's a temporary issue, so that every country should join hand to approve a new global plastic treaty on global treaty on plastic pollution. And I am a member of the Vietnam delegation to Busan next month. I think if the global treaty approve, it can help the developing country and at least lead developed country to support from the developed country to technical assistance or the financial to improve the plastic management and plastic pollution reduce. Yeah, it's my answer. Thank you.
So thank you so much. I also have a last question to our panelist, Ms. Wang Vilai. You are as a director and also the co-founder of the Pataboops, a company. So I believe if we talk about, if we are talking about the business innovation, perhaps there are different businesses and opportunity that you can create it. But my question to you is, what influenced you to initiate this kind of business? I mean, what is the, let's say, what is your overall vision, and what influenced you to set up this kind of business instead of the others business? Please.
Thank you. Going back to 2018 to 2019, I have a chance to work as a consultant, waste management. The project is for waste management project in Luang Prabang, and witnessing all the problems and plastic, single-use plastic, like Michael was mentioned, is difficult to stop, and to like if we stop will affect many businesses. So therefore, and myself and my co-founder, we try to find the opportunity to start this business. So finally, we found a reform plastic that who has experience more than over 10 years, and that help us to provide all the support, technicals, and expertise. So here we are, and we have Patihoop as a second reform in Laos.
Okay, thank you so much for your sharing. The last question is not in the list of my question, and perhaps you wonder why this moderator asked such question, right? What I want to conclude from this question is, what I have learned is that, so when we are really face that issue, when we are really see that is the big issue, and then you yourself will come up with any initiative in order to contribute to that issue. So this is the point that I want to get from there. I don't want to make any summary of this, but thank you so much to all panelists. That I mean, you all are incredible. You all are amazing. You have a different kind of initiative and also contribution to tackle this issue, ranking from the invent such kind of a material where we can use to replace plastic. We have contributed to set up policy and regulation that can be one of the guidance to ban and also to prohibit of plastic import export. For example, you have lead in terms of awareness raising and behavioral change to the citizen and public in general. So all of these are very unmeasurable contribution where you've been contribute to the country and also to the world. So without further ado, I'd like to ask everyone to give a big clap of applause to our panelists here. Again, thank you so much to panelists, and I give the floor back to MC.
Thank you very much for our esteemed panelists for sharing success, enriching experience, and also special thanks to our beloved moderator as well. Please remain on stage for a group photo, and also we would like to have a present small gift from our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of the day one of the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution event. I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speaker, panelists, and also moderator for their valuable contribution today. Your insight to have truly enriched our discussion to tracking plastic pollution. I also want to extend my gratitude to all of you participants who have here and also online for your active participation, for the engaging also to this event as well. So before we close, I am excited to invite you to come up on the stage to have a big photo for the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2024. Maybe down enough to lights now. You have 2 lights. So please, our volunteer and also at the innovation exhibition area as well. So please join us to have a big photo for the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2024. Please join us. นั่งข้างหน้านั่งก็ได้เนาะอาสาเขานั่งข้างหน้าก็ได้เนาะนั่งข้างหน้าก็ได้เนาะ
Yes, everyone come closer to the center, please.
อย่าบังไอเด้ออย่าบังไอเด้ออลิงเจเนอร์ตอนนี้ตุ๊กเนี่ยได้ยับเข้ายับเข้าท้องเยอะไม่จะลุ้นเห็นไอเด้อบังนั่งอีกแถวหนึ่งก็ได้ข้างหน้าโอ้ thank you very much everyone ย่อลงแถวทั้งหน้าแถวทั้งกลางบ่ย่อก็ได้เนาะแต่ว่าแถวทั้งหน้าจะย่อลงนั่งลงก็ได้นั่งลงกับผู้ทั้งหน้า
Okay, everyone in position. Cameras.
นั่งเราอย่างนี้ผมจะยับไปข้างหน้าด้วยนั่งข้างหน้าก็ได้บ่ได้โอเค
Okay, all eyes on camera. 1, 2, 3.
อาเซียน
1, 2, 3. Say no to plastic. Yeah. Okay. Freestyles, please. Pose. Yay! 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you everyone. Everybody, Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed delegate from ASEAN country, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and once again, Sabadi, and welcome to the second day of the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2024 in Vientiane capital, Lao PDR. My name is Phongphichit Chindamani. I will be your master of ceremony today as well. Before we start with today's agenda, I would like to make a few housekeeping announcements. Today's program runs from 9 a.m., actually 8:30 to 12:30 p.m. The conference room equipped with the simultaneous translation system in English and Lao language headsets are available in each of your seats. In case of the problem, please contact one of our members of the voting team wearing our UNDP t-shirt. Moreover, we also have online participants with more than 100 persons across the region and beyond joining us today. Our 15 minutes coffee break will be held at 10:50. Drinking and snack will be available in the back of the conference room. Lunch will be provided to the participant, and don't forget to get the coupon from the staff or also the volunteer in outside of the conference room. And also before leaving to the conference room, don't forget that for the ASEAN member state representative, the speaker and panelists, I hope you have registered to join the field visit this afternoon, and if not, please do so with our staff in the outside of the conference room. Before we commence, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the cohort, the Ministry of the Natural Resources and Environment of Lao PDR, the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, and the United Nations Development Program for their invaluable support, and also to our organizing committee for their hard work in bringing this event to life. It is also our pleasure to have delegates from ASEAN country to be with us in this event in person and also online. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Galakot Tanseli, Head of Experimentation, UNDP Lao PDR, to the stage to provide a quick recap of the day one of ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution. Please, Mr. Tanseli, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a good sleep. I hope you also enjoyed the cocktail yesterday night and networking with the colleagues from all around the region. I have been asked to do a recap of yesterday, so I will try to do it short. I think we had a great opening yesterday. We have His Excellency Mr. Phouvong Luangxaysana, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Lao PDR opening. He really emphasized the importance of having a platform for collaboration and partnership, and about this conference especially. Then we have a video from Professor Tetsuya that reminds us that this platform is very important, that has been started last year in Indonesia, Jakarta. And Madam Martine, resident representative of UNDP Lao PDR, that emphasized that the effort of fighting against plastic, it's a whole of society approach that needs to be applied, not only from government, but from the whole society. And after that, we have a short introduction of the Global Plastic Action Partnership from Liviana, from the World Economic Forum, who announced as well that Laos has joined now the Global Plastic Action Partnership. In total, it comprises of 19 countries in this alliance, and from ASEAN, 5 countries, including Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Cambodia, and of course, Laos. After that, we had the first session on regional collaboration against plastic pollution. We had Mr. Dr. Vunsuk from the ASEAN Secretariat that remind us that we have a framework from ASEAN that laid out the objectives of phasing out of plastic pollution. And then Mr. Ryu Kawamura, who from ERIA, who highlight to us as well the effort that ERIA has done through notably the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution. And then Mr. Bounpakone from MONRE of Lao PDR, who emphasized also the effort from Lao PDR, but also like the agreement that Lao PDR have made with other ASEAN countries, especially Cambodia and Vietnam, to fight together transboundary effort to fight against plastic pollution. And then we had also Ms. Ruchi Mohanty from UNDP Regional Office, who highlighted the importance of collaborating across sector with private sector to make a common effort to combat plastic pollutions. And we have Mr. Mushtad from UNEP Regional Office also, that highlights the regional platform that we have through COPC and through regional project to combat plastic pollutions as well. And then we had the second session on the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollutions that will have the 5th session happening by the end of next month in Busan. And we had the opportunity to hear on the process of this INC from Dr. Sitsai from MONRE Lao PDR. And then in the panel discussion, we had the opportunity to hear from 5 ASEAN countries, from Cambodia, Indonesia, Lao PDR, Thailand, and Vietnam. And it was a good opportunity to hear from how they prepare to join this negotiating committee, how do they defend the position of their country in the global stage, but also what are the commonalities that we can find within our region, within ASEAN, to speak in one voice. It was highlighted as well that ASEAN is an association of different countries with different background, different contexts, socioeconomic context and environmental context. So it was important to have those identity to stand out. And in terms of the commonality, I think Mr. Tuan highlighted, for example, the priority of working on waste management, the importance of having a mechanism for financing, and of course, collaboration across the region. Then on the afternoon, we launched the exhibition with the innovators that we have in the back. And today, again, they are back here. So you can still connect and visit their booths. We had a remark from Carrie from Norad, who is the important contributor to support the innovators who are joining us today and yesterday. So again, highlighting the contribution from the Norwegian government toward the innovators in ASEAN. And then we heard from 10 innovators who pitched their presentation to us and show us the innovation that has come from the region, initiated from the region, and has been applied throughout the region. And I hope that this is an opportunity also to scale up the ideas, solutions across ASEAN. After that, we had also presentation from regional initiative from the CMAP, the Southeast Asia Regional Platform on Combating Marine Plastic, who will launch very soon a market and a knowledge platform for innovators to showcase their innovations there. And then we heard also from Kamala from UNEP with the Sea Circular project, and especially for the Seas of Solutions events that happen every year. That is an opportunity to network, to coordinate the actions against plastic pollutions, and also a platform for innovators to be featured as well. And last but not least, for the first day, we had a very interesting panel discussion on pioneering the paradigm shift to phase out of plastic solutions. And we had representatives from different backgrounds, from the government of Vietnam, from development partners from Lao PDR, and from a CSO and company from Lao PDR that share their opinions on how we make system change, how do we thrive to phase out plastic or to making sure that plastic is better managed in their own perspective. And I think it was a very good way to continue the conversation today with further sessions on the solutions that we can apply and the actions that we can do to fight against plastic pollution. So that was the short recap of what we have done yesterday. More interesting sessions will be discussed today, and I hope you will be actively participating in person, but also online. Thank you very much, and have a good, productive day.
It's really a wonderful and amazing the first day that we had together yesterday. Next, we move to the first session of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start now the first session of the day on extended producer responsibility. We will have a keynote presentation, and also we will follow by the panel discussion. For the keynote presentation, we have Mr. Michikazu Kojima, Senior Research Fellow on Environmental Issue, ERIA. Mr. Michikazu Kojima is an economist specializing in environmental policy, especially waste management and recycling in Asian countries. He has long been actively engaged with the field of international cooperation and served as a member of the expert working group on environmentally sound management under BE.Center Convention and the Technical Expert Committee on Green Industry Platform by United Nations Industrial Development Organization. His research focuses on waste management and research circularity from social science perspectives. He has been invited as a guest lecturer and visiting professor at many universities in Japan, and consider teaching the young generation as one of his vocation. May I please to invite Mr. Michikazu Kojima, Senior Research Fellow on Environmental Issue, ERIA, to deliver his keynote presentation. Please welcome.
Thank you for kind introduction. My name is Michikazu Kojima. I'm a Senior Research Fellow in the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN East Asia area. I have studied recycling in Asian region for more than 20 years. I'm very honored to stand before you today in the lovely city of Vientiane to deliver an opening presentation at the second day of the ASEAN Conference. Today, I'd like to share my understanding on EPR policy in ASEAN countries. Next, please. First of all, I would like to start by noting that addressing plastic pollution requires a life cycle approach that considers the impacts of all stages across the plastic value chain, which include upstream, such as the production of plastic polymers, midstream, comprising product design and use, and downstream, which entails plastic waste management and treatment. This requires the efforts from all stakeholders, including the private sector, which plays a key role in developing innovative technologies and employing circular economy strategies. However, I'd like to emphasize that the private sector has the responsibility of getting involved in all stages of the plastic value chain and underscoring its critical participation in the addressing plastic pollution. In recent years, extended producer responsibilities, also known as the EPR, has become one of the policy tools that is often talked about in discussion on the private sector's role in addressing plastic pollution. To use the OECD's definition, EPR is a policy approach which makes producers responsible for their product along entire life cycle, including at the post-consumer stage. EPR itself can take many different forms. For example, there are a financial EPR scheme in which private companies contribute to the fund for the recovery, collection, and or treatment of plastic waste that is done by someone else. Another type of the EPR is operational EPR schemes in which private companies are directly involved in the recovery, collection, and the treatment of plastic waste from their products. An important distinction, type of EPR is operational EPR scheme in which private companies are directly involved in the recovery, collection, and treatment. And an important distinction to make when taking about EPR is different between voluntary and mandatory EPR. Studies have known that mandatory EPR is effective than voluntary ones because it creates a level of playing field for all hosts, everyone to the same obligation. Next, please. Next, please. Having said that, the execution of EPR schemes across the region varies based on the national, social, economic context, including the obliged producers and other policies. Here we see that most EPR policies in ASEAN are targeted brand owners of products such as food and beverages, as well as other consumer products. Only the Philippines and Vietnam apply the responsibility to plastic manufacturers also. So there are several kind of the types of the the EPL schemes, like Singapore's try to utilize a deposit refund scheme. On the other hand, Indonesia focus on the kind of reporting of the recycling and reduce kind of the plastics and some packaged container and so on, and also. The Philippines already started the EPL scheme. They have a, how to say, they achieved a kind of initial target in 2023 last year, and still, yeah, they are, how to say, they have a kind of increased kind of a target recycling rate. And Vietnam, I'm not so sure the current situation, but they already started the EPL scheme this year. Next, please. Here we see how ASEAN countries impose different types of the responsibilities under their EPL schemes to the producers. So if you how say, try to initiate EPL scheme, you should consider how you put the responsibilities to the producers. The financial one, mainly financial one, and the operational one, or informational one. So you should understand the kind of key kind of the responsibilities in EPL scheme. Next, please. On guidelines and standard here, I'd like to illustrate some of the examples. First, design for recycling can increase the end of life values of plastic products, plastic waste, incentivizing its proper management, including recyclings. An example of these practices includes a shift from colored to colorless PET bottles, such as the Sprite bottle shown here, which shifted from green to transparent one. So if you have a kind of a colored kind of the PET bottles, the demand is limited. So transparent one, it's easy to change the color. So the demand is much on the transparent PET bottles. Second, standards for food-grade recycled materials enable a closed-loop recycling that ensure the quality and safety of recycled plastics in food packaging. For instance, Indonesia has a national standard of recycled PET packaging and resins. So such kind of the, sometimes recycled products might be a kind of the, including hazardous substances or some contamination and so on. So it is better to have a good kind of the quality standard on recycled products, especially the kind of a food or drink related kind of the plastic containers and packagings. Third, standards for recycled products help ensure that the quality of recycled products, that of products made from virgin materials. I mean, an example of this is Japan industrial standards on PVC, left bottles. The one is the kind of pipe. Plastic pipe, but the blue one is a virgin virgin plastics. But the red one is a recycled plastics. Which might be a kind of the contamination, something. But the water is not touching the recycled plastics. Only the outer layer and the inner layer are made from the virgin plastics. So there are such kind of the standard for industrial standards for recycled kind of PVC pipe, which try to not to touch the kind of water to the recycled plastics. Okay, so and also, yeah. Last, eco-labeling can promote goods and services that demonstrate environmental excellences, enabling consumers to make informed choices. For instance, Singapore voluntary logo for all products with reduced packaging. Okay, next. Lastly, as a closing, I'd like to note two important points. First, EPR is not a challenge, but an opportunity. View it as source of funding to establish supporting collection and recycling systems, transitioning towards a circular plastic value chain. Second, EPR is gaining momentum, not just in the region, but also the global stage. It is being one of the main topics discussed in the INC meetings, which will establish the global plastic treaty. It is a time built on this momentum to establish an EPR system that is effective in reducing plastic pollution, one that best fits the socio-economic landscape of Southeast Asian countries. Yeah, thank you very much. So, yeah, last slide is our kind of a contact and SNS and so on. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for kind introduction. Good morning. I'm Leo Kawamura, Director for Regional Center for Marine Plastic Debris. Dr. Casper, Ms. Philavanh, Ms. Atali, and Mr. Faris, thank you for joining us for the very exciting session about extended producer responsibility. As Kojima-san has explained in the presentation, that EPR has growing momentum. In the first day of this conference, Dr. Shizukusai of the Lao MONRE has explained about the structure of the zero text of the INC process. In the INC zero text, EPR was clearly mentioned as a countermeasure in the midstream. However, as Kojima-san has explained, EPR has one definition, but the reality or real set of the institution are varied in terms of the, following each context, each national context and national circumstances. So this session is, you can find no speaker from the governmental side. Yes, in the day first, we have many government officials, but today's session, there is no government officials, rather implementers of the IPR, our speakers and moderators. And in order, in this session, we would like to ask each speaker to share your experience about what happened on the ground during the implementation of the EPR. And then your feedback would be very crucial for the countries, ASEAN member states, which already has the EPR schemes, or other countries which are considering to introduce new kind of the EPR. So this session would be very beneficial or helpful for all ASEAN member states to consider about future countermeasures for tackling plastic pollution. So in this session, I'd like to prepare 2 rounds of the questions. At first round, I'd like to ask one question to each speaker about what strategies are you employing to support the implementation of the EPR, and what challenges do you face, and what are the collaborative actions needed to overcome them. I'd like to ask each of the speakers for 6 minutes to present the answer to my questions, and then I'd like to make a second round of questions. And then I'd like to open the floor. So I'd like to invite Dr. Casper, Packaging Recycling Organization on the Vietnam. Dr. Casper, you have the floor.
Thank you
moderator, for the kind introduction. So my name is Casper Durant, and it's my honor and privilege today to represent PRO Vietnam. I'm based in Thailand, and I work in PROs in the region, and I'm very privileged to be part of PRO Vietnam since 2019. And we have gone along the journey of implementing EPR, where today PRO Vietnam is recognized by MONRE as the entity responsible for doing collection on behalf of their members. So I'll share today some of the strategies, and I was saying 6 minutes is a little bit short for me, especially when it comes to the challenges. Maybe 6 hours would be more appropriate. So on the strategies, I want to talk about 3 specifically. The first one is the collection. Really, the most important aspect is the results. So we talk about collection and getting the right collection model in place, how important that is. And secondly, building capacity on your long-term objectives. When you realize how big this problem is on collecting the members' volume, you need a long-term strategy, and you need to build capacity and expansion. And finally, we need to share the experience. Very important. Doesn't help to just do the work and not sharing the experience. So on the collection model, so we have simplicity expressed it as a pull or a push model. And we found the most effective model for the PRO was a pull model, where we actually work via recycling facilities, starting with the end in mind. Where are we going to recycle this collected material? Don't just collect. You'll see in the first, on the push model, many times we collect and then we have a mountain of material that we don't know what to do, and we end up landfilling it again or try to find other solutions. And I'll talk more about the other solutions in my other 3 minutes that's left. The second issue on building capacity, we need to continue to expand the circle and make the circle bigger of those recyclers that we contract. So we continuously work with more recyclers. So every year we add more to our list of approved recyclers that are approved by MONRE as an EPR recycler and that comply to the regulations. And then communication. So we have many workshops in Thailand, in Vietnam, and I must say PRO Vietnam has done an excellent job in communicating the work that we have done in building that capacity. And then finally, working with university scientists, we need to find new technologies and ways to recycle the collected materials. And then finally, on my strategies, I want to talk about sharing experiences again, and just emphasize the fact that we need to feedback to stakeholders and update the regulation, because the regulation is never perfect. Even from the start, we find issues and we solve them together with MONRE. We try to find what is it that is not practical for Vietnam, and we change and we amend and we fix until it works well. Can we have the next slide, please? So on the challenges, and as I said, I can speak very long on challenges, but let me just talk about 3 first in Vietnam. So the first one is the use of recycled materials. In Vietnam, it's not mandatory. It's not law that producers should use back recycled content. And we think this might be an opportunity for us. It will create a level playing field and a demand for the collected goods. And the second one is that waste segregation is not in place, and this is very common in the informal markets, that there's not sufficient waste segregation. And it's up to us, the producers, together with other stakeholders, to provide the segregation at source instruments, meaning separation bins, and then leave it open to the informal market to collect from those bins. We shouldn't limit the bins to a specific party because they don't empty it on time. It should be open to informal collectors, thereby including the informal selector in the solution of collection. Because the challenge of the informal selection is a huge one, not just in Vietnam, everywhere else. And then finally, this topic of incineration. Now, I heard yesterday people talk about burning plastic, and you can hear the pain in the voice when people say that. And yes, we don't want to burn plastic, and I'm also 100% against burning of plastic in the open air, the release of toxins. But there must be an opportunity for energy recovery, specifically for plastics that are hard to recycle, and there are no commercial solution available. We can't collect those multi-layer flexibles and simply add them to the landfill site. They simply wash back into the sea. We need to allow incineration with energy recovery as a legitimate recycling methodology. We can't walk away from this. And where in Vietnam, again, it's not allowed to incinerate plastic as a part of your EPR solution. And we do believe that where we replace fossil fuel, if we can replace coal in a cement kiln with RDF, refuse-derived fuel made from flexible films, it should be allowed. And then finally, on essential collaborative actions, just to say that our collaboration with media agencies and international organizations to help us promote and support building the roadmap for waste segregation, helping us for separation at source, and also the use of recycled materials is essential. And then finally, shaping the legislation. I mean, these collaborative actions, specifically with MONRE, to continue to shape the regulation. There are many issues that we still need to address to make it perfect for Vietnam. And then finally, collaboration with our recyclers, and we've realized that the relationship between producers and recyclers is essentially, and that relationship is created by the PRO, the Producer Responsibility Organization, and therefore PRO Vietnam has been very successful and in collaborating with recyclers to do collection on behalf of the producers. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for detailed explanation about what's going on in Vietnam. I'd like to ask Ms. Philavanh to share your experience in Singapore. Thank you. You have the floor.
Hi, yes, it's working, thank you. Good morning everyone in the room and online. Thank you for having us here. My name is Hui Ling and I'm from an organization, a non-governmental organization, Zero Waste Singapore. And today, just like to spend the 5 or 6 minutes that I have talking about our work, engaging the community when it comes to an EPR implementation back home. So I think, you know, as an NGO, when it comes to implementation, we don't necessarily have the levers for regulation, neither do we have that financial muscle to really put in place a scheme. So our focus is, you know, hey, how do we then work with consumers or the public to really ease the transition to a EPR kind of model. And so we thought to ourselves, okay, then what is the role of the consumer in such an EPR scheme? And really simply put, what we thought was, okay, you know, what we want the consumers to do is to, you know, whenever they use a product that has, well, in this case, plastic packaging or it's in a plastic bottle, we want them to, of course, you know, keep that product, the empty bottle, and then rinse it, clean it, and then put it at the correct collection point for further recycling and materials recovery, right? So it really then boils down to how do we engender a habit change towards waste segregation, waste segregation at source, so that we get better recyclables, and that fits into the whole circular economy. So we started a campaign, an advocacy campaign. It's called Sort It Out, to encourage everyone, households, individuals, to sort their waste in their households into recyclables and general waste. And how we did this was in 3 parts, as you can see on the slide. The first is really a desktop research, and these are publications that we've put online on our website, available at our website, zerowastesg.com. And what they really share is a research on what we've seen overseas, what are the best practices and case studies from overseas that tell us, hey, you know, that justify really that our advocacy position is right, and it's something that should and can be done in Singapore, at least, you know, in concept. And then secondly, we also then put in place in the Singapore context, small pilots, right? These are mini recycling hubs where there are segregated waste bins, and we work directly with recyclers, closed-loop recyclers, to collect the items And to really get the data to say, hey, you know, we do waste segregation correctly, do we end up with lower contamination rates? And do we still see, you know, the public participating in such waste segregation activities, even though it may take them a little bit more effort to sort and clean and keep their waste? And lastly, I think nothing beats really having to walk the ground, to talk to, you know, your constituencies, or you talk to the community and ask them directly, hey, what do you think about waste segregation at source? Or, you know, in our case, as Mr. Kojima had mentioned, we're putting in a deposit, or Singapore is putting in a deposit refund scheme. So what is the public's perceptions on that? Which brings me to my next slide. I think, you know, I just wanted, the work on our surveys is not finalized yet, so I don't have the findings right now to share, but I thought to just go through really the key kinds of buckets of views that we've got from the public when we ask them questions like, you know, what's your view on having to pay a deposit for store-bought beverages? Really, you know, talking about the deposit refund scheme that is coming online in 2026 in Singapore. And I thought, you know, just to share that, to show the main challenge for community engagement, right, is you really cannot kind of predict what the community may tell you. I mean, on paper, it sounds, you know, like a good idea. All of us should be plugged into the circular economy. We should be returning, you know, our recyclables to get our deposits back. But here's what they say, right, in 4 large bullet points. And these are 4 points that are of significant proportion out of all the responses, right? The first one is, you know, hey, you know, if you levy a deposit on my bottles, the cost outlay to me is it increases, right? My cost it increases at the outset, and so I see it as a cost of living increase. And second one is the one that we would really want people to see, which is like, hey, you know, I don't mind paying a deposit, and that's something I will get back anyways if I do the right thing, quote unquote, right? And next one, you know, where in Singapore, tap water is an option. People are saying, hey, you know, if the price of drinks are going to be too high, I'm just going to avoid store-bought drinks altogether. And lastly, actually, because from the public's perspective, they haven't heard very much about the scheme. So, you know, hey, ask me this now, and I don't really know what I'm going to think. So these are 4 main categories that we found out through our consumer perception studies on the deposit refund scheme. So I think, you know, it's interesting, but I don't have time now to peel back and tease out, you know, what are really the root kind of causes or what kind of thinking behind some of these responses. But I think, you know, as you can probably tell, that there will be implications, not just on the feasibility of the scheme, but also, you know, on sales and revenue, and how, you know, producers can be plugged in the hole, or how producers will be impacted as well. So from that challenge, then I will just list out 2 suggested maybe collaborations, as you would have heard, you know, in the past day, as well as, you know, the presentations prior. The plastic pollution issue, or even EPR, is a multi-stakeholder one, and you need to collaborate. And so we see, you know, the key players like government and producers and scheme administrators as really key in helping us bring the message across. So just some, you know, very top line kind of suggestions and how can we work better. So when it comes to government and regulations, the intent is really better communications, clearer, right? And, you know, really draw that link with between EPR regulations and how that, you know, plugs into facilitating a circular economy, and how that eventually plugs into, you know, sustainability goals that we have. Because sometimes, you know, as you can see from the responses, people may think, hey, you know, are producers just trying to profit here by asking more money? Or is it, you know, we're just like getting taxed and taxed even more and more? So it's really important to have a clear narrative around environmental impacts, right, when we want to put in some of these environmental regulations. Of course, you know, allowing that lead time for transition. Habits take time. And as you can see from how we at Zero Waste have thought about it, hey, you know, get people to segregate waste and recycle rights first before moving them on to a deposit refund scheme. That takes a journey. And how can we give them some lead time before the regulations kick in? And of course, you know, lastly, with producers and scheme administrators, really the main point is how can we lower the barriers to to public participation in such scheme? Do we have more accessible and convenient return points? And I don't know if this is like unique to the Singaporean public, but how can we build trust on the circularity of materials? Currently, our recycling kind of infrastructure is commingled. So, any kind of recyclable materials are just deposited into a blue bin and that gets sorted back end. So people are asking, hey, are they really getting sorted? Are they really being recycled, right? And so it's really important to show, how the movement of materials is to be transparent. And that's why, as you heard earlier, we are working in our pilots with closed loop recyclers. So these are single stream material-based recyclers that our waste management partner audits to say, hey, you take the materials, you are going to process it, and it's going to become recycled PET, PT, for example, that's going to be used again. And I think that's about building trust and about being transparent and accountable to the materials that you collect. Yeah, so I'm just going to leave it there, and I look forward to engaging on other questions during the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Milan. I'd like to ask the same question to Ms. Atali Reyes from online. Could you share your experience in the Philippines and other PCX solutions? You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Rio. And thank you also for the organizers for inviting us to this panel. I'm sorry that I couldn't make it in person. I hope you can hear me well. So yeah, just a bit about my organization, PCX Solutions. We're a non-profit organization with the sole mission to accelerate the transition to a circular economy and ensure that no plastic ends up in nature. So we actually have three main thrusts, which is the first one being the development and implementation of our plastic pollution reduction standard, which offers a clear, rigorous, and publicly available framework for registering plastic cleanup projects around the world. So it does include strict environmental and social safeguards and a robust end-to-end impact verification process for full accountability and transparency. The second thrust that we have is on global plastics policy and extended producer responsibility policies around the world. So we work with a lot of stakeholders to improve and implement policies that are needed to end plastic pollution. So in the Philippines, where a multi-PRO, producer responsibility organization system exists, we are one of the largest PROs here. And lastly, we also work on grants and projects that further plastics policy and actions towards ending plastic pollution. But today, I'll focus on EPR and what we are currently doing as a PRO. But it was important to note the work that we are continuing to do in developing PPRS, because since 2020, we've developed and continue to develop this PPRS, which is a framework for plastic recovery and diversion projects and plastic credits. So this standard has already been applied in 7 countries. We have projects in Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, Argentina, India, and also in Nigeria recently. And having implemented the PPRS before the enactment of the EPR law in the Philippines has also allowed us to enable voluntary action of the private sector through plastic credits. And subsequently, when the EPR law was being discussed in our Congress, in our Senate in the Philippines, we were also able to provide current and on-the-ground data to the Philippine government, which helped greatly in the development of the EPR scheme. On a more global scale, if you see the picture below the logo of the PPRS, we also work with voluntary standard setters and stakeholders under the Plastic Credit Core Group of Prevent Waste Alliance to publish the guidelines on minimum requirements for plastic waste recovery and crediting standards. So this is important because there are a lot of standards that exist, but we do need to harmonize these standards or at least establish minimum requirements so that we bolster the credibility of plastic credits. So when the law passed in the Philippines, we registered our EPR program as a producer responsibility organization. And today, we have over 100 member companies or obliged enterprises. So the EPR program we do follows the same framework as our PPRS. And to put it simply, we ensure that all our members understand their responsibility by requiring them to calculate their plastic footprint, have this audited by a third party, given the scope of the EPR law. Then we also help them by working with them on strategies to reduce their footprint and also meet their recovery and diversion compliance targets. We also enable a network of PPRS registered waste collectors, aggregators, and processors. If you see the diagram below, who complete the entire value chain of plastic waste. So companies who are complying with the law can fund these operations through plastic credits. And the good thing about this is that all waste recovery and diversion would be verified by third-party auditors to ensure traceability before we issue the actual plastic credits. And we can go to the next slide. So just before I speak about the challenges, I also think it's important to acknowledge that while it's early days for the Philippines, we just finished our first compliance year last year. I believe our approach to EPR is still showing promising results. We already published our implementing rules and regulations last year. We completed the first compliance year, and within that year, we registered 947 obliged enterprises under the EPR scheme, and we enabled the recovery and diversion of 163,000 metric tons of post-consumer plastic packaging waste. So, of course, there are still significant milestones to unlock, and these are the challenges presented here, like dealing with decades of legacy plastic pollution, enabling policy to create the supply and demand for recycled material, as, for example, Dr. Casper also mentioned in his presentation. It's really important, and we also need to reduce and eliminate unnecessary plastic packaging. Further mechanisms and guidance, for example, to achieve social inclusion and just transition, and also national standards to establish transparency, credibility, and accountability. And lastly, like, we also need to fund and build out the recycling infrastructure that the country needs. But the path is clear for EPR in the Philippines. We were able to enact and implement EPR, and this has allowed us to see immediate results and start discussions. So what the motto of the Philippines, I think, is to improve along the way, but get the results that we need right now. So I think in terms of collaborative actions, it's a bit cliche, but we really do need to collaborate with the entire ecosystem around us, because it's crucial that everyone buys into the solutions for it to progress and create meaningful impact. And just to quickly mention, in the next day or two, we are publishing a Philippine case study on EPR, and we draw a lot of insights, analysis, and recommendations there. So I invite everyone to check out our website at www.pcxsolutions.org in the next few days for a copy of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Atri. Then I'd like to ask Mr. Faris about the Indonesian situation. Mr. Faris, floor is yours.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Kawamura. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Faris. I'm from Plastic Recycling Associations. A bit brief about our associations. We founded in 1989. So, actually, Indonesian people already been recycling material since a long time ago, since 1970. So, it's something familiar with us. But this EPR is something really new for Indonesian. This is something alien. So, before I talk about our strategies of EPR implementation, let me tell you first why this strategies comes, the background, what is the main challenge to implementing the EPR. First, our main challenge is legislations. As we know, we have a Ministerial Decree 75/2019 that obligate the producers to having a roadmap on reducing their waste, their packaging waste around 30%. But this legislations not providing a quite good level playing field integration between another regulation. We have another supporting regulations about the waste management and others, but it's like not really well integrated, and also how it governs, and last how it's enforced, because as we know, EPR Indonesia is still doing in voluntary basis. They mandating you to having a kind of roadmap. If you're not doing it, nothing happens for you. So we try to advancing this. And the second challenge is the knowledge gaps, because EPR, circular economy, it's something alien for our stakeholders. This is really new topics for our national governments. Even between national government, between the ministry, they have a different knowledge between the Ministry of Environment, between Ministry of Industry, they have a different understanding about the topic. So this is quite a challenge. And talk about the local governments, because when we talk about Indonesia, we have local autonomy in each local level, and they have their own regulation, they have own legislation and the mechanism of legislations. So they also have a different understanding about the EPR. So it's add more complexity on implementing the EPR. And then we talk about the industry, the difference understanding between the multinational company, the local company, the SME, and so on. A lot of, from the packaging, from the midstream, upstream, they have their own interests, they have their own knowledge and level of understanding. This is another complexity and the civil society. And last is about the waste management. This is the last challenge on implementing the EPR, because when we talk about EPR, it's about first collecting it. First, it's about redesigning and reducing, of course. But after that, in the midstream, there is waste management, where the waste that we collect and get recycled after that. We have a lot of problem in our waste management. From the funds, we lack of fund. Our national budget have not enough to provide proper infrastructures, our waste management infrastructures. We don't have a segregation from source mechanisms on the local level, on the business level, household level, and also the enforcements. We're not really enforcing people on how they manage their waste, on how they handle their waste. So these three main problems, these three main challenges to implement EPRs lead us to having two main strategy. First is legislation advancements. We try to developing EPR legislations working together with national governments that are suitable for Indonesian context, because we cannot just like copy paste the EPR from established country or our neighboring country. We need to really identify the needs and the suitable things that we need for practicality in Indonesia. And second, strengthening the baseline data, because having good legislations need a good baseline data on the material that we deal with. For example, we do a lot of material flow analysis. We're working together with a lot of development agency. We do industrial mapping to map how much industry that will involve in the EPR, the material life cycle analysis, and etc. And then developing the feasible EPR roadmap, because we need to be really calculate, not to really ambitious that we cannot reach it somehow like just daydreaming, but we need to find with roadmap that which roadmap that really feasible for us. It's really feasible for our stakeholder to reach, but also have progress, not just like chill out and not doing anything. So to find this balance, it's quite difficult, but because currently we have in our legislation, we have roadmaps, but somehow it's become a lot of feedback from the industry, a lot of feedback from the public. It's too ambitious. We cannot reach it at all. We cannot do something about it. So we need to assess everything. And second, to tackle the knowledge gap and waste management lack, we do stakeholder collaborations, facilitating knowledge sharing between the stakeholder. That's why we establishing the INSI. INSI is Indonesian Circular Economy Alliance. Under this INSI, there is 11 major industrial associations from petrochemical, from retail, from producer itself, packaging, waste management, and so on. We try to make a platforms for everyone to sharing their knowledge, sharing their experience, sharing their interests, their concern about the EPR, so we know how to find the middle ground to implement the right EPR in Indonesia. And also implementing the collaborative EPR initiative, having the EPR initiative, even it's still voluntarily, and also the plastic credit platform really helping our waste management to get extra fund to financing their operational, to financing the investment. And also this is embracing and start to embracing how we segregate our waste from the source by having this EPR and plastic credit initiative on the grounds. So that's our strategy. Like you can see, we do a lot of audience with a lot of stakeholders, with the government, with the ministry, and also a lot of workshops to educate our members, to educate the stakeholder. Next, please. And these two strategy consists of their own challenge. So first is the legislation complexity. Like I mentioned, we have a local autonomy. We have quite complex legislations that happens in Indonesia. So, and the second is sectoral ego and leadership. We need to have a strong leaderships in leading this topic, because a lot of sectors that have their own interest and they're willing to die to fight for their interests, obviously. So we need to find a strong leadership to really drive all this energy. We don't see this as just a challenge. This is a opportunity, because they have a lot of energy. So if we can drive them into one middle ground and have one vision, it's really good. And last is the solid waste management capacity, not just about the capacity on also capacity on the local level, because solid waste management happen in local level in Indonesia. So the essential collaborations with the national government to developing strong EPR legislation and the strong leaderships, and with solid waste management, recycling and producers to developing the EPR model that sustain, not just having like a wedding event just one time and then we don't see it again anymore. We need, this is kind of marriage, we need to maintain the marriage. So EPR also kind of like that. We need to sustaining the process with good governments, the PRO models. Unfortunately, we also have no legislation about the PRO, how we govern, and with civil society to educating, promoting, and raising public awareness, and with solid waste management sector and the local governments on developing the collection capacity. And last, with international organizations to building key player capacity, our governments, our PRO, recycler, solid waste management, because again, this is alien for us. We need to really start from scratch about this EPR. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faris. And then we have all of the four ASEAN member states which implements EPR schemes. The experience and challenges and feedback are shared among these sessions. So I'd like to ask more focused question to each speakers. At first, I'd like to ask to Dr. Casper, but what aspects are key to designing the EPR policy that is effective and feasible in implementing and to implement and achieve from a private sector's perspective?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so when it comes to practical implementation of EPR, there are many pitfalls. So maybe just want to talk about registration as a specific topic. I think governments underestimate the project of registering the producers. So what happens is the producers are hard to define. As we can see from the previous presentation, in many cases, the plastic producers are producers, and those brand owners are producers, and the importers are producers, and then what about the contract packers, and what about the raw material suppliers? So the definition of producers already is difficult to get right. So now the producers must register, and the first thing government writes says the producers must come and register with government, and then realizing that this is a very difficult project. In South Africa, for example, it took them 5 years to realize that this database cannot be maintained by government, because it changes all the time as new producers come on board, as other ones go away. This is a job better left for industry. So a practical way of solving this problem is to make the PRO responsible for the registration and make sure the PRO has the expertise, because these are people from industry. Industry knows industry. Government doesn't know industry that well. And then if industry is responsible for all producers must register with the PROs and have the list of all the producers in whichever way it is defined. And then finally, PROs must all register with government. And there are more than one PRO. Remember, PROs is not just for packaging or for plastic. It's also for tires, it's for e-waste, it's for lubricants, textiles, cars. There are many PROs. There's already enough for them to register. I think so a practical solution is to leave the expertise for a registration with the PRO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, expertise is existing, not in the government. It's very interesting insight. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Ms. Philavanh about what is the public or consumer's role in supporting the implementation of the EPR system?
Okay, so yeah, thank you for the question. So we're not industry, can't say we know industry tremendously well, but just to talk then about the community, right? I think it's two ways. One is, you know, as I've mentioned earlier, you know, when we put in place certain schemes or we put in place certain national regulations, then hey, it's about, you know, how do we make it feasible? How do we make it accessible to the public? And I think it's a two-way street, right? It's not just a top-down directive, but, you know, consumers, the community can feedback very, very practical things like, hey, you know, we have reverse vending machines. Are they in convenient locations? Are they always full? Are they always spoiled because, you know, the technology, you know, it breaks down easily? And that's how then we strengthen the last mile kind of implementation if you get the grounds up feedback. But I think there is another kind of lens to look at community participation or what really maybe the community need to think about or consumers need to think about when it comes to supporting EPR schemes, that maybe there is maybe we need to, you know, accept different ways of consumption or different ways of doing the same thing. So for example, I think, you know, Mr. Kojima was sharing about recycled PET and how, you know, non-color or transparent PET is really one of the most, more valuable really than colored ones, right? So what I heard, I mean, it just triggered a thought in my mind because I was talking to some beverage producers back home. And they said like, hey, you know, it's true, but also when we use rPET, recycled PET, there is non-colored, it's actually of a darker shade. It's not like pure transparent, it's like grayish. And some consumers are like, hey, does that mean it's dirty? And does it mean it's you know, it's a contaminated beverage? And so it's about consumers' mindsets that we need to change to realize that, hey, if we want to use recycled products that are, you know, food safe, that are you know, certified as the more healthy, maybe not more healthy, but, you know, the eco option and just as healthy as the rest, then we need to change our perceptions of color, on how we consume, so on and so forth. So it's really a two-way kind of thing. It's not just, you know, business as usual for both sides, really.
Thank you very much. Community participation with sharing the knowledge about what is recyclable, what is not recyclable, and how make plastic, the PET bottle can be recyclable. It is a very important thing. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Ms. Attali about the informal sector. In your presentation, you have mentioned about the informal sector's issues. And in ASEAN, ASEAN has a whole large portion of the waste collection is done by informal sector. Thus, what are challenges and opportunities integrating the informal sector in an EPR scheme? Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. So our EPR law in the Philippines and the implementing rules and regulations have already included in the recommended EPR strategies to partner with communities and the informal waste worker community. So it does acknowledge that the informal sector are the unsung heroes of our waste management system, particularly that they are very essential to the collection and recovery of waste. So the law also goes to provide further guidance that EPR shouldn't displace the informal sector, but rather integrate them into the formal coverage of activities. So it's emphasized that engaging the informal sector should be governed by national rules related to occupational health, workers' rights, and environmental protection. And it even encourages higher standards of safeguard systems. So how we can improve this further is that we can provide additional guidelines or standards on what specifically these safeguards entail, how they can be monitored, evaluated, and reported, and how these can count towards the compliance of obliged enterprises to their recovery and diversion targets. So, for example, to further the cause, an opportunity here would be to establish, let's say, clear incentives that align with social inclusion. So, for example, if there is an offering on tax deduction or enhanced credit rates for waste processed through informal waste sector, then this can bolster both compliance and effectiveness of the APR. Additionally, we need to establish cooperatives, formal employment opportunities within the APR system to provide a structured pathway for incorporating the informal workers. So this should include capacity building for the marginalized sector, making sure that these communities are fully informed on the law and their opportunities within. So these measures would ensure that not only all packaging is collected, but it would also facilitate the transition of these informal workers to a more secure and recognized role within a truly inclusive circular economy.
Thank you very much. Social inclusion social inclusion is also the key to the successful EPR. Thank you very much for insights. I'd like to ask Mr. Faris about the common challenge between ASEAN countries. Maybe it's insufficient capacity for recycling to process all the generated waste. So what legal, technical, and financial interventions are needed to boost the region's overall recycling capacity?
Okay, thank you so much. So for Indonesian context, that's why if you see my presentations, I don't mention recycling capacity as our problem, because our capacity already above the supply of the feedstock and already above the market itself. So, but this become a problem if we want to increase the capacity. One things that we can do is creating the demand of the recycling product. That's really important, because in Indonesia case, it's hard for us to selling our material right now. For example, most of our recycling PET will not using domestically. We will export it to Europe, East Asia, North America. So this has become a problem, because if we also know this developed country also improving their recycling capacity, and they will producing enough recycling material for themselves. So when their capacity already enough for the domestic, they will stop importing it from Indonesia, and it's become our problem, because we cannot sell it everywhere, because in domestically there is no demand, because for some of type of materials, recycling plastic is more expensive than the virgins. Another problem is our supply, because like I mentioned, our solid waste management, it's not really good, and most of the recyclables, it's collected and sourced from the informal sectors. I can say it's around 90%, above the 90%, all the recyclables is come from the informal sectors that are purchased by our members right now. So what we need to do is really having a policy, having legislations to increase the demand of recycling content locally. And second, also the problem why also not much plastic get collected and also not recycled, it's because the difficulties of these packaging types. That's why what before already mentioned, we need to really concern about how we designing our products. So having legislations that really put a standard on how we designing. For example, Mr. Kojima already mentioned, also make a clear colors, and also for the label, for the glue, make less than it will be increasing the collection capacity, so it will provide more recyclables to the recycling industry. By having enough feedstock and enough demand, we can increase the capacity of recycling. It's logic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is important insight that policymakers can tend to consider about supply side, supply the infrastructure, or in terms of the waste management and recycling industry. But the important thing is how to create a demand for recycling or recycled plastics to foster to foster setting new industrial facilities, a new industrial setting ecosystem of the recycled plastics. Thank you very much. And I'd like to ask Kojima-san about as every speaker has shown that EPR alone is not enough to boost collection and recycling rates. Based on the lessons learned from Japan, what supporting policies are needed to strengthen the efficiency of the EPR scheme?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, not only from Japanese experience, but in some ASEAN countries, electricity price is a little bit higher than neighboring countries. Then it might be very difficult to have a recycling of plastics. I mean, electricity price is, I would say, to heat up the plastics and melt it and make a pellet. So such kind of a process, if electricity price is high, then the recycled plastic is very expensive. So it is better to have a kind of the export to some other countries where the electricity price is lower in ASEAN region. So I think, ASEAN has a kind of the union, and it is better to cooperate to where these plastic recycling facilities should be located and export to such kind of facilities. So that is one of my comment. And the second, in Japan, we have a good recycling program on the expanded polystyrene or styrofoam. So there are several keys. The one is how to reduce the transportation cost. It's very bulky. Styrofoam is bulky. So to send the waste styrofoam to the recyclers, it takes a lot of the cost. So in case of Japan, the fish market in Japan, or kind of the big kind of the stores which generate a lot of styrofoam, like electric kind of the appliance shops. They have a kind of a machine to reduce the volume of a styrofoam. So a lot of the air is in the inside styrofoam. So if you reduce the kind of such kind of the the styrofoam, then the volume is like about the 1/50th the volume. So you should have a kind of investment in the how to reduce the kind of the waste, the volume of waste. Then transportation cost is much lower. So that is one of the key of this styrofoam recycling. In addition, some kind of the styrofoam tray for kind of like sushi or kind of fish. When some supermarket sell the kind of sushi or sashimi and so on. So they use the kind of such kind of PS tray. Such kind of containers is not prevent the kind of the damage of sushi or kind of sashimi. So the producers of such tray deliver their new tray to the supermarket, and they bring back kind of a used, waste tray back to their factories. The consumers buy some sashimi or sushi, then they bring back the sashimi and sushi with tray to the house, and they ate it. And after that, when they go to same kind of shops, they deliver the kind of a tray to the specific garbage box. They put the kind of a used tray to the box. And producers of tray, when they deliver the tray to the shops, they pick up the used waste tray. So they do not need a kind of extra kind of transportation cost. They bring back the tray and they may have a kind of send the kind of recyclers, and and they also use the kind of new tray, make a new tray. So they have such kind of the good practices. I mean, how to reduce the transportation cost is very important for recycling, plastic recycling. So how to reduce the kind of a volume, or such kind of when you deliver some products, then they going getting back the kind of waste kind of the materials. So there are such kind of the good practices in Japan.
Thank you very much, Kojima-san. Yes, business cost is also a very important factor to structure the EPR scheme, and maybe successful EPR schemes are maybe differentiated based on the electricity cost, transportation cost, or maybe the role of the businesses and role of the consumers, which are such kind of context are totally different from each ASEAN member states or ASEAN plus 3 member states. Thank you very much for your input. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I mean, we have a kind of EPR regulation, but the regulation also allow the kind of the private sector's kind of initiatives. They have own kind of the collection program that is also allowed.
Yes, yes. As other ASEAN member states, Japan's EPR scheme is very simple: do it yourself or pay to the PRO. So, and this styrofoams, these examples, as Kojima-san mentioned, is such kind of the voluntary scheme: do it yourself by supermarket and sushi makers or such kind of thing. Okay, thank you very much. So maybe we are also already expiring the time. So one online question is posted. No?
Yes, maybe we answer the online question. I will go to the table and ask like the panelists to answer the online question. So we will move to the next session. Thank you very much. But before?
Sorry for expiring time for Q&A. But thank you very much for over the speakers and moderators.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kawamura-san. And also, we also have the present a small clip to our moderator and also panelists as well. Thank you very much, and please remain on the stage for the group photo as well. Thank you very much for our moderator and also panelists for sharing the knowledge and also experience to us. Next, we are moving to the session 4 of the conference. So we have the next session. So ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with the next session, which is we will talk about the very important of the actor on the waste management in our region. The session will be on the promoting circular economy toward the better work condition for informal waste worker. We will have the keynote presentation and also followed by the panel discussion. So for the keynote speaker, today we have the Lian Baraski, so the project manager of sustainable consumption and production of sweet contact Lao PDR, for her keynote presentation. So once again, may I please to invite Ms. Ryan Borski to the stage for the keynote presentation. Please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dan Barutsky. I'm the project manager for the SCP Lao project, and allow me to give a keynote presentation on our topic for this session, promoting workplace safety and business performance for informal waste workers in Laos. Okay. As a content, so in 15 minutes, so let me give a brief introduction about Swiss Contact and the Waste to Value project, and then I give a bit of a profile and context of the informal waste workers we have here in Vientiane, our approach to implementation of this intervention on informal waste workers, and of course, outlook and recommendations. Okay, so very quickly, so Swiss Contact, who we are an independent nonprofit foundation established 65 years ago by members of the Swiss private sector. Of course, our development work focuses on private sector-led sustainable economic development with improved quality of life for all our beneficiaries in developing and emerging countries. And of course, our key focus is to strengthen, on the one hand, the skills of individuals, but also to foster the competitiveness of businesses. Our core competencies worldwide, all our projects have either skills, for example, initial VET, labor market insertion, continuing VET. Our projects also work with in entrepreneurial ecosystems, trade, but specifically on environment, we have our core competencies on green cities, on sustainable ag, and sustainable tourism. We are active in about 41 countries, specifically in our environment projects are focusing on Latin America historically, but then we also but also we try to take the Latin America experience that we have into South and Southeast Asia, in Laos, but also in Bangladesh, and also in some projects in Africa. So Waste to Value project in brief. Of course, here we work with the tourism and hospitality businesses and also the informal waste workers. For the SMEs, we improve their environmental performance. Of course, through access to green products and better waste management practices. And also with the informal waste workers, we enhance their business performance to improve their livelihood. And in this project, we work closely together with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Department of Environment, and the current phase, it's actually, this is our last year, but we have a second phase in planning. And we implement in 2 districts here in Vientiane, Chantabuli, and Saiseta, and in Vang Vieng. And this project has 3 components. So 1 component is on green products and services. Second is on waste management, where we have the informal waste workers intervention, and then we have awareness raising with public and private stakeholders. Okay, so coming into the profile of informal waste workers in Vientiane. So this is based from our internal project data and also triangulated with findings from the Unseen Green Jobs study from the World Bank. So here we have 2 categories of informal waste workers. So one are the informal street waste workers in Vientiane. There are about 520 in Vientiane capital, out of which 58% are female. They collect around an estimated 45 kilograms of per day of recyclables, per person. They have an income of 120,000 Laotian kip per day, and on average, they work about 5.8 working days in a week. 91% of the informal street waste workers, they claim that it's their main source of income. And just to say this, the 45 kilograms per day, 40% are plastic waste. And then we have the second category of informal waste workers. They're located at the Kilometer 32 landfill here in Vientiane. About 265 informal waste workers are there operating, 55% of which are female. They collect about 115 kilograms a day of recyclables per person, and they have an income of about 107,000 Laotian kip per day. They work around 6 working days per week, and it's 98% claim that it's their main source of income. So this is a very simple, I would say, waste value chain, no, generally. So we have production, waste generation, waste collection, waste sorting, into final disposal and recycling. Of course, as we know, the informal waste workers are supporting in the waste collection and waste sorting aspect of the system. They are actually responsible for having more recyclables going into the recycling value chain, as you've heard, I think, in the previous session. So and as an estimation, so their annual collection capacity of the ones operating on the street are about 7,000 tons per year, and those working at the Kilometer 32 landfill are 9,500 tons per year. And actually, through their work, and of course, they sell it to junk shops and other smaller recycling companies in Vientiane. They really divert a significant amount of waste away from the landfill. So it's about, altogether, it's about 16,500 tons per year. And of course, they contribute to circular economy. And the informal waste workers, of course, they play a crucial role in the waste value chain by filling in this gap, no, between waste generation and the recycling sector. And it's actually estimated that they currently collect and sort almost half of the recyclables that enter the value chain in Vientiane. So around 366,000 tons of solid waste is actually being generated annually in Vientiane capital. About 30% or 110 tons are recyclables, and out of which only 10% enter the recycling value chain, so around 36 tons per year. So as you can see here, half of it is actually because of the informal waste workers. Okay, when we started our project, no, so we really didn't have enough data of how we actually would start working with the informal waste workers. So we tried to identify the constraints that they might have for them to actually improve their livelihood. So we identified that they have limited workplace safety and lack of personal protective equipment when they're doing their jobs. They have a lack of financial literacy and limited entrepreneurial and soft skills, among other skills. They have, of course, limited training, availability of tailored training and capacity building opportunities, low recycling rates due to lack of mobility equipment and storage facilities, dependence, of course, on the fluctuating market prices with low bargaining power. That's also in relation to the lack of mobility equipment and storage facilities. And of course, the lack of formality constraints, access to formal social safety nets, health insurance, legal rights under the labor law, and also the limited awareness among wider population of the essential role of informal waste workers. So that's the constraints that we identified now when we started the project. And of course, our response through the Waste to Value project, of course, with a close collaboration with the Department of Environment, is that we wanted to have more, to improve their collecting efficiency and work practices, no, and also to have a better access to business opportunities. So here we have a two-step implementation approach. So one is that we develop together with specialized partners some tailored capacity building program, including supporting tools, and also that we improve links between the informal waste workers to waste generators and buyers to also improve their bargaining power. So here we started to focus first on the informal waste workers on the street. So when we started, of course, with the street informal waste workers, we found out that they're a very elusive and individualistic group. So it's very hard to engage with them. But then when we had a baseline study, we asked them, okay, if ever that you will be grouped, no, for what reason would it be? And they said actually for safety reasons, because they said that if something happens to them, they wanted someone there to actually call for help or to help them in general. So we started to build a network with them through workplace safety and first aid and hygiene training to get them to gain their trust in a way. No? So we started working with specialized partners. As I've mentioned, they haven't worked with waste pickers before. For example, Industech is a very big construction company focusing on workplace safety in big construction sites. So we actually worked together to have a tailored module on workplace safety just for the informal waste pickers. So since then, we also involved the waste pickers having some needs assessment to make sure that the modules are really relevant for them and it's something that they would use and apply. So then we started, we followed up with some soft skills because they wanted to have communication skills now when they talk to their buyers like restaurants, hotels, or even households. So they wanted to be more presentable, more professional, and that's a lot of communication skills and also time management skills. And also in the end, we really focus on entrepreneurship, basic business skills, and financial literacy with Stella. So this is where we got also, of course, some we also, especially with work-based safety training, we also do it in the Kilometer 32 landfill. So I just wanted to reiterate that all modules we co-designed with inputs from the informal waste workers to respond to their needs, including, of course, the personal protective equipment that they really need. And then towards the end, when we had the final entrepreneurship and financial literacy set of trainings, we also did the training of trainers together with VCOMs and also some lead waste pickers who were really champions in their field to also disseminate the knowledge to other informal waste workers in their communities. And of course, capacity building as basis to improve their business performance and strengthen the links with waste generators and buyers. And that leads into branching out the entrepreneurship skills training with Stella. So here we also provided mobility equipment to help them become more independent and also to improve their collecting efficiency. So the cart is actually co-designed with the informal waste workers. And also they drafted the eligibility criteria of who should receive the cart. So they also had this sort of like basic contract. So this is also a sample of the cart design. And now we're trying to improve their links to recycling companies to increase their bargaining power. So we link them together with Go to Green, for example, in Vientiane Capital, to outsource the collection of the recyclables from customers, but also we have one in Vong, a smaller recycling company. So this is also to increase the bargaining power in the informal waste workers. So they have a price information, and then they have already the mobility equipment, so they can actually go to more buyers and sellers. Okay, so so I'm 15 minutes. So just the achievements and lessons learned, as I've mentioned, this is our last year of the current phase. So we worked already together with informal waste workers since 2021. So around 200 informal waste workers actually access the capacity building program and the provision of the personal protective equipment, 71 informal waste workers at the kilometer 32 landfill, and about 129 street informal waste workers. About 40% fully and about 60% partially applied workplace safety and knowledge, with about 70% reporting a decrease in minor accidents. And around 27 informal waste workers access mobility equipment. No? So, and they have actually increased their weekly income by 330 kip per week. So as key lessons learned, I mentioned already how most of them are working individually. So it was very challenging at first to access them. So we tried many ways. One of them is actually going through the village chief of the area where most of them are living, and that was quite useful to get them during the start. Of course, it's also important to note that the education level of the informal waste workers has to be considered when designing any kind of training or capacity building with them, just so that you know that the message is actually coming through. We did at first a lot of visuals with the training and a lot more role playing. Of course, the key injuries of them are cuts in hands due to broken glass and skewers, or foot injuries. So it's very important that they have access to protective equipment, especially gloves and boots, to protect their hands and feet, as well as maybe a very simple first aid kit. So it really helps them to reduce the days of lost income due to inability to work because of the injuries. And lastly, of course, our findings showed that financial literacy resulted in better financial management of income expenditures. So some of the outlooks and recommendations from our project, of course, we, as always, identify ways to formalize informal waste workers, maybe through simple business licenses, because most of them really consider waste collection as a business. Integration to public waste collection systems, or even providing basic work contracts at the landfill, for example. Improve access to storage facilities to increase bargaining power, especially with plastic. The prices fluctuates daily, so they really need volume if they sell. And the carts help a little bit to provide some sort of storage, but of course they need better storage facilities. This is quite tricky, but of course, to develop a reliable price information system on key recyclables. So as I've mentioned, 40% of what they collect are plastic, 40% are cardboard, and 20% are aluminum and other recyclables. And lastly, and I think that would also go into the panel discussion now, of course, we always need to raise awareness on the essential role of the informal waste workers in the waste value chain, not just in Vientiane, but I think ASEAN and all over. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So my name is Michael Fink. I'm the Country Director of Swiss Contact, working together with Diane, who just presented our interventions on the informal waste workers. I would like to welcome once again everyone here to this panel discussion about promoting circular economy towards a better work condition for informal waste workers. I would like to thank UNDP for the possibility to host this panel session. Maybe also quickly to mention, we have some participants then also in Lao speaking, so we might need a translation system. And yeah, I would like to welcome our guests here, Ms. Liviana Zorzi, a specialist from the World Economic Forum. We have Mr. Tang Meng Yang, Director of the Department of Green Economy, General Directorate of Policy and Strategy, Ministry of Environment of Cambodia. Then we have Ms. Nguyen Hai Yen, Plastic Innovation Officer from UNDP for the NPAP, and Ms Manith Philavanh, Informal Waste Worker from the Lao PDR. Welcome very much. So as mentioned, we have just shared several interventions and our activities to support the informal waste workers and their work here in the Lao PDR in order to increase their collection and sorting practices, and we heard a lot of them is plastic, 40% plus of the recyclables they sort. And since here in the ASEAN countries we have many a high percentage of informal waste workers in the different countries here that daily collect, help to sort, to collect, sort, and then basically make sure that these plastic recyclables enter the recycling value chain and then go back into production to guarantee circularity. So I would be glad to hear a little bit more about experiences and lessons learned also from our participants here from the different countries. And I would start with Ms. Liviana. Thank you very, very much for joining the panel discussion today. So the World Economic Forum has supported various countries in reaching their target for reducing plastic pollution, specifically through the Global Plastic Action Partnership that you implement, as well as the National Plastic Action Partnerships on country level. So from your perspective, these areas, it includes also promoting gender equality, social inclusion, which links a bit to the informal waste workers. And could you share maybe your insights and the knowledge on the conditions of informal waste workers globally, and any gender or social inequalities that exist for them?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me and for the question, Michael. And as you said, I'm at the World Economic Forum, and we set up the Global Plastic Action Partnership, an initiative that is present across the regions, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And we work really through the National Plastic Action Partnership and the NPAP. And actually, our role is also to address the issue of plastic pollution, not just from an environmental perspective, but also to bring in the social and inclusion aspect. So what we do in all our partnership is, even before developing the National Plastic Action Roadmap, is conducting a gender and social inclusion context assessment that allows us also to see what is the current situation in the country, what are maybe the communities that are most impacted by the plastic pollution. And most of the time, these communities are the marginalized, those also that live in poverty. And these are also the same communities that are actually giving a great hand in dealing with the problem, because indeed is these informal waste pickers that are the ones that are at the forefront of recycling. We know that there are an estimated 20 million informal waste workers around the world. And they also, it seems that 60% of all the waste picked at global level is happening through informal waste workers. And we have heard also this morning here some interesting statistics like that. For example, in Indonesia, 90% of recyclables is collected by them. And we heard also in Vientiane, half of the waste is actually picked up by these people. So what we do is also noticing that there are inequalities, the access also, it's also, we see also gender inequalities. Most of the time is female workers that work in this sector. And what we notice is that while male workers may have at least a better access to what is formalized within the waste management value chain, the female workers instead are the ones who work without maybe the contracts or this informal setting. And this leads really to all a chain of inequalities, because also maybe they lack social protection, they lack health insurance. So even if when they get sick, it becomes more of a problem. And through our NPAP, we really try also to conduct interviews to select, for example, some communities, but we can go and interview so that we can collect their perspective and try to give this visibility to this group of people. As we have seen earlier with Diane, for example, there is also a problem sometimes of literacy. So of course these people is less likely to be represented at the table. And what we try to do with the NPAP is really to bring maybe their story, their voices, and maybe make sure that through a representative of Waste Speakers Association, they sit at the table of our consultations. So also when our maybe roadmaps or possible solutions are discussed, we try to include this perspective. And finally, another point is that we try to make sure that our recommendation for the transition to a plastic circular economy takes into account the impact of these communities. So if some jobs on one side may be lost, we try to ensure that new ones are created and that these people have the capacity and the opportunity to transition. I think I'll stop here for now.
Thank you very, very much for this input. I think it was very interesting, no, to see this approach. Obviously, based on assessments, based on data, on findings, then also integrating, if I understood correctly, always the voices of the waste speakers to make sure that we respond to their needs as identified. So thank you very, very much, Ms. Liviana. So I would like to have my second question for Mr. Young first. Maybe can you share some more insights on the current situations and challenges faced by informal waste workers in Cambodia? I don't know if there have any policies been amended or developed to improve the recognition of their role in transition, also including them into the new EPR system that is established in Cambodia. Thank you very much.
Very good morning, and thank you, moderator Michael. I think Cambodia is not quite different from the other nations in the region. We have the priority to include those we call informal sector, including the informal waste workers as well. You see, on the slide, I presented some of the policy and strategy that the royal government of Cambodia has launched since last year. I think actually the priority to focus to alleviate the social welfare to a better situation even since the 1990. But last year itself, we have the new, what we call the pentagonal strategy. You can see 5 and yellow of the photos here. And one of the area we focusing on the inclusion development. Inclusion meaning that no one left behind. So informal waste workers always considered as one of the key social economic development. And so that the government issue a number of policy, including one of the key policy that not only the formal sector, I mean those who are registered in the system, the tax system, but also those who are working at the field, those who are selling the fruit, those who are working in the field, including the informal waste worker, will be benefiting from becoming one of the member of the National Social Security Funds, which are able for them to utilize those benefits when they are getting sick. They can go to hospital to get free of charge of consultation fee. Of course, they can receive some of the percentage of discount when they are buying the medicine that they are need to cure their sickness. So this kind of policy implementation that we are having right now. But moving to the next picture on the top left, you can see the circularity of the economic development. I focus only one of the area that toward zero, yeah, this one, towards zero waste. This one we consider from the beginning of the production, but here for the topic, we try to improve the effectiveness of the waste collection and also the segregation for recycling, and including the waste to energy as well. So for this area, informal waste worker, they are playing important role to fill in the gap for those the area that the formal waste collection system could not go. Let's say for the small village where the bigger track of the waste collection could not go inside, so the role here could fulfill the gaps there. So in overall, it's like benefiting to each other. We provide the benefit to them to access to the national security, social security fund, and also they can provide to filling the gap for the waste that could not be collected. So I stop here for the general information. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very, very much for this summary on the policies that Cambodia is currently working on. I think it's quite interesting to see also this integration into the social security fund and the health system, which is a very progressive move, and where also other ASEAN countries I think could exchange on and learn about. Thank you very, very much. So let me ask my next question to Ms. Ian. Could you maybe share initiatives and interventions that aim at closing the gaps in working conditions, such as inadequate pay, health risks, environmental hygiene, and so on, to create better working environment for informal waste workers in Vietnam?
Thanks, Michael, for the questions. Maybe before I address directly to the question, maybe I just provide more insight from Vietnam. Actually, I don't have the slide today, but in general, in Vietnam now, the informal waste worker accounts about from 400 K to 800 Ks, and mostly concentrate in urban areas, and nearly 85% of them being women. And it's really interesting that in some large cities, such as Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, the informal economy could be a largest contributor to the recycling industry. And however, based on our survey or baseline assessment, during this value chains, there are some kind of fragmented points, and also the lack of transparency and some key issue that informal waste worker can face. For example, maybe the gender imbalance, or the inadequate working conditions, and also the not fair ways when they earn from during this work. So that to address on this issue, UNDP Vietnam now is working very actively with the government authorities, and also some private sector, and also other relevant stakeholder to implement or pilot some interventions or initiative. The first one I just want to mention here, it could be the initiative working with the private sector that was called harmonized responsible sourcing, that developed and led by the CCET initiative. Maybe some participants also already hear that one, because Vietnam, it could be the first country to pilot this initiative along with Indonesia, Kenya, and India. And the harmonized responsible sourcing aims to work with the investor, a recycler, and also the different group of informal waste workers to improve or to address the labor rights in the recycling. And through the 4 steps, the first one, it could be engagement. The second one is assess improvement. The third step, it could be redeem some action planning, and also the last one, it could relating to the capacity building. And in Vietnam, we work with the brand HP, and also the recycler is Return Recycling, and a network of different small to large aggregator junk shops and different collector or waste picker that is informal waste picker. And on this thing, during this process, we just focus on 5 thematics area, including economic empowerment, health and safety improvement, some kind of like autonomy and inclusion, gender balance, and the last one relating to collective representation. And during this process, we also access and provide, regarding the health and safety, we provide some training, increase health care benefits, and also increase the gender or the career opportunity when we encourage on the aggregator can hire women and also the old people to work for them. At least we have different layer of the different actor from the recycler and their supplier. So this could be consistent from the recycler to their supplier during these value chains. And the second one, I just want to mention, when we work very closely with one province authority is Bình Định. And we just upgrade the socialized waste management model that was funded by Norad, UNDP, and PAP. And we upgrade by forming them into different informal waste worker clubs. That is not really formal associations or formal business, but it's at least more formal compared to their original condition. And each group can contain around roughly about 200 women, mostly women, and also the old people, including men, women, and they just was training, include their working conditions with the more technical guideline on how to categorize different plastic waste type and other recyclable. Also, they even was learned with some training that mentioned kind of similar to our colleagues from Laos just present, including financial management. We have coordination mechanism regular meeting between this club, and even we have different networking with the relevant government union, for example, women union and also farmer union also join this one and support them with more opportunity to collect more waste and can earn more money to increase their livelihood. For this one, maybe I just want to close two interventions here, but I think I would conclude with 3 lesson learned points. The first one, it could be we should update and catch up with the new regulation or policy that were issued by the government, for example, EPR, and also those responsible business in Vietnam. Now we are just working quite very active to promote on this policy. And so through EPR, for example, with the Environment Fund, we can leverage or have build up a system to incentivize or encourage more work from the informal waste worker and transition them into the formal system. That I think it could be the most priority. And the second point or second lesson learned, it could be we identify the correct actor, or can be identify the different actor along the value chain. So from that we can approach with the early adopter with very progressive with the open-minded business. For example, during the responsible sourcing initiative, we work with some kind of aggregator, but they are very they already offer some inclusive, practice inclusions with their label. So I think it's really good to can recruit on this earlier adopter during this process. And the last one, it could be we should understand very well about the really the actual needs from the informal waste worker. One example is that firstly, when we work with the informal waste club in Bình Định, we thought that it's better for us to provide more kind of healthcare insurance. But then after that, we understand that they already can buy by themselves. Maybe it's just very little of small amount, but they are just more expect more like have networking with other community, expand their maybe area of collection or something like this. So I think the most important thing is we should understand well their really need, actual needs, and how they can willing to join with us from the informal waste worker. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Yen. It's quite it's great to see what UNDP is doing in that field now in Vietnam, and all the activities you've outlined. I think is also the always difficult question around formalization and then going straight to these clubs and somehow semi-formalized and goes on. I think this is really a great way forward. And also thank you very much for the lessons now you've outlined. I think the last one about the view of the informal waste workers, not to have them always included in the activities and interventions that are planned, is really crucial, and also now gives a bit the question to my next panelist here, Ms Manith. So I'm very happy to have also today a representative of the informal waste workers here on the panel to actually hear the views from their side. So Ms. Manith, maybe could you quickly just introduce yourself and then maybe quickly share your daily routine and the main challenges you face in your daily work, and which specific improvements you believe are necessary or important to enhance your work and livelihood.
Thank you. ขอบใจสำหรับคำถามแล้วก็ขอบใจณเวทีนี้ที่ว่าเชิญข้าพเจ้ามาร่วมและเวทีนี้ก็เป็นเวทีแรกที่ว่าทางผู้ประกอบการหรือว่าผู้เก็บขี้เหงื่อได้ขึ้นมาเป็นครั้งแรกอะรู้สึกตื่นเต้นเนาะรู้สึกตื่นเต้นหลายเนาะสำหรับข้าพเจ้าแมนต่างหน้ากลุ่มคนพิการเนาะพวกเขาเป็นกลุ่มคนพิการที่ว่าสังกัดอยู่บ้านห้องสุภาพต่างหน้าเมืองไซเศรษฐาของพวกเขาที่ว่าได้ประกอบอาชีพในการเก็บขี้เหงื่อของพวก
Informal Waste Worker. And as for our daily routine, we will just go through the streets, small alleys before the waste collection truck come in, and that's our daily routine. And we started from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. And as for our group, we are waste pickers, and that's our main source of income. But during the weekends, we also have some other work as well, so that we can generate additional incomes for our household. As for the challenges for our group, there are quite several challenges. We still lack of appropriate equipment, and for example, PPEs for us to conduct our waste collection. We're also facing a lot of risk. For example, accidents while we collecting waste, or even some insects that can be dangerous for us while we collect the waste. Additionally, we still lack of knowledge and capacity to collect waste, because we just go around the street and pick up whatever we find normally as for our daily routine. And we are independent. We are not affiliated with anyone, or that's also resulted in we still don't have insurance or welfare, as we are informal workers. And we also lack of skills, especially bargaining skills. Well, when we collected waste, how can we bargain for the price, and how can we connect with the buyers? And we still lack of the opportunities to bargain. We only receive whatever was proposed or offered to us in terms of price. So as you may be aware, in Laos, there's still lack of legislation in relation to waste collectors, and we just do it as we see fits for anyone that who are independent. We are not registered to anyone. This is just an informal conduct for our daily routine. So when we learned from the project about new skills, new knowledge, so we try our best to know about our rights, especially bargaining skills and the safety as well. And now we improved our conduct from informal. I become the lead in the financial aspect of our group, and we also segregate different types of waste, and most importantly, I also brought our products here today. Is the bags that we made from the coffee sachet. As I said, we try to be inclusive. We try to strive for social inclusion. So in order to generate a further income, we recycle.
Thank you very, very
ขอบ
much.
ใจหลายๆท่านมานิดเนาะถือได้ว่าน่า
Challenges you face, and also, of course, great to hear that through the activities of the program, the situation has improved, and also seeing the circularity here, that you work on upcycling as well, and using the recyclables to produce new products that can be sold on the market. So before I head to my next question for the panelists, I would like to quickly open the floor for the participants. If there was any question you would like to ask, I see two hands. Maybe start over there. I think you were first, please. 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 Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
So my name is Vali from Plastic Free Laos. It's very nice to hear all the insights from our panelists today. I think I've learned a lot as well, especially from both in Laos and also the other countries in ASEAN. So my question would be something related to children. As we at Equinox, we also have a project working with the community inside the landfill back in 2016. And at that time, we also realized that there are many children living inside the landfill, and there are many children also working with their families who are the waste pickers. And in Laos, since we are the youngest country in Southeast Asia in terms of the population, we have the most number of the young population. So I just want to also learn from other countries, from the speakers, what's happening in other ASEAN countries, and also from Swiss Contact. How do you address the right of children who are working with their family or who are involved in especially the informal waste picking? I just want to share something a little bit more. So we also worked with the volunteers, and one of the volunteers said something that is still in my mind right now. They said, I wonder what these children dream at night, since they only live in the landfill, and this is their environment, this is their world. So they just wonder like what it is like at night when these children going to sleep. Are they going to be still in the landfill, or what their dreams would be like? So I would love to hear from you, from your best practices.
Thank you very much, Vali, for this question. Before I ask the panelists, I would collect two more questions.
เจ้าสบายดีข้าพเจ้าอนุสรณ์พิมพ์จันทร์เนาะมาจากโรงเรียนนานาชาติผู้ปัญญาเนาะเจ้าข้าพเจ้ามีคำถามหา Ms Manith เนาะ
to Ms Manith. I learned from your presentations that
สิเฮ็ดจังใดรักษาสิ่งแวดล้อมแล้วก็เก็บเกี่ยวขี้เหงื่อที่ว่าคือ waste plastic bottles เนาะที่ว่าเฮาอยากถ่ายทอดความรู้นี้ไปให้แก่ลูกศิษย์ของโรงเรียนเฮาเพื่อมีการพัฒนาการในอนาคตเนาะแล้วก็ให้ความรู้ตื่มจาก
to
new
our
generation
students, to our children, and the new generation to be aware about this topic. So I would like to ask you what types of things that you would like the students to learn more in relation to this topic. Thank you.
For Mr. Tang Meng Ang, one of the challenges for informal waste workers is the lack of price transparency. Is it possible for the government to intervene and establish a fair and transparent price system? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And one more last question to take, please, Serge.
Okay, Green Vientiane. Around the region, there is already some organization of waste speaker, and there is a union of waste speaker in some country like India. And I was asking if in the country where you are working, you are organizing the waste speaker as a strength, and they connect with other in the region. If that's one objective I didn't see in the training. How communicating between organization, between country of waste speaker.
Okay, thank you very, very much for these very interesting questions. I will, we have one more last question. I will take it up, and then we have 5 minutes to answer. But we manage. Please, Suksawai.
Yeah, thank you for very insightful information. So my question is, I think to all of you, whether who I would like to answer, what would be incentive if informal waste speaker will join or will formalize or will register? And I also want to know for Ms. Manith or any of your practice waiters, because we understand that most of the waste collection system here in the region, we don't have the separations system. So most of them, we also have some hazardous waste, waiters, infectious waste. So how you that also less awareness to household or any of the project that also concern about this, because most of the time we only provide PPE, but to less awareness to the household to separate if there anything have done already. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. So let me hand over these questions to our panelists. Maybe we would like to start with Ms. Liviana, maybe summarizing a bit the key points, the key questions we heard. One was about children. No, how do you see the role of children specifically on landfills? We see it less on the informal waste workers in the streets, but specifically on landfills where they, where the families often have no other choice than to bring the children to the landfill. And then the other question was a bit around how far there is organization of unions, no, around here from how this is happening in other countries. We know there's not much in Laos so far, not much formalization happening in terms of association and others. And then also if there is any kind of legal support seen from the government in other countries, and eventually the question from Suksawai, no, on awareness raising. No? Thanks.
So I will, hello. Hello.
Yes.
I will elaborate a lot of interesting questions. Starting with the situation of children in the landfill, of course, these are also situations that maybe emerge during our research, and I think it's particularly worrisome and concerning also because these children also are exposed to also harmful chemical and a very unhealthy environment that then really it's like a chain of negative consequences throughout their life. So I don't think I can say we have the immediate solution, but I think that also the work we are trying to do to maybe bring more awareness and bring these situations to the table when we discuss the overall actions to tackle plastic pollution maybe can be a first step to also ensure that also the government, but also the private sector, the companies who has the power to do some change, also take responsibility and try to understand that this is unacceptable and that every person has the right to live in a safe and healthy environment as part actually of a basic human right. So I would say that maybe this is a bit of a high level response, but I think it is in practice what we are, our maybe little contribution to solving this problem. Then I noticed that there was the question about the union and the union of waste workers, and also in this case I think is quite different from country to country, because we heard also that these informal waste workers also work a lot individually, and this is also the weakness. At the same time, I noticed that also through the NPAP we are trying to address these issues. So for example, in Ghana, the Ghana National Action Partnership also set up a task force on gender and social inclusion, and what they are doing is also trying to support the creation of cooperative of workers, and then as organizing cooperatives, maybe they have more strength to ask for for their rights. And I think that there is also maybe two questions that can be answered in a similar way. We had a question about the education institution and how also to how to raise more awareness among students. That looks to me very similar also to the issue of in general raise awareness in the overall population about the issues of informal waste speakers. So I think this is very much linked maybe to the collaboration among public and private sector for maybe campaigns, not just communication campaigns, but behavioral change, because I think how much maybe better would be the work if, for example, the waste is already separated at source. I think it would be already a good help and avoid all the risk of touching with your own hands the waste all mixed. So I think also working with the school, with academies, and also with the public sector to create these campaigns can maybe help.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Liviana. Let me hand over to Ms. Yen the questions. Maybe a quick summary on the Vietnamese perspective, specifically on the role of children in the informal waste worker sector. And then also the question around the pricing system and if there is any kind of intervention going on. The question related to organizing waste speakers, we heard the clubs that have already been done in Vietnam, and then eventually the question about awareness raising and what kind of information is needed for the students and what kind of incentives.
Yeah, thank you for all interesting question and also quite tough as well. Maybe I just want to address two questions. The first one relating to the community, kind of like marginalized community who live close to the landfill, and the second question relating to the informal waste worker union. And maybe for the other two, I just leave it maybe to Mr. Yang and Ms. Manith to address. The first one relating to the community, the family and children living closely to the landfill. Maybe I just give kind of like one situation in one province in Vietnam that is not real the landfill, but the village of the informal waste worker collect waste for the fishery village. And based on the report from the local authority, it could be a poor village. That means their parents have very low income and faced with some challenge with kind of like welfare and also the education condition for their children. So in this case, normally we're just talking about like addressing the plastic pollution cannot be done alone by one stakeholder or one partner. We need to collaborate with different actors in the system. That means we also need, the first one, it could be we raise this issue with the local authority to recognize this condition. The second one could be we tailor some kind of intervention. For example, like I think to improve their condition or improve the living condition of these students, we must to improve the living condition of their parents. That means they also stick with the livelihood improvement and also kind of like awareness raisings, and even they should equip with knowledge and well recognize their contribution into the plastic waste management system. That means they should be more confident with their work, and even like they could be more happy with what we are doing and what they are doing every day. So when we change the mindset, it's also change the behavior and even change the way we educate their children as well. It could be a long story relating to the behavior change and other thing, but I think it could be an approach we have done with one or two units in two provinces. And the second thing is we also maybe it's good to collaborate or leverage different resources from different stakeholders to support them. For example, in Binding, because we can establish this club and get kind of like successful story, because it's integrate with the establishment of the material recovering facility. That means like all their maybe collected plastic waste can have more better price when they're selling, or even like they can be more, they feel like more formal. They have with uniform, they work with kind of like a group instead of they work alone. So it could begin more confident with their work. So, and they have recognized by the local authority and other like recycler, even the aggregator or junk shop who buy their collected plastic waste. Just say very briefly about what we approach we done in Vietnam. And the second question relating to. Okay, next one. Sorry, ran out of time. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Miss Ian, and thank you very much for this interesting summary, of specifically the situation of children. And it's very important, as you say, to also improve the living conditions of the parents, in order to improve the living conditions of the children. Unfortunately, we have slowly run out of time, so I would just ask our two other panelists maybe 1 minute, just to quickly give a short response to the most important question from your perspective, Mr. Young.
Thank you. I see 0 minute left here on the screen. So I think in Cambodia also we, for the children matter, I would like to add on to Ms. Yen a comment that we provide the opportunity for all the children in Cambodia to go to school from primary to high school freely. So for those who are vulnerable to this kind of situation, the parent informal waste worker, we put more emphasis, put more priority for them. So we encourage them to go to school with some campaign also. We provide the essential supply for them to go to school as well. So this kind of releasing the burden from the parent to buy the school material, to buy the other equipment for them, could open a better opportunity for them to stick to the school. So this kind of win-win solution that we try to elevate the parent, the income, and also in the meantime, the children can also pursue for the school, for the education as well. And I think for the question online, not to forget, I think the pricing for the waste that collected by the informal waste worker one of the important things is that the way that they can set up a group, so the bargaining power will be bigger, and also the information sharing to them from the government, from the other sector, could be also one of the key important role that they can have a higher government bargaining power to sell at higher price. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And to close, I would like to request Ms. Manith maybe for a final statement from the perspective of informal waste workers and related to the questions on what kind of information would be needed not to raise awareness about the work of informal waste workers and also improve the sorting at source and eventually also better recognize your essential contribution that informal waste workers have in the management of plastic waste. Thank you.
I am aware that we still have very little talk in brief. Thank you very much for the question. Personally, I think we have to start with the awareness raising program. We can use the social media to raise awareness for the people, for the communities, and especially for the children to understand about waste segregation. We have some activities that they know what are the hazardous waste and what kind of waste that can be recycled. There were some activities implemented. And of course, I would like to emphasize the point that about registration and becoming a formal waste worker. Of course, we support this, and we would like to make our group to be more formal, and we would like to be involved. And I would like to encourage my colleagues as well that to have a better formal system in waste collections in Laos. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much for this final statement. I would like to thank once again the panelists for their very interesting comments and presentations today. Thank you very, very much, all of you. For the participants, please excuse the late coffee break. And yeah, thank you very, very much to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. It was such an inspiring and meaningful panel discussion on informal waste and waste worker. So may I please ask you to remain on the stage for the group photo first. So let's continue to our program with the last session on how to act to reduce the plastic pollution. The session will be about behavioral change to reduce single-use plastic in ASEAN. For this session, we will have a keynote presentation and a panel discussion as well. So for the keynote presentation, so we have Ms. Alice Yamabe, Policy Researcher, Sustainable Consumption and Production Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. Alice Yamabe is a policy researcher at the Institute for the Global Environmental Strategy. She holds a Master of Science in Sustainability from the United Nations University, where her research focused on ICT mediated surplus food in Japan as part of the Sustainable Lifestyle team. She contributed to the development and implementation of a commission project focusing on decarbonized living, single-use plastic reduction, and also nature-positive food system in Japan and country in the Asia Pacific region as well. So please join me to invite Ms. Alice Yamabe to the stage. Please welcome.
Thank you for the introduction. Sabaidi and good morning, everyone. So I'm Alice Yamabe, as I was introduced. I'm a policy researcher at the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies based in Japan. And it is an honor to be invited here today. Thank you so much. And I'd like to present to you the Breaking the Plastic Habit project in ASEAN countries. So before we start, I have a question for the audience. Do you have a habit, a bad habit that you'd like to quit, whether it be smoking or drinking too much, eating too much, or using your phone too much? Can we have a show of hands, please? Yes, I think we all have one. So we know how hard those habits can be to quit. So I think this is the same with single-use plastics. We have them everywhere in our everyday lives. They're part of our habits, and they're extremely hard to quit. So we know that they're everywhere in our oceans, in our soils, and even in our body. We know that more than a third or almost a half of the plastic pollution originates from single-use plastic, and yet it's really hard to quit. So we know that if we reduce the amount of single-use plastic that we consume, we could drastically reduce the plastic pollution at the source, and yet it's really hard to quit. So despite knowing all of this, most of us can't stop using single-use plastics. And why is that? As I said, it's because it's everyday, it's part of our habits. And so single-use plastics and the plastic pollution is more, you can say that it's more of a behavioral issue than just a material one. So today I'll walk you through the theoretical background on behavioral change, and then I'll let you know about our project Breaking the Plastic Habit in ASEAN countries. So first, let's have a look. So how do we change people's habits? So I'm sure you know of these traditional policy tools, so rules and regulations, information, and material incentives. So as we just saw, information is a great tool for change, but sometimes it's not enough to just know that something is bad for you or for the environment to change your behavior. And then we also have regulations, rules and regulations that can enforce change, but if they contradict the established norms, they can actually have very negative resistance from the people. What about material incentives? If we provide people with incentives to reduce their plastic consumption, like a fee on plastic bags, they'll surely reduce the amount of plastic bags they consume. But in many ways, this can be seen as a price for people to pay the use of plastic, and it can alleviate their guilt when they're consuming the plastic. So those three traditional policy tools that we have, regulations, information, material incentives, they're all traditional levers of behavioral change, and they're based on the rational choice theory that assumes that individuals are rational beings that always make the most optimal decision. Of course, these policy levers can have results and they can have success as well, but research is increasingly showing that humans are not always the most rational beings, and that most of our decisions are actually based on our intuition or our instincts. So let's have a look at other tools. So these are new intervention levers that are based on behavioral science. So that's an interdisciplinary field of study that's based on sociology, psychology, anthropology, as well as economics, that seeks to understand what drives our individual and community decision-making. So let's have a look. First, we have choice architecture. So this is about changing the environment, the infrastructure, to change what is seen as the default and to naturally divert away from the undesirable behavior. For example, if a bar or a restaurant does not automatically provide you with a plastic straw in your drink, you will probably just naturally adapt to the new behavior, the desirable behavior, without even realizing it. So that's a choice architecture. Then we can also persuade people by engaging them through emotional appeals. So if people think that the desirable behavior is fun, or if it appeals to something that they deeply care about or their core identity, they're much more likely to adopt the new behavior. And lastly, we have social influences. So this appeals to our sense of belonging in society, and hierarchy as well, and how we compare ourselves to each other. For example, if we publicly commit to adopting a new behavior, later on it will be much harder for us to abandon that behavior. So these tools, these new intervention levers, can be used as a complementary approach to the traditional levers that I introduced before. So together, these 6 levers make up the levers of behavior change framework. And combining these levers can drive behavior change not just at the individual, but also at the society, the larger level. So we're using this infographic that we kindly borrowed from our partners, the RARE Center for Behavior and the Environment. And Xiang is here on our panel later, and she'll tell you more about their activities. And you can also have a look at the link here provided, where they explain with more details about the behavioral change levers. So we apply these 6 levers on the ground in ASEAN countries to see how using them in combination can drive the reduction of plastic consumption. So in 2022, IGES launched the Breaking the Plastic Habit project, and it was funded and conducted in close collaboration with ERIA Regional Knowledge Center of Marine Plastic Debris. So we first studied the latest cases in the literature of the application of behavioral insights to see the examples that were available on the ground. And we found a lot of cases, but most of them were in Europe, in North America, and not as many in ASEAN societies. So this signaled a crucial gap in the knowledge, especially considering the vulnerability of these ASEAN countries to plastic pollution, as we've seen over those 2 days. So the intention of our project is to gain more of a practical understanding of how we can apply those behavioral insights to drive behavior change, to reduce plastic consumption in ASEAN societies in a way that is tailored to the specificities of the ASEAN context and challenges. And then as a second step, we identified 4 partners in the region, so Thailand, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam, to implement these approaches on the ground. And finally, we compiled all those experiences into a toolkit with key insights that aim to inspire action for local governments, businesses, and educators. So here are our 4 project teams. So the 4 countries that we have represented here. And as you can see, most of them implemented pilots in universities or high schools, and these were great starting point for our project. So let's see in detail. In Indonesia, we partnered with the Center for Southeast Asian Studies, and they led an intervention on the campus of the University of Indonesia, where they combined choice architecture by removing plastic straws from the display case of food vendors. And they also combined it with a small fee that was introduced for straws, as well as an emotional appeals approach by having little catchy messages on the aprons of the food vendors. In the Philippines, at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, our partners encouraged the vendors to shift away from the default single-use plastic containers that they had to compostable alternatives. And this was integrated into the composting management, the composting system that they had on university. In Thailand, our partners, the Chulalongkorn University, They led a zero waste campaign on their market by setting a fee on plastic bags and offering discounts and rewards for people bringing their own reusable cups and containers. In Vietnam, schools organized lots of different competitions, like waste segregation competitions and exhibitions of recycled material arts. So they applied social influences. And all of these pilots were successful at reducing drastically the amount of single-use plastic from straws to plastic cups. So here are the 3 key lessons that we learned from phase 1. So first, we found that it was essential to involve all stakeholders, as we've seen in many of the presentations before as well, from the early stage and throughout the project. So it was crucial to involve the implementing partners, whether they be the food vendors, but also the local administration. In this case, most of them were the school administration, to understand what is important to them and what is feasible to them. And we also involved the target audience, in this case, the students and the general consumers. So we found that involving them as co-creators of the intervention was key in having successful results. So for example, at Chula, the students were co-creating the communication material that were used in the zero waste campaign on campus. And this ensured that the message that was carried by the campaign resonated better with the audience, which were also students. And they were more likely to shift their behavior in that way. And then, while there was not a winning combination of the behavioral levers, we found that the interventions worked best when they addressed ingrained habits as well as social norms and other situational factors in combination with informational and rewards or price-based incentives that create opportunities and motivations for change. And finally, that behavior change is not a linear process. It relies on many, many iterations, consultations, capacity building, and integrating the feedback from the food vendors, from the students, the target audience. So this was a really quick summary of our insights and the experiences from the pilots, but you can see this in detail in the guidance notes here that summarizes the practical steps to design and implement behavioral interventions, as well as the pilot cases and the key insights. So please have a look, it's available for free online. So now we want to take those lessons from phase 1 and go beyond this. So we built on one of the key goals of the phase 2 was to engage with broader actors, working with more diverse groups, including local authorities and businesses. And by developing a network of practitioners across Asia, we aim to disseminate behavioral insight-informed actions in the region and build a momentum for behavior change beyond countries where we led those pilots. And one of the cornerstones of phase 2 was a behavior-centered design training program for all project partners to build a common understanding of how to design behavioral change interventions. I'll tell you more about this later. And one of the challenges that we faced in phase 1 was how to measure and compare the effectiveness of the behavioral change interventions. So in phase 2, we're working with our partners to co-develop monitoring and evaluation framework with common and clear indicators. This framework will allow us to measure and compare the success of the different interventions and ensuring that we can identify the best practices and work towards integrating them into evidence-based policy integration. And finally, as part of our long-term vision, we're also planning an exit strategy that focuses on scaling these interventions and integrating them into broader policies. So this second phase brings in new players. We just launched this last month. And now, as I said before, we have businesses, government offices, and new countries, Cambodia and Lao PDR. And from Lao PDR, we actually have Equinox, who is present today on the booth here, and who will also be talking on the panel right after me. And maybe we can have a look at the video that summarizes the 2-day workshop that we led. So we invited all of those 6 implementers to have a common understanding and of the different steps involved in developing those interventions on the ground. So let's have a look. So this video was kindly prepared by the RARE Center for Behavior and the Environment, who led the 2 days workshop. Can we go to the last slide? Yes, so here's just a picture of us at the workshop, and we're really excited to be starting this second phase, and with this expansion of partners, new sectors. We also have the textile industry now that are covered by the pilots. And we will encourage the scaling and multiplication of behavior change interventions across ASEAN countries and hopefully beyond. Thank you for your time and for your attention, and please keep an eye out for the phase 2 results. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Yeah, so welcome to this exciting session of behavior change to reduce single-use plastic. Yeah, so firstly, let me start with a very quick fact. Do you know that around 40% of the plastic produced today globally accounts for single-use plastic? Yeah, that's quite alarming, right? So what's the implication of it? So I came up with 2 solutions to it. The first solution would be to simply use state-of-art recycling facilities. That also means improving the collection. But yesterday, CCET presented a very alarming fact that the plastic is growing, and the plastic production will keep on increasing. It means it's going to double in the next 2 decades. So that means that implies that the recycling facilities should also, in the next 2 decades, it also needs to double, right? So here comes, and this, I think it's not feasible for all the countries. And here comes the next solution, that is to change our habit, to change our mindset, and also to adopt a very good behavior that will help us to decrease the consumption. So firstly, before I start this session, so I would like to encourage you all to think of all the bad practices associated with the consumption of single-use plastic. So please take some time to think of it, and please frame it up in a question, because after the panel discussion, we'll also have question and answer round. So with that note, please allow me to introduce our speakers. So first, our first speaker will be Ms. Rizka. She is a monitoring and evaluation specialist at GIZ Premakumara, and she specializes in behavior change and sustainable environment at GIZ Premakumara project, and she also leads monitoring and evaluation efforts while championing gender-sensitive and community-based approaches to waste management. So our second speaker will be Ms. Yang Li. She is the director of BE.Center RARE,
and she heads the RARE BE.Center, utilizing behavior science to address environmental issues like climate-friendly practices and sustainable agriculture. While with over a decade of experience, her interdisciplinary approach promotes community-wide sustainability and environmental responsibility. And we have next speaker will be Valley, and she is an ecologist, journalist, and a social entrepreneur, leading Equinox Laos to reducing single-use plastic through Green Business Initiative. She founded Laos' first environmental news platform called Equinox Laos. And the next speaker is Mr. Ahmad. Mr. Ahmad is the coordinator at Indonesia Marine Debris Reduction Effort, aiming to reduce 70% by 2025, and his works include overseeing waste collection, recycling initiative, and fostering public engagement for ocean conservation. Yeah, so all our speakers has a very good expertise in the behavior change. So now I would like to start by providing the floor to our speaker for one question that all the speaker needs to answer. You have 5 minutes each, and the question will be: when you started implementing your program, did you set a way to measure the impact of your behavior change work, and how do you determine if the intervention was successful? So, Riska, please.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for the introduction, Bishal. Hello, everyone. Good morning, almost afternoon, I think. I know that we're ready for lunch, but one last session for today. I think this is a very important topic on behavioral change because this is about the reducing also our behavior on using plastics. Thank you also for the colleagues from ERIA, from MONRE of Lao PDR, and also UNDP Lao for inviting GIZ. Specifically, I'm representing GIZ Indonesia on the project called Reduce, Reuse, Recycle to protect marine environment and coral reefs, or in short, Premar. The project itself has been running since July 2020 until June next year. And the aims is to support the implementation of ASEAN Regional Action Plan on combating marine debris under AWG-CME, or ASEAN Working Groups on Coastal, Marine and Environment. However, we also work with 3 other working groups, such as ASEAN Working Group of Environmentally Sustainable Cities, ASEAN Working Groups of Chemical and Waste, and in some occasions also with ASEAN Working Groups of Environmental Education that is quite relevant with this topic. And so the approach of the project is to tackle it in the 3 level of governance in the regional level. So from the regional level, not only we work with the working groups, but we try also to work with partners such as AIT, ERIA as well, and also there's also NIVA from Norway. And for this integrated approach, we have collaborated also with an organization in Indonesia called Making Oceans Plastic Free, and we produce 2 products. The first is the stock taking analysis of existing campaign in Southeast Asia. That follows with a behavioral change methodology toolbox, and this toolbox has also adopted the behavioral change levers, which Alice has presented earlier based on the RARE design. And I would like to mention also the focus of the project is so basically the regional is for all the ASEAN member states, but we have also the focus on the national level. We implement in the 4 countries, namely Indonesia and the Philippines. So the focus is on the geographical focus, which are the archipelagic countries, and also countries along the Mekong River system, namely Cambodia and Vietnam. However, today I think because of the time, I would just like to mention the example from our pilot in Indonesia. We have a pilot in Manado City in the North Sulawesi of Indonesia. And so we did sort of baseline assessment using a method. It's called waste flow diagram, and from that baseline assessment we also try to develop the overall action plan on plastic waste and behavioral change strategy. We call it like it's compact, you see also in the picture there. So it's like a comprehensive document that we provide to the municipal government of Manado City, that is included not only about behavioral change strategy but also about the a community action plan on reducing plastics. And this is that is the result from our baseline assessment. And from there, we use also we use this community-based approach combined with human-centered design, because we don't want to forget the stakeholders that is involved in the project. So we involve the stakeholders from micro, meso, and macro levels. So micro levels, for example, like the female groups in the village, or maybe the informal sector association nearby the landfill in the city, and also we try to involve also from the meso level. Like that is also important, I think. It's the municipal government of the city itself. So we try to help them to support on revamping their municipal solid waste management plan, so that way they know what to change, and also not only from the behavior sides but also even in the system, the waste management system in their area. So this approach are taken to determine the behavioral drivers. Some of the drivers are on environmental, sociological, and psychological, and from there we also set up the targets. Some of the targets are including reducing plastic waste leakage by 20% within the city until 2025, until the end of the project, and also to reduce uncollected plastic waste to 5% by 2028. So this is already integrated into the municipal solid waste management plan in the city. And from there, I think this is also mentioned from the previous presentation by Alice, like the importance of monitoring system. So we also set up like this, it's called like the social and behavioral change communication strategy, to also monitor this change of behaviors within the city, and also even with the household and the community that we are working with. Hopefully we are going to also present the results of this approach by using the online assessment by end of the pilot next year. So yeah, those are the some of the key summaries for us. But I think also to answer immediately also to your question is like how we determine the intervention would be successful. I think obviously when our target are met, but not only that, I think what would be a successful intervention is when the project ends, the community, the government, and also even the whole stakeholders within the city, they keep doing the intervention that we have implemented there. So beyond 2025, beyond the end of the project. So that's like the success of the intervention that we are aiming. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Riska. Your presentation highlighted on community-based approach and human-centered design. And also you presented a very important fact that how to align the behavior change campaign to local behavior drivers. Yeah, thank you so much. So now, Ms. Lee, I'll give the floor to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bishal, for the nice introduction, and thank you for having me. So first, I want to talk a little bit about RARE. RARE is a world-leading behavior change organization in environment. Over the past 40 years, RARE has run the behavior change projects, about 500 behavior change campaigns in 60 countries. And on average, we measure our behavior change adoption in our campaigns globally. On average, our behavior behavior change adoption rate is 18 percentage point. And also since 2017, RARE established the RARE Center for Behavior and the Environment, focus on supporting partners globally to integrate behavior science into their work. So for example, we had a partnership with UNDP globally to also addressing the plastic issues. And also we're very excited about our collaboration with IGES and our partners Econox on working on these plastic issues in ASEAN country. So measuring impact is very essential for behavior change projects. So today I'm gonna talk about, give an example using reducing the single-use diaper in Indonesia project as an example. According to the data, there are 1.5 million single-use diapers end up in the river every day. So in 2022, RARE has working with a social enterprise called Common Seas Indonesian team to try to develop a solution to addressing this. So we work with Common Sea to through this behavior center design journey and develop a solution to work with the low-income mother and the people with disabilities to use the reusable diaper to reduce the plastics. And in the projects, we had the project team in Indonesia spent 6 months in really understanding the needs from the community and develop the prototype and tested the solutions. And we set up the indicators for monitor the success. For behavior change, the team monitors the number of the mothers will adopt the reusable diaper after the pilot projects. And also, for the environmental impact, we measure the number of the diapers that avoid to throw in the river. But we're also measuring the enabler for the behavior change, which is people's psychosocial states of how, in order for a behavior to happen, what the psychosocial states that we need to see for the people to adopt. For example, we also measure the core beliefs those mothers think plastic waste is a problem for their community. For the social support, we also measure the number of mothers who think their others around them should also adopt this behavior. So with all these indicators set up within the pilot projects, we see there's 69 among 69 mothers, 90% of them would like to use the reused diaper after the pilot phase. And we also have the 70% of the mother saying that they would like to buy more of the reusable diapers. And for, they also have the mothers to think that they would like to, other mothers to also use the reusable diapers. So after this 1 week intervention, there are more than 575 single-use diaper to avoid it end up in the river. In the following year, we have the project managed to escape to 1,000 mothers that ended up the projection of avoiding 1 million single-use diapers in the river. So every projects, we try to work with our local communities to help them to identify the key indicators and also measure the impact all along the building in the project design phase. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Lee. So your project targeted very specific demographics for behavior change, and the impacts was well researched. So you clearly can communicate, and I think that's very important in any behavior change campaign, how to clearly communicate your achievements. So now I'd like to invite Ms. Valley.
Good morning, Sabadi. Thank you very much. Very interesting indeed. As a mother, I think I would love to hear more about common seas as well. I think it's a way to address a big problem in our world right now. So allow me to also introduce ourselves. My name is Vali. I'm representing Econox Laos. And today I'm speaking about Plastic Free Laos label specifically. So at Econox Laos, we have many projects related to environmental protections in many aspects, but also the reduction of single-use plastic is one of our work that we focus on, Plastic Free Laos label. So actually it started by GIZ. It was from the project called Related back in 2018. But then we had a chance to work with GIZ and also our government counterpart. After the project was done, finished, we were hand over the label to be the manager of the label together with the SME Service Center under the Lao National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So at Plastic Free Laos, we work with businesses in the hospitality area, such as hotels like this, hotels, resorts, restaurants, cafes, in order to assist them to reduce the use of single-use plastic in their operation and their services as well. So our work is to build a network of these businesses who would love and keen to reduce the impact of the single-use plastic waste that they generate from their business, so to say. And at the same time, we try to work with the green, we call them green suppliers, such as our partners who are here today, Patihu, for example, Believe, and Nicola Natureware that we would love to work with as well. So we map out and work together with these businesses as partners so that they can provide the cost-effective, I would say, alternatives to our members so that they can adopt these alternative items and also know the sources if they would love to replace the use of the single-use plastics. And at the same time, we have a chance to have initiatives, not just from our team, but from working together with the members, getting their feedbacks and ideas. So far, we have initiatives such as Rancho Cup, which we will have a chance to work with our colleagues who are here. And we are excited to launch in this coming January 2025. And we are going to incorporate the feedbacks that we have from the previous phase about how to leverage, how to incorporate, especially the behavioral change levers into our projects, such as having the material incentive, sorry, I'm so bad at names, material incentives, providing information and emotional impact aspects, such as having PRs and having good communications. And also, we are honored to be one of the awardees from the ASEAN Blue Innovation Challenge from the government of Japan and also UNDP. So we are having a project called From Laundry to Legacy. We are working with the businesses in Plastic Free Laos, and also we plan to involve more businesses who have massive laundry activities, because from our past cooperation with our fellow researcher from the UK, we found out that from doing laundry, we release many massive microplastics into the nature. So by working with the businesses, we have seen that every day they wash clothes massively, and there must be some microplastic release from these activities as well. So we are working with them as well. We are excited to work with them to conduct the study, and at the same time to work with our partner called Abundant Water to develop a filter to filter out these microplastics before being released to the normal water sewage. And one more thing is also we work with our government counterpart, our partner, the Department of Environment, Environmental Promotion Division. So we are coming up with an initiative called Waste Management Champion. As you know that sometimes reducing some certain items can be challenging for the businesses. So at least we would love to encourage them to take back their single-use plastic waste and also to adopt the more effective system in terms of waste management. So if they can do it correctly and they can adopt the best practice in terms of this, they can also have something, I mean, some recognition from the government and also from Plastic Free Laos as well. The impact measure, I think I am running out of time. I think we have more interested partners, and also we are trying to increase more number of the members. I think the best achievement this year is to have 4 more businesses who are receiving Plastic Free Laos Champion label, which is the gold label. It's quite hard to achieve, and you have to reduce about 90% of single-use plastic to achieve it. And there are 4 of them who are achieving this year. So I think it's something that we can be proud of.
Yes, thank you very much, Valley. Yeah, you work with a lot of stakeholders, and your effort to changing business practices by giving them choice, and also bringing them close to the alternatives to single-use plastic, I think is really, really important. And thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Ahmad to answer.
Thank you very much. Very good morning, Sabaidi. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ahmad Bahri Rambi. I am the National Program Coordinator for Secretariat of Marine Debris Management. The Secretariat was established by the government to address the marine debris and to achieve the target of 70% of marine debris, 70% in 2025. Before going to the initiative that we have introduced, Interfaith of Waste Charity Movement, I would like to share the underlying facts about the condition of plastic waste, about the waste generation in Indonesia. It is about from 53 till 70 million tons of waste generation in Indonesia, and almost 0.4 to 0.6 million tons end up in the ocean. And we have a population around 270 million. And we have almost 6 religions here that live peacefully. Yeah, there are Muslim, there are Christian, Catholic, Buddhist, Hinduism, and Confucian. Yeah. They live together for the purpose of common prosperity. So we consider that that we have a serious problem on waste management, and based on the research from the research statistics, that 72% of Indonesian people are not aware how to segregate, and but we have a good news that 98%, according to Pew Research, they believe in religions, and 80%, according to the research from the Survey Digital, 68%, the Indonesian people they listen to the religious figures. And then, according to other research, also mentioned that Indonesian people they love to donate. They love to donate, yeah, donating money or anything else. So they are what we call it Georges, or yeah, they love to donate to help people. So based on this condition, we'd like to introduce effective strategy how to change people's behavior, how to nudge people, how to make people to understand the danger of the waste. So Indonesia was considered the second plastic pollution, yeah, according to Jana Jambek. So this is a serious problem, but not many people are aware about it. So that's why we need to choose the effective strategy how to change the people's mind. That's why we based on this underlying facts, the information, we introduce Interfaith of Waste Charity Movement. Yeah, the Interfaith Waste Charity Movement is like a community platform to invite people to donate their waste to the worshiping building, to the churches, to the Muslim, to mosque, to the temple, to the to the worshiping building. Yeah. So and the waste that should be donated must be clean and can be sold again. Yeah. So and then we based on we have able to this movement has collect 840 tons, almost 4.2 billion rupiah or 300 USD, 300,000 USD since the launching in 2021. So almost 140 mosques and then 42 churches and many others. Also university, school already joined this activity. And based on our monitoring impact of this movement, we found that by using this method, this approach, using release figures, we found that the collection rate is increasing twofold. So it is aligned with the fact in the field. I think I stop here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ahmed. Yeah, so you are utilizing religious and charitable motivation for long-term behavior shift. Yeah, and yeah, it's a really good campaign and design, and you have well documented the achievements. So now we'll move to the second part of this this session. That will be, I will ask one specific question to each of our speakers, and you can respond to those, please. And I think 3 minutes each for each question. So my first question will be to Ms. Lee. It's based on behavior change project and campaign design. So my question is, since you have worked so much in changing people's mindset and habit and applying behavior change strategies in regions, I mean not only this region but also beyond this region, when designing a successful campaign, what do you think is essential? Do you suggest some methodology or framework for it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I think specifically for ASEAN country, we have a unique culture, and also I think with emphasis on the collectivism is really something unique for the Asian country. So for behavior change campaign, we tend to work more with the community to stress the value of the community and the shared value. But I also like to emphasize that behavior change is really a behavior science is different from other science like math. So 1 + 1 does not, in math, 1 + 1 always equal to 2. But for behavior change, everything is evolving, and the same intervention might have a different result with a different context. So we really need to understand the context of the behavior change happened. And so I give you an example. So people really find a lot of times there are a lot of irrational things. Things happen, doesn't make sense. For behavior intervention, there is a famous experiment. So there are 2 groups of people. One group of people was told that they get a 100% chance to get electric shock. And the second group, they got 50% chance to get electric shock. And the research find out the group that was told have 50% chance to get electric shock is more worried. So this doesn't really make sense according to the rational calculation, but it happens for the human behavior process. So it tells us how complicated our decision-making system is. So I really encourage every one of you for your project intervention, you really understand specifically, pay attention to those irrational part of your audience and find out why it happened and get the insights from those learnings that will be really effective. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Lee. So you suggested that there should be a strong assessment before any behavior change, and one solution might not fit to all, right? So now my second question will be to Ms. Valley. My question is on understanding the component of behavior change, because since you are pretty much very close to all the pillars of behavior change, you know how to disseminate knowledge, you know how to raise people awareness, and how to change people attitude, and also how to make them adopt the intended behavior that you want. So my question is, for a business and stakeholder, what do you think is the important component that makes them capable for adopting the changes in single-use plastic? Like how can they change? What's the important component of behavior change you need for them? Is it only through knowledge and awareness, or you need more than knowledge and awareness to achieve that?
Thank you for the question. I think we have experts here. I can add on if you may. So from our experience, so I think every business are capable of changing. I mean, the private sector is the main force to drive the economy of the nation in many parts of the world and in Laos as well. So I think with just a click from that decision, they can change a lot of things. So we work hard every day to try to convince the businesses to invest more, because they can definitely invest more in changing, in reducing the single-use plastic if they can. So what we also see from working with them is, of course, the awareness raising is very important. We have the training with the staffs of all the businesses, because most of the time who sign up is the boss. But people who are working are the staffs, like the people who are working every day, changing every day. So we work with them to not just raise the awareness, but to raise the sense of belonging. Not just to understand, but to be proud of what they are doing as well, why they are doing this, because this is the problem. And by changing this, by convincing a customer that, you know, drinking from the plastic bottles is more harmful for your health and for the environment, more than drinking from the glass bottle, like to help them understand why they are doing this and the effect from it as well. I think it's very important. I think communication is really a tool, and information is a key to success. And one more thing I may add on is the competition. I think since they're business, an example from our case is that we have one business in Luang Prabang. If you know, it's the very touristic city in Laos in the northern part. There was one business who achieved the green label, and after announcing that, after PR about the achievement, there are like many hotels wanted to sign up because they want the same thing. They want the recognition. So I would say, apart from awareness raising, the informations and communication as key, what Plastic Free Laos have experienced is the competition among the business.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Valley. So you raised one very important point, the competition and how to, maybe that could be one to deliver. Yeah, thank you so much. Now my next question is to Ms. Rizka. The question will be to understand how to sustain the efforts. So there has been not been much research on the sustainability of behavior change project in ASEAN. So it's not clear that the consumption that you achieve after your project, if it's going to rebound after the project ends, right? So do you think? So what do you think? So what do you think is necessary to sustain the effort even after the project ends? So it's not so the consumption does not rebound back to the before the intervention level.
Thank you for the question. I think that also connected to the last statement from my presentation earlier. Yeah, this is why I think I try to highlight also the examples from our pilot in Manado City, because like I mentioned earlier, we try to work not only with the community, but also we work with the local government to help them revamping or updating their solid waste management plans. So it's basically being legalized or being being legalized and under the municipal government law or decree or whatever they have there. So that would be one of the key thing I think that is also important. Knowing also, especially our project, we are funded by the German government, so we always strive to support the ASEAN member states, the national governments, and in this case the local governments. So we have this chance to help them making the right regulations. So that way, when the regulations is there, it's also to help the government and also the community to implement the approach, the interventions that what we are doing now, and then to have it sustained beyond the project. That is one thing. The second thing I think that is also important is to involve the local champions. We always know, especially I think in Southeast Asia, if I can say, the local champions are very, very important in the community, having the say and then drive even the community, the people, at least in their neighborhoods, for example, or maybe in their topical groups, for example. They have a say, like the example from Mr. Ahmad mentioned, like about the religious topics, the religious leader. They have a say on that, so we can use that opportunity actually to always make this approach, have them involved, these leaders, have them involved in all the activities and all the interventions that we're doing, so that way when they are having already the right mindset, that we want, they can always strive to also give a nudge, or at least or at least also to drive the community they're working with. So I think those are the 2 points that I believe will be important to help interventions to be sustained and maintained beyond the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rizka. So you emphasize on 2 important points. First one is legalization, and second one will be like to have a local champion or an influencer that will keep the project running, right? So now it's Mr. Ahmad turn. So I asked Ms. Lee on campaign design, on Rizka, on the how to sustain the effort, and Ms. Valley on the key component of the behavior change. So now I want to ask you about the synergy of the behavior change. So my question will be like, the research suggests that behavior change campaign need to be mixed with supporting policies to increase their effectiveness. So one strategy might not be enough. So one successful campaign need to be complemented by other policies. So have you observed such cases in your work where you found this the synergy between behavior change campaign with some policies?
Yeah, thank you very much. So this campaign has, since the inception in 2021, already spread almost in 24 provinces. Yeah, and many now already, and the government now already included in the national strategy. Yeah, and many now mayors and cities already adopted this movement, this strategy. They released like a decree to the peoples to conduct waste interfaith waste donation. So the component. So we don't only campaigns. We don't only ask people to change their behavior, but we also provide like tools. Like we provide segregating box with the clear bins. Yeah. We put like poster. Let's donate your waste, and the waste, the donation will be utilized by the worshiping building for many social activities and for many economic activities. We also include like informal worker to integrate it in the system. So this campaign is not only about not only about environmental, but social, economic, and like religious. And then the people would not only get like rewards from God, but also they can give donation to the people. The people using only waste, not only so we can donate not only money but waste. Yeah, I think this is very easy. People can donate. Yeah, even waste can donate. So this is the spirit of this activity. That's why now many like West Bank, yeah, like informal worker also join the activity because they invite people. Let's donate your waste. And we ask people, rather than you put your waste, your bottle, yeah, dirty, it is better for you to give to them, to the informal waste speaker. Yeah, I think you have ever seen informal waste speaker, get the bottle from the bin, right? Yeah. So it is very, this is the moment is very interesting. I think to be introduced. I think this is and many story regarding the results of the donation. Many churches, many peoples, yeah, from the donation can build can be like building. They can give the orphan people, yeah, with the money, yeah, something like that.
Yes, thank you, very much, Ms. Ahmad. So now I would like to open the floor for question and answer. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask our panelists. Yeah.
My question is, we are not working in a vacuum. We have also in front of us the plastic industry, who is also influencing our people. We have here some concert organized by a soft drink, very famous soft drink, who are reaching young people. And you have other competition, a marathon, where you give a single-use plastic bottle free for the runner. And that's very important to see that what you are doing is opposed to another influencing people. And have you seen that more publicity for single-use plastic? Because if you succeed, these people are going to reduce their activities. And maybe they need more publicity like you are doing. And that's very important to know that the other side of the screen, there is people who want to sell more, promote more single-use plastic, and they have more money than you, more money, more time, more people, marketing, and that's very important to know that we are facing a strong army for promoting single-use plastic. And I would like to know that if you feel your work is going to move these people around.
I have another question from online. Maybe I can ask so that we can answer both questions at the same time. It is to Common Seas. I appreciate Common Seas innovation for the most difficult plastic pollution. It is rare to see an initiative that focuses on solving single-use diapers. How can we replicate this to other countries in Asia? How to get more details on of this project? I'm from Thailand.
So anyone would like to?
I can answer to the first question from Nguyen Vien Chien. So thank you very much for the question. I think I agree that we have to also work with the plastic producers, especially a lot of items are not recyclable, and we have to work with them on this as well. An example from the real life, I think, like here, as a mother, sometimes I have to use the application to to deliver to my house because I have no time to go out and like buy or cook sometimes. And it's a shame that we still expect to receive more plastics that come from the food. But at the same time, in other parts of the world, like in Europe, like in Germany, maybe you don't expect to have the plastics. They come with like paper bags, maybe paper box, for example. So I think the related authorities and organizations such as the government probably also have to work hard on the enforcement of the law, working together with these producers, how to get rid of some of the single-use plastic items, especially those that cannot be recyclable. And also to share a little bit from our project, the Retro Cup, that we are working together with our partner here. One of the activities that we are working also with the music festival in Vang Vieng. So we are setting up a renting cup booth, and also work together with the event organizer as well to promote this this service or this practice, and how to get the young people who are going there to enjoy the music also be more aware about the use of single-use plastic, and if they can rent the cup inside the concert, for example, they will help reduce massive amount of single-use plastic waste. So we are also excited to share with you how we will go with this, and probably I'll reach out to Nguyen Vien Chien after the event.
Yes, thank you so much. So the second question was on the replicability of.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The Common Seas team in Indonesia really very committed in scaling up this solution for single-use reusable diaper. And also, I think they have developed different approaches. And in other countries, they also signed a partnership with the government to promote it, to integrate it into a policy level. And so, I will be happy to share more details about Common Seas contact person Indonesia, and so we can exchange later. Thank you.
I can even add a little bit, because they were invited also to our National Stakeholder Forum just a few months ago. They're called Bumbi now, BUMBI. So if the online participant would like to know, maybe they can Google. It's called Bumbi now. So, and it's I think they're having also like some sort of they sell also like the cloth diapers, or even the cloth sanitary pads for ladies. So, and they can be sold separately also. But yeah, as Liang has mentioned, it's only in Indonesia. So probably if the online participant would like to check their website, they could also be interested to have the replication in Thailand. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So we have run out of time, but I would like to thank all our speakers. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I am also to commit to avoid the single-use plastic as well, and to continue with the role model to the younger generation in Laos as well. Thank you very much. So next, please remain to the stage, and we also have the small gift to present to you. Thank you. Once again, please give them a big round of applause. Our conference is coming to the end. I was very rich in discussion, and there were a lot of learning things and also insights from amazing and diverse presenters, speakers, and also innovators. To sum up this two-day conference, I would like to invite Mr. Real Kawamura, Director of Environmental Policy and Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris area, to share the key message and summarize for this event.
Thank you for kind introduction, and thank you for joining very packed second day of the ASEAN Conference on Marine Combating Plastic Pollution. In the second day, we have 3 sessions. At first, extended process responsibility. Second is the informal sector, and third is behavioral changes to reduce single-use plastics. All of the 3 sessions are addressing what happened on the ground as a combat to tackle the plastic pollution. At the extended process responsibility, maybe it is very for the simple understanding. Okay, government set the rules or regulations to extend the responsibility to the producers, but that is not the end of the story. In order to make some EPR schemes feasible and operatable, many supporting schemes with engagement of the stakeholders are indispensable. For example, the government has no expertise to manage every kind of the producers of plastics. Packaging recycling organization of each country must manage must manage the operation of the producers in the EPR schemes, and consumers does not have sufficient information about what is recyclable and how it can be recyclable. So accessible and feasible communications with consumers are indispensable. And as for the, the Philippines in the PCX has provided a set of the standard PPRS. In these standards, they set the comprehensive approach to address what the role of each stakeholders. Among them, the informal sectors are one of the very important players to be addressed. And as Mr. Faris explained, government tend to consider only about the supply side, setting infrastructure, providing infrastructure, supporting campaigns, or setting institutions. But important thing is how the recycling industry is workable, operational, in the business, as profitable. So demand for the recycle, how to generate the demand for recycle is also important things. It's such kind of supporting organizations, supporting institutions, and supporting stakeholders are very indispensable to make EPR successful. This is the session 3. And the session 4, the important player, informal sector, were addressed. As explained in the keynote presentations, informal waste workers have very important role in the collection and sorting of the plastic waste. Not only the plastic waste, but also other kind of the waste sorting. They played a very important role to find some recyclable materials or some recyclable materials to avoid additional landfill to each country, each ASEAN member states. And however, they are faced with lack of equipment, lack of social protection, and they are exposed to the some kind of the danger materials, such kind of the glass, cutted glasses, or some chemicals in the landfills. In order to protect such kind of the danger, maybe some member states has already set up some supporting programs to provide necessary equipment, capacity buildings, and some social protection programs. And what is necessary, what is important is that we have to recognize what is the needs of the informal sectors, and we have to properly address. So maybe tackling plastic pollution does not limit itself to the environmental policy. That is a social inclusion policy. So we have to take care about such kind of social policy or social welfare policy to make waste management or recycling of plastics smoothly. Now, in the last but not least, in the session 5, we have talked about behavioral insights. ERIA and IGES has already set up some kind of pilot project, but ERIA and IGES not alone. GIZ, RARE, Econox, and TK and PSL also set up many kind of behavioral changes program to tackle, to reduce single-use plastics. The key is that a very interesting input from Ms. Lee is that human is not always rational. Incorporating the behavioral science knowledge and the know-hows, we can improve the behavior of the peoples and the consumers away from single-use plastics, too much single-use plastics. As Ms. Liska mentioned that the project has the period. After the period, the government should consider about legalization or institutionalization of such kind of, improved to make the improved behavior sustainable for the future. And as for the business issues, is also important. This is a discussion with for the recognition. Provide recognition to business or green business is also important. There is many big companies to provide single-use plastics, and they get profit. In order to tackle such kind of business activities, Econox has provided certification or with collaboration system, plastic-free Laos label. So in Lao PDR, such kind of green business is very recognized, work together to collaborate, and maybe they can join the network to work together to reduce single-use plastic. This is very good news. And in Indonesia, it is very interesting project. Gradasi is to appeal people's religious consciousness or such kind of thing to double the sorted waste in a couple of years. So maybe each as a member state has each local context or local consciousness to contribute to to better environmental situation. So maybe such kind of Indonesia's initiative is one of the key solutions or some best practices for the each as a member state. So plastic pollution was a kind of the complex challenge, but we can find opportunity to reflect our past unsustainable relationship with plastics and start transition towards circular economy based on the best practices or initiatives which were shared from our distinguished panelists and speakers. Lastly, we acknowledge that Lao MONRE and its ASEAN chairmanship played pivotal role in advancing the regional discussion surrounding plastic pollution in hosting of this ACCPP 2024 to the ASEAN Declaration on the Plastic Circularity. Earlier, we are honored that we have been able to support 2 ASEAN member states, Indonesia and Lao PDR, in organizing the ACCPP, which provides platform for key stakeholders in the region to exchange knowledge and lessons learned in addressing plastic pollution. We hope that discussions from this conference does not just end today in this room, but we can continue to implement the key takeaways back in the home countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kawamura-san. So now, to close this conference, I would like to invite Mr. Theravarakhpornkyal, Deputy Director General, Department of Environment, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Lao PDR, to come up on the stage to have a closing remark.
Representative from ASEAN member state, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we have come to the end of the second edition of ASEAN Conference on combating plastic pollution. One and a half day program was very rich and intense. The conference aimed to provide a platform for ASEAN member states and relevant stakeholders to follow up, strengthen comprehension, and find regional commonality on INC on plastic pollution, share knowledge and experience on diverse topics from pioneering a system change to condition of informal waste worker through extended producer responsibility and behavior change this morning. To foster collaboration between innovators, businesses, government, development partner, NGO, CSO, and researcher. I believe that we successfully achieve or even overachieve those objectives. And this is thanks to the everyone active participation and contribution to this conference. We had over 100 participants in person and over 150 participants registered online. This shows the massive interest on people from ASEAN in combating plastic pollution and to learn on action, innovation, and partnership to realize the change needed to make our region free from plastic pollution. We hear clearly from different interventions that ASEAN provides a framework and going to phase out plastic pollution, and that each country, considering their socio-economical and environmental context, have the flexibility to implement policies and action toward that goal. However, regional collaboration, partnership, exchange, and innovation are key to realize that goal. And I believe that the ASEAN Conference on combating plastic pollution is the right platform to show the dynamism of our region in the fight against plastic pollution. As Malaysia will be the chair of the ASEAN next year, I would like to encourage Malaysia to continue this new tradition that Indonesia initiated and Lao PDR confirmed and organized the third edition of the ASEAN Conference on combating plastic pollution. Finally, I would like to extend my thanks to UNDP and ERIA for their support in co-hosting this conference, to ASEAN member state representative, speakers, innovator, and participants joining us in person and online. Our journey toward a plastic pollution-free ASEAN will not be easy, but I am confident to say that together we can do it. Last but not least, I wish to all good health, happiness, and success in your work and personal life. I officially declare the ASEAN Conference Combating Plastic Pollution 2024 closed. Thank you very much.
Now the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2024 is officially closed. We would like to express our sincere thanks to all participants for taking your time and also participating this event in person and also online. Again, we wish you all successful in your businesses and work. Let us unite to combating plastic pollution and make the world a better place to live for us and also the next generation. Finally, we hope you all participate in person, stay with at the lunch, and please do not forget to take the coupon from our staff as well. And for the participants who joining to visit the Lao Textile Museum, please make sure that to be in the lobby at 1:45, and the bus will leave the hotel at 2 p.m. sharp. So, and also we also have the survey. So we'd like to ask everyone to scan the survey for our event as well. And finally, thank you very much everyone, and have a wonderful week ahead. Thank you very much, and sabai di.